seconds. While they're packing, they seem oddly calm, as if they know that no one will catch them anytime soon. Robbing a place is a pretty unethical way to make money. But let's look at this list real quick. Rural and barely making it. Or this one, ethnic second city strugglers. Or our personal favorite, credit crunched, city families. These are real marketing lists, full of vulnerable people to be targeted by predatory ads. Hey, we heard you broke. If a police car drove over one of these chains, its tires would instantly be sliced open. The robbery's been in progress for more than 15 minutes now. The helicopter's still circling above, meaning the robbers are still inside. Police request aerial support from the military, but the armed forces can't provide any aircraft. Instead, police helicopters are ordered in. We don't know exactly
but police helicopters might be counter UAV jammed.
How, but Inspector Palm eventually gets close to the depot. He sets up a roadblock a few hundred meters away from the building. When Palm and his colleagues ask,
they're fucking genius. This is gonna stop them. Yep, they're gonna see this roadblock and the car won't be able to pass them. This is genius.
A roadblock a few hundred meters away from the building. When Palm and his colleagues ask whether they're allowed to fire at the helicopter, the answer is a strict no. It's too dangerous. Instead, they're ordered to wait for the National Task Force. Palm is frustrated. All he can do is stand there and wait. Luckily, this helicopter must already be on its way. Or is it?
Right.
At 5:30 in the morning, police officers in Mittinga receive an alert. Robbery ongoing, a helicopter is involved. Air support required. 2 officers race toward the hangar. Their helicopter was returned just hours earlier. They'll have to be in 10 minutes and be over Vestberga 15 minutes after the alarm. But at the entrance, they stop. Is that a bomb? There's no way they can reach the helicopter. And even if they could they really risk taking off in a fuel-filled helicopter next to explosives? The 2 officers have only one option. Call in the bomb squad and wait at a safe distance. So the White Bell 206 keeps circling above the cash depot, unbothered. The security team watches as the intruders appear in the courtyard and make their way toward the roof, carrying at least 7 bags. They hoist them up. The 3 men climb the ladders. One hesitates for a moment, as if he wants to go back in to get more of the money. Then they jump into the helicopter, bags in hand. And just 30 minutes after hitting the cash depot, they disappear into the morning sky.
So how did we learn all this information?
When the SWAT team enters the building, the robbers are long gone. Finally, the airlock door in the cash depot opens. The team leader, Jenny, and her colleagues are safe. At the police hangar in Mittinga, the bomb squad is in full swing. They use a water cannon to neutralize the bombs. But there are no explosions and no smoke.
You got baited.
As the special unit approaches, they find 2 very wet plastic boxes with lights attached. They fell for dummies. Meanwhile, about a kilometer away, firefighters are putting out a small roadside fire at a bus stop. In the ashes, they find remains of a mask, gloves, a hatchet, a canister, and a lighter. Around 6 a.m., people in nearby towns spot an object in the sky. A small white helicopter flying unusually low and slow over the forests. Not a single light is on. The robbers land in a forested park. They take everything with them, leaving only a GPS device and a few cable ties behind. Investigators find the helicopter about 2 hours later. They learn it was stolen from a flight school about 70 kilometers northeast of Stockholm just after 4 a.m.
A manhunt is underway this morning.
As the country wakes up, the heist dominates the news.
What the
fuck? A reward of about $900,000 is offered for information on the robbers.
Look how cheap these banks are, bro. They lost $130 million. $130 million, and the most they could offer is less. They can't even hit $1 million. You can't breach $1 million, bro. They probably made $1 million today on fucking overdraft fees from poor people. Like, you can't even $1 million. Come on, gang. Like, these niggas is mad selfish. Oh, my mouse is dead. Yo.
Next day,
did I get a Type C?
Police still have no suspects.
Or a wired mouse?
Despite the fact that they knew about the planned helicopter heist.
I need swing.
Attached to this PC. It might be a gray tethered cord.
A month before the heist, Swedish police receive a warning from Serbia's intelligence service. A crew of international thieves is planning to strike. Serbian police even share specifics. A helicopter is to be
Check in the front of the
used.
PC.
3 robbers will
There might be.
carry
I
out
think
the
there's a
job,
cord attached to the
backed by a
Type-C.
group of around 20 people. The chopper will land on the roof of a multi-story building. The crew will blast their way inside and in under 5 minutes grab the equivalent of roughly $13 million.
Oh, it's only 13 million.
The whole thing will go down by September 16 at the latest. If not, the plan will be called off. The Swedish police put security measures in place. The public prosecutor...
Well, how do I find people for this?
Suspects. As a precaution, police helicopters are moved from Itinga to a safe location. For the planned break-in, the police identify the most likely target, the Panaxia Cash Depot in Bromma.
Hold on, only 13 million, chat? They only got out with 13 million?
In western Stockholm. The second most likely target, the G4S Depot in Vesberga. For weeks, authorities remain on high alert, reinforcing their task forces during the nights around September.
Only for 13 minutes? What do you mean?
Nothing happens. In Bromma or in Vesberga. So the police end the special operation, and the police helicopters move back to Mittinga. That's not the only vulnerability the robbers exploit. In the early 2000s, Sweden sees a string of robberies. The companies hit hardest are the ones that run cash depots. They're looking for help, including from the government. As early as 2005, a security company urged the government to place all cash depots and similar facilities under state protection. A formal review followed and ran for 3 years, but the Ministry of Defense took no action. Because the authorities never classified these facilities as protected sites, virtually anyone can access the building's blueprints. Floor plans of the roofs and facades, staircases and windows, everything neatly documented.
I take back what I said. If it was only $13 million, I think a $1 million world is a banger, bro. I'm snitching. If
level by level. A Swedish news outlet later asked G4S whether the company had attempted to make the Vesberga building plans confidential. G4S didn't respond. But by then, it didn't matter. The money was gone. And so were the thieves.
Say goodbye.
But they didn't vanish without a trace. In fact, they left quite a bit behind.
Yeah, right.
The burned remains at the bus stop in Mittinga, for example. The cable ties used to secure the ladders to the helicopter. The sledgehammer that smashed the glass roof, including bloodstains.
What?
Because the heist was so meticulously planned, police believe the masterminds must have had military training. In all of Sweden, only a small circle of people could be capable of pulling off a coup like this. Thanks to the warning from Serbia, the Swedish police started surveilling this circle in time.
Tony, thank you for the
Now they're
gifty.
sitting on a mountain of data. Calls, texts.
Woo! E19, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, brother.
Pages
Thank you so much,
pages of
man.
logs.
Love yous in the chat. Show some
That is some salty shit.
Gorjan Bojevic, a 38-year-old Swede with parents from Montenegro. Until recently, he worked as a construction
Monte
contractor.
what?
According to Serbian wiretaps, he was recently in contact with a childhood friend, Milan Zevo, who made a career in a completely different field, the Stockholm Mafia. Zevo has since relocated to Serbia's capital, Belgrade. In 2009, Bojevic traveled to Belgrade multiple times to meet Zevo. According to the wiretap, Bojevic handed over large sums of money during these visits. Swedish police realized that Bojevic is asking Zevo for help. At the end of August, the two speak on the phone. You know what? I called a school here and asked how much it cost to learn it. 15,000 euros. Bojevic wants to learn to fly a helicopter. Zevo writes the idea down. Pilot training would take way too long. So Bojevic starts looking into another solution. It's September 2.
It's like 6
3
months,
weeks
bro,
before the
to
heist.
figure out how to fly one.
Bojevic is in his car, driving toward Hypixel, a small island in Stockholm. It has a museum right on the waterfront. Bojevic is here to meet these two men. They've been waiting for him. He walks up to them and sits down between them. Just a few meters away, a woman walks her dog. Her real job is to observe Goran Bojevic. She can't hear exactly what the men are saying. She can only keep an eye on them.
Thanks for the gift, Neil.
The three chat for about 5 minutes, with Bojevic doing most of the talking. Then, handshakes. One man walks with Bojevic to his car, while the other gets into a Peugeot and drives off. On September 28th, 5 days after the heist, the police and a Swedish court announced that 6 suspects have been arrested.
Oh, shit.
One of the suspects is Goran Bojevic. Searching his apartment, investigators found a bag containing about 118,500 kroner.
How much is that?
Roughly $15,000 at the time.
That's normal. That's very normal.
He's believed to have put the team together. Another man is arrested at Orlando Airport just before he can escape to the Canary Islands.
Orlando?
The press nicknames him Flykt, which means escape in Swedish. His real name is Alexander Eriksson. He's a TV producer who runs in high society circles with Swedish celebrities. He's even rumored to be in contact with the Prime Minister. Between October and December, police arrest 7 more men accused of helping plan or taking part in the heist. One of them is believed to have planted the fake bombs. His DNA is found in the remains of the gloves and the lighter.
Yo.
In January, investigators identified the man who carried the submachine gun.
Brother, that's a fucking AK-47 if I ever seen one. What are you talking about, submachine gun?
And this was his second armed robbery. Back in 2000, he and a gang stole invaluable art from the Swedish National Museum. He was caught and served 2 years in prison.
That's it?
He was caught again. In July 2010, the public prosecutor presses charges. While the 10 arrests are seen as a major success for the investigation, authorities believe there must have been more people involved behind the scenes. For over 10 months, the police gather evidence and interview witnesses. 50 investigators worked
2 years though?
By now, they have a clear picture of how much the robbers managed to steal. Almost 40 million kroner, about $5 million at the time.
And that's it? Only 5 M's? Yo, chat. You have to split 5 million 7 or 8 ways. You're leaving with less than $1 million dirty money. And you're risking decades of jail time? Come on, gang. If you was offered that heist on GTA, you were not taking that.
That's how they managed to get away by helicopter. Not taking too
Like,
much.
if I'm risking 20 years in prison for some shit, if I'm risking 20 years in prison, it better be for more than a fucking $1 million. It can't be for 700K.
Just under a year after the robbery, the 10 men stand trial. 5 of them were accused of being directly involved in the heist. The other 5 face charges of aiding and abetting. The public prosecutor is confident there's enough evidence to convict all of them. But the men deny the charges. Take Alexander Eriksson.
7K, 100K is dirty money,
He's accused
gang.
of flying the helicopter on the night of the heist. No way, he insists. His DNA and stolen
No way!
That's easily explained, he says. After all, the chopper was stolen from the flight school he's been a member of for 15 years.
Oh.
The undercover officer at the museum clearly identifies him as the man in the suit at the meeting with Boyevich. Eriksson admits he was at the meeting. And yes, he talked to Boyevich. But about wind power, since Boyevich works in construction. He claims to have an alibi, too. On the night of the heist, he was involved in a car accident. But there's a problem. An hour after the supposed accident,
What?
spotted at a local McDonald's, about a 30-minute walk from where the helicopter was later found. Surveillance footage shows Eriksson calmly ordering breakfast just before 7 a.m. How did he get from a car crash in central Stockholm to a McDonald's in the suburbs?
In an hour? 20 kilometers in an hour? There would have to be no traffic. You'd have to be in a Lamborghini. And you'd have to be cutting the fuck up like License in his prime, bro. There's no way you make it that far and calmly order McDonald's. Because if I got in a car crash, I would just go to the nearest Popeyes. You know, I don't have to drive 20 kilometers away for anything. It's 6 a.m.? 6 a.m. is peak traffic, bro. All right?
The prosecution is convinced that 2 of the other defendants staged the crash to give him an alibi. Surprisingly, one of them, Zadok Hum, admits his involvement. Investigators found his blood on multiple pieces of evidence. The other defendants continued to deny any involvement in the heist. But after just 18 days of trial, 7 of the 10 defendants are convicted.
Damn.
Alexander Eriksson
How about
and
the other
Zadok
3?
Hum are each sentenced to 7 years in prison for armed robbery. The other 5 defendants are found guilty of aiding, abetting, and protecting criminals, including Goran Boyevich, who also goes to prison.
For how long?
Before the trial, they were seen as daring crooks. None of them were elite soldiers in the Balkan Wars, as was speculated. But the trial stripped them of their mystique. They turned out to be nothing more than a ragtag group of violent criminals.
Damn,
Well, shit.
Mad aura. Nah, 7 years is crazy. 7 years, 700,000, chat. That means every year they do in there was for 100,000. Fuck no, man. Freedom is worth way more than any 100,000. Come on, no. That's bad math right there. ROI is not ROIing.
After the heist, heated debate broke out in Sweden over how such a
7
tax
years
could be
is fake light? Bro, Jaden, have you ever been to fucking jail, my nigga? I was in that bitch for 16 hours, and it changed my perspective on life. 16 hours, bro. 16 hours, and it changed everything. If I was ever in there for 7 years, off of your life, 10% of your lifespan in jail, fuck no.
prevented.
Yeah.
Trade unions spoke out. Handling cash creates a dangerous.
Yeah, I would gladly do 7 years prison for 700K. The fuck?
Oh shit, it's like a little. Oh, Paul with the 50 gifted subs! Paul! Appreciate you. Nah, that's like a dorm room, gang. Hold on. Hold on. Free housing. Wait. This shit nice.
So, for their protection, maybe they should just get rid of it. According to a report from the banking union, 1 in 4 retail workers had already been a victim of a robbery, some multiple times. And according to an anti-cash lobby group, 2 out of every 3 Swedish kroner in circulation was actually unreported money.
What? How's that possible?
The helicopter heist in Vesberga contributed to a shift in thinking. Over time, cash gradually disappeared from daily life. Sweden was the first country in Europe to print paper money back in 1661.
Wow.
About 350 years later, it was one of the first to start abandoning it. The number of robberies in Sweden dropped dramatically. In 2008, there were over 100.
Wow.
By 2016, it was down to just 2.
Wow.
Today, many shops only accept cashless payment.
What?
Theft happens online now. In 2025, the Swedish Central Bank reported that Sweden and Norway had the least cash in circulation relative to their economies of any countries in the world. But some cash is still around, and someone somewhere has quite a lot of it. Because the money from the Vesberga heist was never recovered.
Whoa! The other 3 got away with it!
Let's go.
I knew they could do it. I always believed in them, man. Good video, Fern. Good video. What do you do, flight crew? FTC. Flight team stand. Stop all that stressing. March is now in session. We got the Golden State Warriors versus the Dallas Mavericks. Got the Mavericks. Chrissy Dude, my man PJ Washington. Najee Marshall, Cooper Flag. Gaffer Dude.
Gaffer dude.
Lively.
Gaffery dude.
Klay Thompson. And the rest of nobody. The Warriors, Steph Chef honorary mention. Butler honorary mention. Porzingis, D'Anthony Melton, Draymond Green, Paz, Moody and Moose, GB. I said Melton, right? The Will. The number 77 dude on the team. Number 18 dude on the team.
The Will dude?
The Post. He's Santos. And I think that's everybody. Let's check it out. Another day, no Curry. Rumor is he's supposed to be back by tomorrow, so maybe we can see some extra clips to see if it confirms that.
Cap. We don't believe that. Bro, it's not Crier. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you slow?
Man, I don't even know what our record is the last like 7 games, but I know it ain't good, bro. Top of the game. That's what I'm talking about. See if Porzingis gonna stay at 3 games straight. This is Way's like second time playing against the Warriors. Old team. Let me know the reaction next after this too.
Gonna end of. No, I cannot deny it.
Yeah, guys, I mean, things obviously looking a little bit different out there without number 30.
Damn.
Schefter, who hasn't played since
PJ.
January 4th.
Come on, Moody. You gotta get in the weight room, bro. Good hustle, good hustle, good hustle, good hustle. That's what I'm talking about. Playoff type of defense.
Lost 10 bill to wipe. Wow, lost 10 billion to wipe.
Spencer, you could have got that, bro. Yo, Spencer, put some more intensity out there. Losing by double digits, man. Bro, how we letting the Mavericks with no Kyrie 70 in the first half? Are you serious? Good take. Good take. Marshall dude. Man, pause.
Percentages.
Why the fuck did you heave that shot? You know you didn't even get off in time, and for one, bro, you probably knocked out some random person, innocent person in the crowd, bro.
Bro, that's crazy takes.
Good snatch back. Or not snatch it, but snatch that shit from him. Ah. Moody. In the corner like a prize.
Leading up to it, and it was truly such a special night for the entire Curry family.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Cooper flag cold, bro. I told y'all niggas was gonna be nice.
Cooper.
Come on, man.
Really good defense by Cooper Flag. Had his hand in the passing lane, which is outstanding.
Come on, man.
Cooper.
Draymond need to post that up.
Where's the unstable SMP video? So guys, what's happening?
Previous possession. Get that basketball down. If you don't have anything, make the defense have to move their feet.
Good take.
Warriors with 25 assists on their 32 field goals as Porzingis
Utilize it. Take advantage. Got great
Zion's got 16 and 5 so far. So why don't be Michael Red dudes, Gafford? DB straight.
We always just love hooping, but at a certain age, we did feel like it was a possibility. But just to think, guys, how hard it is for one person to make it to the NBA, and then you've got the same family. I mean, truly just athletic and the talent it takes to do something like
Nice.
that.
Yo, it's a tied game. That's what I'm talking about.
Top of the kind of like a press do. Top of the key.
how can we make adjustments when we haven't followed the game plan? They're on the game plan now. Here's Porzingis, couple of head fakes.
Good head fade. That was solid, Pods.
Step through and finish.
Well, that patience in the half court is what they were. That was the game plan. That's what you're saying.
You gotta step out on those. You gotta step out on those, man.
Porzingis, the back down, the turnaround.
And one. We running. Moody and Moodis?
Moody's.
Take that in my sleep. Good shit. And we up. 109.98. Nice. Top of the fourth. Clay trying to show off, bro.
Donald Trump was crashing out in the Oval Office. He
Of course he was.
A disastrous press conference regarding this unlawful war in Iran. And Donald Trump was
Makes
bragging
sense.
that Iran gave him a present. He said, they gave me a present. It was such a beautiful present. And it's a lot of money, this present. What are you talking about? I mean, as we speak, the war is escalating. You are sending thousands of troops for a potential ground invasion in Iran. We're seeing Iran successfully strike areas in Israel right now. Things are getting worse out there. What are you talking? You got a prize? The hell is he talking about? Play this clip.
What?
They're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous
You
amount
look
of
so
money.
disgusting, Trump. What is
And
wrong
I'm not
with your
gonna tell you
face?
what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it, so that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people. Related? No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related, and it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good, and everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out, and the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait. Yeah, it was.
Then Donald Trump says that Pete Hegseth
What was it then?
and General Kane, the
What was
chairman
it
of the
then?
Joint Chiefs, were disappointed when describing a potential ceasefire or settlement agreement with Iran because they don't want settlement. All they want is war and death. Here, play this clip.
And that's exactly what we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. President, you know, the only two people that were quite disappointed, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said, Pete and General Raisin Kane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad. Pete didn't want it to be settled. It's these guys are doing a great job. That's a good attitude, though, Tom, right? They were not interested in settlement. They were interested in just winning this thing. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you, just taking things...
And then that's what Pete Hegseth says. Pete Hegseth says, the way we negotiate is with bombs.
What?
The way you negotiate is with bombs. Do you realize how idiotic you sound? Do you realize the dangerous words coming out of your mouth that will only fuel further support for the Ayatollah and for the Islamic Republic against the U.S. when you say things like that? Here, play this clip.
The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted...
I mean, they're just feeding off this. Everyone is feeding off this. Like, they could just keep using this every single day for the rest of their life. They could probably talk about this.
Go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice.
What?
As we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interest of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield.
Then Donald Trump says that it was very unexpected for him that Iran would strike the UAE and Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Nobody knew this, Donald Trump says, when in fact everybody knew this. We knew this months ago. His intelligence community knew this. He should have known this, but he's bragging about how stupid and ignorant he is. Here, play this clip.
Unexpectedly, when this war broke out,
What?
unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and elsewhere. And nobody thought they were going to... Were you equally surprised by that, Pete?
Way more than we thought, Mr. President.
Pete, do you want to give about a 3...
Now, one of the things we're learning as this crash out in the Oval Office is taking place is that the...
So they're just lying.
of regional mediators, including Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey, to try to hold high-level peace talks with Iran. The problem is Iran is not responding and they don't want to hold these peace talks, according to Axios and other reporting out there. Also, Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, is concerned that if Trump strikes a deal that falls short of Israel's objectives, that is a big problem for Israel. Back to Donald Trump's crash out in the Oval Office right now. Donald Trump's like, so we did do regime change if you think about it. We killed the old people. And so sure, there may be new people who are more extreme than the old people. And maybe we further empowered the revolutionary guard in Iran. But we did kill the old people. Regime change. We did it. We won. Here, play this clip.
Sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems.
Hello, Paradub.
Say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust.
And if you were like, well, Ben,
Yeah, more
come on, Ben. Stick with the facts, Ben. What are you doing? This is the Midas Touch Network. Y'all just brought in Scott McFarlane. By the way, subscribe to Scott McFarlane's YouTube channel.
How you
Let's get
can
it
be
up to
an
1,000 subscribers. It's at Scott
And
McFarlane.
I know you are Marlo.
Bring in Scott McFarlane and not come with receipts. Here,
Are you calling me a
Trump
cheater?
This war has been won. We won it. If you read the news, what if we read your Truth Social posts? Here, play this clip.
Yeah.
President Trump, on a human level, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out? I guess a human on a human level, not as the president of the United States. How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won.
Huh?
The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it.
More from Donald Trump right here. A reporter asks, so, do you trust
Yeah, I am not a cheater like Marlo though, so.
Says, play this clip.
Can say, Jason, this is
And I don't pose as a woman like Marlo, because Marlo is a guy.
Anybody, I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you.
Or did you see Marlo get
If I
exposed?
didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother
Why do
talking
you?
to them?
Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them
Why bother talking to them?
because they're going to make a deal.
Did someone type something?
Something yesterday that was amazing.
I didn't see anything.
Gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present.
What about Saudi Arabia, Donald? There's been reporting that the Crown Prince has been encouraging you to do certain things relating to Iran. Now, this question was purposely...
Oh, you don't like bots?
I think the reporter knew that Saudi Arabia was trying
I
to
feel like Kick has a lot of bots, you know.
publicly hide that it was already involved in this war against Iran. But Donald Trump's like, oh, MBS? He's a warrior. He is fighting with us. Also, he has given your family billions of dollars, or at least hundreds of millions of dollars, in my opinion. Play this clip.
On Saudi Arabia, there's been some reporting that you've been talking to the Crown Prince. Have you been focused on normalization?
Have you seen the updated the BESTIARY for Diana? I made it easier.
Relationship with Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Just hearing that you've been talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share a little bit?
He's a warrior. He does, yeah. He's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent, and UAE, excellent. And I will tell you, Qatar, incredible. Qatar took a hit, pretty bad hit. Qatar is very close, you know, they're essentially, you can walk right over the border. Qatar took a hit. They've been great. They've been very strong. Kuwait, they had a little mishap. They shot down 3 planes with our missiles. They happen to be our planes, but the pilots made it. Can you imagine the pilots making it? The pilots are always coming. And they
What?
said those are patriots. We're
Why
not
is he
the risky
talking like
patriots,
this?
and they got
Why
out.
is he acting like
Patriot, right?
the Middle East is
Free
happy with him
aviation.
right now?
They got out.
The Middle East
The
is,
three
aren't
pilots
happy
lived.
with you,
They're
bro.
flying. In fact, they're flying.
Are you fucking idiots?
Then a reporter says so. There have been some reports that J.D. Vance is leading the negotiations with Iran. And the reason that it's Vance is that from some sources they've said that Iran doesn't want to deal with Witkoff and Kushner because the last time they were involved, there was immediately after a deal was reached with the Oman foreign minister, the U.S. struck Iran. So Donald Trump's like, yeah, it's J.D. Vance, but then it's also Witkoff and Kushner, which again undermines, even if it's Vance and these other people are in the background, Iran doesn't want to deal with Kushner and Witkoff. So saying Kushner and Witkoff is involved sends a signal to Iran that you're not serious about discussing.
Wait, what is that? I don't even think that.
I know you said there's
What even is that?
administration who are negotiating with Iran.
No, I don't have a hat, bro.
Those negotiations, is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is.
I don't have a hat.
Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved. Very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved, and I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about.
I don't have a hat. Like I don't have one.
If Iran had
The
a
fuck?
nuclear weapon, they would have used it.
Then you have Pete Hegseth saying, when the president says war fighters are gonna fight, we're vicious. We're as vicious as you can be. Watch Hegseth, it's idiotic. Let's play it.
Never in history has a modern military. Iran had a modern military, a modern navy, a modern air force, modern air defenses, leadership, massive bunker. Never has a modern military been so rapidly
yeah, sure.
obliterated, defeated from day one with overwhelming firepower. The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one.
Then Donald Trump is like, if we didn't have the B-2s hit, now we obliterated. Everyone's obliterated. Okay, well, I see what's happening right now in Israel. I see what's happening in Kuwait. I see what's happening in the neighboring Arab nations where Iran's penetration rate with their ballistic missiles that now drop those clusters is higher now than at the beginning of the war. You can replay it.
I don't know why, but if we didn't have those the B-2 hit, which was so we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration. Said, no, we obliterated it. Just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it. And they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including Israel.
And then you have Hegseth saying, this is not Iraq. This is not Afghanistan. We have clear objectives. We're not going to tell you what they are. We'll do riddles. Like, we got prizes in the Strait. Big prize. We're not going to tell you what it is. Here, play this clip.
This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. This is not a president who's interested in vague end states. He's been very clear with us about what we need to accomplish, creating the conditions for them never to have a nuclear capability, and that's exactly what we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you.
No, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, Pete Hegseth or whatever.
Today,
not gonna work.
We will have the privilege of shooting up Iran. We have the privilege of blowing up their
they said this?
generation plants. Yeah, that's a war crime. That's a war crime. Here, play this clip.
We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we're going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant, it collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
Was the turning?
Then Donald Trump starts blabbering about, can you name one thing that's not done? I don't know, their entire leadership structure right now that's more extreme. You've empowered the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Everything is just a worse version of it was before. And Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. But go on, lie. Here, play this clip.
The anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. Pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want.
More from Donald Trump here.
Lucha der Cog?
Looks at something
Yo.
that's Native American. He's like, ooh, I I didn't know that about you. Here, play this clip.
I hope you're happy.
Hope you're happy.
He's the only Native American. I didn't know that, huh? Let me look at you. Well, I think that's all right. He's got great quality, I can tell you. He's the only Native American in the Senate.
I can't even stand your voice anymore. I hate your voice, everything about you.
3. Well, you're a fantastic representative, Mark.
Then Donald Trump says that Kamala Harris is low IQ. Let's play it.
Can you imagine that, Jim? She's the border czar. She never called Border Patrol. Explain that to me. He's the worst. She was as bad as he
Oh,
was.
but stop playing his voice. I'd just rather hear you, Ben. Please, Ben, just talk.
Just here are some photos
Oh.
of significant damage of residential structures.
His voice makes me want to go to sleep.
Tonight, Israel
Oh.
of multiple cluster munitions. I'll just show you video footage from an hour ago showing several failed interceptions of Iranian medium-range ballistic missiles that I think have clusters with them as well. This is near the city of Safed in northern Israel. So this is what's going on while Donald Trump's saying he's getting prizes, everybody. Prizes. Play it. There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. And subscribe, most importantly, to Scott McFarlane News. Search that on YouTube, at Scott McFarlane News right now. Subscribe. Tell him Midas Touch sent you. We did a great video today on Capitol Hill, by the way. Hit subscribe. Thanks so much for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber. Welcome inside the Capitol, day one, reporting for Midas Touch, reporting for you, telling you what's going on, and this is reporting. We'll get more into that in a minute. First of all, the news we found today. It's noteworthy when there's a new Homeland Security Secretary sworn in that Republican Tom Tillis said this about the outgoing Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem.
FEMA department that's already doing extraordinarily well compared to 2 weeks ago. You know, we're starting to see money flowing into North Carolina. I'm hearing similar money that should have been flowing for months. So I think Mark Wayne's going to come in and have a lot of after actions for things that didn't work under Noem, and I don't expect him to repeat those mistakes. I think he'll be very focused. I think he'll delegate. He'll know what he doesn't know, and he'll bring experts in versus trying to wing it, which is one of the big problems I had with Noem.
We also were digging on this potential compromise to reopen TSA, get those lines knocked down at the airport, reopen Department of Homeland Security, but kind of separate, wall off money for ICE, which is still a poisonous issue politically here. I think it was important to hear what Dick Durbin, the Democrat from Illinois, said about this possible compromise and whether Democrats are getting enough or anything out of it.
Of course. What we've been trying to do is...
What is DHS?
The aspects of the Department of Homeland Security that are not ICE. That has been our proposal 10 times in the floor of the Senate, and Republicans have rejected it every time. I think now they may be open to it.
Is there any concern in your party, you think, that Democrats aren't really securing enough in that compromise?
Well, wait until you see the final list of things that they agreed to at the White House level. We're still waiting on it. We're waiting for specific language as well.
Well, when can you expect to get that language?
Wow, he is like 90 years old here.
Little bit of news out of Republican John Kennedy of Louisiana. He made clear the president seems to be having second thoughts and seems to be vacillating on whether to support this compromise. Take a listen to what I asked him.
President Trump, as is his right, rejected the idea. But I understand he has, Senator Thune told me last night, he has reconsidered. And now he would I've also been asking for, I don't know, weeks since God was a child. I've been saying that we ought to try to do the SAVE Act through reconciliation because we're never going to get any Democrats to vote for it.
And there is a lot of chatter about the chatter. You know, people are giving their opinions of what they think of this new enterprise of Midas Touch. And the point of this is to be a reporter and not give opinions. So it is noteworthy that there are people throwing opinions at us. It was the White House press secretary. It was the FCC chair. Let me read to you what they said. I have it on my phone. The White House press secretary had an opinion, and the opinion starts with, veteran CBS reporter joins far-left media company Midas Touch as anchor, says they share the same North Star. The FCC chair said, same job, new duty station. I actually like that. It is the same job. And it is a new duty station with the Capitol in both cases, but reporting for you from a different organization. As for the press secretary saying that I'm a veteran CBS reporter, not a veteran CBS reporter, I'm a former CBS reporter, but I am a veteran reporter and here to make news and break news. And I'll say this about the White House. I did send an inquiry to them about Iran last night, and they did respond with some background information. They are treating us as what we are, as reporters. This did come up, though. This shift from CBS to Midas Touch did come up at an event last night here in Washington. The Toner Journalism Awards are awards given to some very worthy journalists over the past year, from the Chicago Tribune, the Washington Post, and ProPublica for their heroic work covering the Trump administration's first year of its second term. But there was some discussion about my shift. And it was a discussion led by Kara Swisher. Listen to what Kara said about the move to independent journalism. It's worth your time.
To the business of journalism, which is quite impacted by technology, by AI, by the splintering because of social media, but
by
also
the purchasing of
the
media, by
structure.
technology, billionaires. Do you understand what they're doing?
I do.
Right. Scott. Good move. You'll love it out here. It's much better. You don't want to work for the Ellisons. I've spent a lot of time with Larry Ellison. He's a terrible person. I don't think they'll be good owners. I don't. I think they've already shown several times, including editorial choices, which Scott knows more about than I, though I know a lot, Scott, that they have no interest in journalism. And I refuse to work for an organization that doesn't respect journalists. And I don't mean not cutting. Listen, I got out of journalism because I understood the costs were too high and I could make a lot more money if I did it in a more efficient, more digital way. And I think a lot of legacy organizations have been really stubborn in terms of understanding what's going on. That's
everyone sold their soul.
That's the costs are out of line with the audience, right? That's just the way it is. That's not how you do it. It's a basic like disdain for it as anything useful. That there's not a way to reform it except for hiring someone who isn't a journalist. I'm sorry, I just don't. There's no reason for me to do that. And on some level, I just don't. I don't have to because I've created my own media organization where I make a lot of money, so I don't have to. And so for me to stand up to say I'm not working for you hacks, I'm just not doing it, and it's not worth it to me. Especially in a business, television, which is the audiences are going like this and aging like this. So I do a lot better direct to consumer kind of thing.
And to be criticized as a reporter, we're kind of used to that. We've been getting that a lot. And we certainly get it in spades from the Trump administration. Just take a listen to some of what Trump himself has said about other reporters in just the past few weeks. You get a sense here that this is their muscle memory, and it may in fact be validation.
And what's wrong with why are we attacking people who are just explaining stuff that's happening?
You've deployed ICE. You're not doing a very good job. You've deployed ICE agents. You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead.
What exactly do you want from these calls?
You believe in taking CNN over Newsmax? You believe it? I don't think he's going to be a Newsmax.
What did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who believe
you are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth, and you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you. Okay, go ahead. Were you one of the worst ones to make the most corrupt one? You know what ABC is? I think it's maybe the most corrupt of news organizations. I think that they're very obnoxious person. Go ahead.
It's actually been a real range of reaction. Lots of nasty grams, to which I've grown accustomed over the years, and some really important feedback from you on the YouTube page. You leave it in the comments on Substack, IG, on X. One message said, "So excited for your reporting, straightforward and the facts. You're going to knock it out of the park." Another said, "Subscribed immediately." Thank you for that. Those are magic words. "After seeing your big news. Congrats, Scott. Glad you'll be reporting independently. Mainstream media is so last century." My kids will tell you my music taste is so last century too, but I'm evolving. Also, congratulations. I've subscribed and really appreciate the great journalism, the legal minds, informed opinions, and explanations of complex issues found on the Midas Touch Network. Explanations, so important to provide some context and understanding of what all this means to you. Happy to meet a number of loyal Midas Touch Network readers, viewers, listeners here at the Capitol today. I suspect there are many we'll meet as the days go on. But also, to be clear,
Capitol Hill
is in search of our better angels to make sure we just communicate better with each other.
Yeah.
The nasty grams, the tough tweets, those are part of a dialogue. But we channel our better selves when we just communicate to each other simply. One, like people.
Former CBS News reporter Scott McFarland announced on Monday he's joining the far-left media company Midas Touch. Wow, we're so far left because, again, why? We report on the truth. We care about democracy, empathy, and treating people with respect and with dignity.
So, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to be here on the Hill at the Department of Justice, covering wherever news is happening in Washington, D.C. We'll be there on the ground. Try to get you some enterprising, unilateral information. Also try to ask the contrarian question. Things other people aren't asking, or things that are perhaps more important to you versus those who are consuming mainstream, traditional, linear media. I pledge to you we'll be on all platforms, all the time, representing this singular ethos, the ethos I share with Midas Touch and have from the jump. You don't platform lies, you don't platform conspiracy theories, and you don't whitewash history. And to be clear, I'm in a building in which history has been whitewashed over the past 5.5 years. We will not abide by that. That's the North Star. To be truthful, it's a North Star everybody should be aiming for and aspiring to. I appreciate your subscribing. Subscribe, like, share, comment, spread the engagement, and if you have questions you want me to ask while we're here, please suggest them. I'm here for you, and we'll do this together. As I've said before, we will run through marble walls together if we have to get to the other side.
Really want to thank you for watching. You can comment, share, and subscribe for exclusive reporting, breaking news, 365 days a year, right here.
Let's go.
Oh my God! He took my gun! Help, 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 help! Ah! Wait, there's something running! I'm getting dragged! That was such a jump scare. Hello. House. Oh, this is I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm ready too. Dollhouse Corp.
Oh my gosh, this is creepy. Wait.
Welcome inside the Capitol, day one, reporting for Midas Touch. This is going to be a busy day. In a few moments, I'll tell you about my exclusive reporting about a new effort on Capitol Hill to try to force the Trump administration to dial back what types of federal agents it puts inside U.S. cities and how it does so. This is the deployment of federal agents in places like Minneapolis, Chicago, Los Angeles, in cities away from the southern and northern borders. They're going to try to force the administration's hand through some of the language when they fund
the Department of Homeland Security. I'll get to that in a few moments. That's exclusive right here. First, my enterprise reporting from earlier this morning. There is a new inquiry into the Trump Mar-a-Lago classified records matter, the one that was dismissed in criminal court
Of course.
by Federal Judge Eileen Cannon in July 2024. According to a new inquiry, I want to show it to you from the ranking member of the House Committee on the Judiciary, some of the recently revealed documents that were shared with the Committee on the Judiciary indicate, or potentially indicate, Trump showed a classified record on a trip on a plane from Florida to Bedminster in June 2022, and also that there was potentially a classified map in that record, and that records were either seen or shared by Trump outside of the presidency during the 4 years in between the Trump terms that were so classified, only 6 people in the American government had access to them. The questions that have been submitted to the Trump administration and the Department of Justice by the Committee on the Judiciary include these 6. They want information by Tuesday indicating what did that classified map detail? Was it improperly retained? Was there some business interest Trump may have had involving those classified records that may have been a motive for keeping the records? And what's more, I think it's important to note here what the ranking member, Jamie Raskin of Maryland, of the Judiciary Committee, is saying in this new inquiry, that they saw these records recently as part of that Arctic frost investigation that the Senate Committee on the Judiciary and House Judiciary Committee members have had a big interest in. Looking back at Special Counsel Jack Smith's work investigating Trump, they have alleged it was an overreach by Trump. What Raskin and the Democrats are saying is through this effort to unearth some type of scandal through Arctic frost or problems in Arctic frost, they have surfaced new records for all to see that raise questions about those classified records. Take a listen to what was said at the Senate Judiciary Committee about this whole Arctic frost matter. Perhaps gives you an explanation of what they're getting after here.
When Richard Nixon and his corrupt attorney general and his corrupt administration abused their law enforcement powers to go after their political opponents, Republican senators stood up to the president of their own party and defended the rule of law. Where is even a single Democrat senator who has said one word about this abuse of power? Is there not one? There are 47 Democrats in this body. Is there not one who can come forward and say, you know what? Turning the Department of Justice into the Oppo research and attack machine of the DNC is not what the DOJ is supposed to be.
Democrats have all but called this a Don Quixote effort to find something that isn't there. That there was no misconduct by the special counsel. There was an investigation by the special counsel that grand jurors saw fit to issue an indictment for in Washington, D.C., and of course that case in Florida. Take a listen to the response from Democrats over Arctic frost.
Americans are made less safe every time this committee holds a hearing promoting fake outrage about Jack Smith and denigrating FBI and DOJ professionals. Every time MAGA influencers like Laura Loomer convince the president to fire agency heads. And every time Kash Patel fires FBI experts because he wants to distract.
It's Kash Patel still a thing? Bro.
His wasting of taxpayer dollars to fly around the world on a private jet, his partying at the Olympics, or his undermining of the FBI's own investigation. Instead of chasing conspiracy theories down rabbit holes, that's what we should be focused on.
I asked the Department of Justice for comment on this new inquiry into
They're not gonna comment, are they?
Response to that request for comment, but it's always worth remembering the Democrats don't have subpoena power here. So they're asking for records to be submitted to them by March 31st. If I'm doing the math correctly, that's Tuesday.
Hi, Robo.
They can't compel witnesses and they can't compel records to be handed over. It does resurface an issue that had gone dormant for a while, and Democrats still think there hasn't been full accountability for the Mar-a-Lago classified records matter, because when it was dismissed by Judge Eileen Cannon, a Trump appointee, in
I'm having some issues here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to max out Diana.
Issue that she argued the special counsel was not lawfully appointed, not that there was fundamental issues with some of the allegations in the case. This matter appears will continue, at least in the coming days. All right, there's other news, but first let me share a comment or two that you've submitted over the last few hours about this new home for my enterprise reporting at the Midas Touch Network. One commenter said, "No matter who's on Capitol Hill, keep their feet to the coals for us, Republicans and Democrats alike." That is the ethos. Pressing anybody we can for better information, for better answers, and for some accountability. I appreciate that. Another comment said, "How can Trump vote as a convicted felon? That's been blocked in Florida despite a voter referendum." That is a reference to this issue over Trump voting by mail in a special election yesterday, even as they try to push this SAVE Act, which would dial back voting by mail protections across the country. Take a listen to this excerpt from what Hakeem Jeffries said yesterday about why he...
How you doing, dog? Like, are you still like, have you learned English today, maybe? I don't know.
Republicans in the midterm elections.
A couple questions about the SAVE Act. Is there any concern opposition to the SAVE Act may give the perception your party's against voter ID, which has some popularity across the country? And also, what do you make of the president voting by mail as the SAVE Act seems to try to stop voting by mail?
Yeah, we have made clear repeatedly that we support voter identification laws. And here in this country, elections are administered by states and localities, and each state and locality has the ability to determine what is the most appropriate form of voter identification that should be required for their citizens to participate in voting in that state. New York State has
Are you unemployed? No.
identification laws, which I support, and which does facilitate voting that allows for maximum participation by citizens, while at the same period of time ensuring
I wish I was, but no.
are free and fair. This is a states' right issue. What happened to the days when Republicans actually supported states' rights? These people are phony, and the example right now, amongst many,
trash.
for years Donald Trump has been railing against voting by mail.
Well, kind of.
To turn around and vote by mail.
All right, now to some exclusive reporting.
Recycling.
We have here on new requests by a top Democrat from Colorado. It's being made to his colleagues to insert some language to dial back what immigration enforcement officers have been doing across the country. First, a reminder that we have a new Homeland Security Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen. Kristi Noem has stood down. And another reminder, what Trump was saying about Noem and this changeover in just the past few days.
Do you believe the secretary will run DHS any differently than Kristi Noem did? What do you hope to see as his priorities?
Well, we had a good run. Look, we created the strongest border with the help of that man right there. Tom is so incredible. He's going to be a
I don't have true max accounts.
There's nobody more professional, nobody better. There's nobody better as a human being. You know, he looks tough, but he's got a good heart. But not too good. Don't make it too good. But, you know, we had Tom. We have the safest border we've ever had.
All right, take a look at what has just been sent to the top Democrat and Republican on the committee that oversees money for Homeland Security in the U.S. House. This push from a group of Democrats is to ensure there's language the next time they fund the Department of Homeland Security that dials back how some federal agents, especially Homeland Security investigative agents, are deployed.
Like, you're way more unemployed than me. Like, how you play this game literally all day, every day. You have no job. You have no school. You don't even go to school.
But in particular, they do some really high-octane stuff. You know, HSI investigates, among many things, child pornography. It stops child pornographers. And the fundamental concern is this priority on putting federal agents in U.S. cities, to putting an all-hands-on deck towards border enforcement or immigration enforcement, does starve resources from places those resources need to be. They want to actually add into the letter of the law the next time the Department of Homeland Security is funded by Congress, by taxpayers.
Many voices.
The department must return its focus to its mission rather than diverting critical resources and personnel and diverting them into U.S. cities. At the time of war in Iran and an elevated domestic threat, that those
what even is this?
Should be doing the mission.
Why is my hand like itchy?
That request is being made by Jason Crow of Colorado.
Like, why?
And a series of other Democrats who are championing this.
It's not even fair, dude.
Concerns about what's playing out in U.S. cities. We have more of that reporting going up on Substack. More of it will be available through the Midas Touch Network. We want you to like, subscribe, comment, chat. Get involved with this. What things do you want to see?
I just came back up to this. I have no idea what to do after all of it.
With you and for you. Really want to thank you for watching. You can comment, share, and subscribe for exclusive.
I guess forging update is a good start.
365 days a year, right here.
It's been a long time since you sat down for one of these. Yeah, it's been a minute. What have you been up to? Wow, everything, a lot. Most people go through their things, you know, very privately.
This is going to be a busy day. In a few moments, I'll tell you about my exclusive reporting about a new effort on Capitol Hill.
I got no wacky intro for you on this one. We're going to be covering a degenerate.
Donald Trump just got the news.
Will we see arrests or illegal migrant arrests at airports, sir? Arrests? Will we see ICE arresting illegal migrants at airports? Yeah, that's...
I know I just have to be better, Diana. Be more focused than me, and then you should get good rates. I'm throwing hard.
And there have been 10 bills that would have funded TSA, CISA, Coast Guard, and FEMA. There was a discharge petition in the House the Democrats brought forward last week that the Republicans refused to sign on to. And saying that Donald Trump is the one who gave an off-ramp, John Thune went to him this weekend and said, we have a deal on this. I want this. I saw Ted Cruz is enthusiastic about it. And I know Ted Cruz loves to get an airport open in case he has somewhere to go.
Trump wants the American people to believe that Democrats caused the chaos that we are seeing at airports across the country. Well, it appears that narrative is crumbling. And don't just take it from me. This is coming from members in his own Republican Party.
Senator Cruz and I came up with a plan. We said, look, it's a two-step process. The Democrats have offered to open up everything but ICE.
Right. What is wrong with these people's voices? Like, just listening to these people's voices puts a dent in my ears. Wait, does that make any sense? I don't know.
The shutdown and DHS is back open. We submitted that. Senator Thune submitted that to President Trump. As is his right, he said no.
Airports across the country are dealing with massive.
Why do people not show Sphinx cords? Like, what are people doing? It's the hardest beastery, man. Come on.
This is tied to a funding standoff in Washington, in which Senate Republicans have blocked Democratic proposals to fund TSA and other Department of Homeland Security functions. With multiple bills failing to pass despite focusing solely on keeping airport security operations running.
Democrats' position has not changed. We want to pay TSA workers today. We're ready to meet with the White House today to keep talking. In fact, we were going to meet this morning with Tom Homan, but apparently the White House pulled that meeting because of Donald.
I should just get a party where people are like not
to reopen the Department of Homeland Security and get
not retarded, I guess.
By the end of the week, Senator John Kennedy told Fox host Will Cain that he and Republican colleague Ted Cruz had drawn up a two-step path out of the shutdown. Kennedy said that the president rejected it point blank.
And that way we're out of the shutdown and DHS is back open. We submitted that. Senator Thune submitted that to President Trump. As is his right, he said no. No deals with the Democrats. It would have worked. We could have had TSA paid by the end of the week, but the president said no deal.
Of course he said no deal.
So Senator Cruz
because he's retarded.
A few days ago came up with a two-step process to solve both problems. Step one, we would open up everything at DHS except ICE, including TSA, which the Democrats have already agreed to, and then we would fund ICE through
You are banned, retard.
which we can
Okay.
do only with Republican votes. We
Sure.
wouldn't need any Democratic votes. I don't speak for Senator Cruz on this part of it, but I also have suggested that we use the reconciliation process with only Republican votes.
Oh, you want me to downtown? Okay.
Pass, the SAVE Act. Now, we pitched this to Senator Thune a couple of days ago. He pitched it to President Trump. President Trump, as you know from his tweets, said no. But I talked to Senator Thune last night, and he says the president has reconsidered and may be on board. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know for certain.
That's a bit of a.
And this public admission comes a day after the Daily Beast reported that Senate Majority Leader John Thune had taken a similar everything but ICE proposal to Trump, only for the president to shoot it down. And the thing is, somehow it makes the president look dumber, right? When he's out here publicly blaming Democrats for something that his own Republican Party have admitted is Trump's doing.
Here at the front of a storm, the Democrats have caused lots of problems at the airports and all other places too. We shouldn't be in this position, especially when we're in conflict elsewhere. But how are you doing, and how is ICE doing at the airports and helping out?
Oh, sir, just have the opportunity to help our other fellow officers at Department of Homeland Security. We're doing great. We're going to make sure that your promise is kept, that we're going to help those lines move, and we're going to make people safe. And no one should be nervous to go to the airport, because we're going to make sure that every traveler in spring break has a safe journey.
Mr. President, you've deployed ICE agents to American
What can I not play? Hello?
Sir, you've deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a very good job.
You've deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead.
What exactly do you want from
You
these
believe in
calls?
taking CNN over Newsmax? You believe it?
And speaking of dumb, well, watch the reaction from 4 out of the 5 Fox News, the 5 hosts, Jessica Parlov, outlined this very point regarding their fearless cult leader.
Well, it's only been a few days of the almost Mark Wayne Mullen era.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know,
So
but
I don't know
since 2
what...
months that they...
Oh, yeah, well,
Som verdensledende innen robotgressklipper.
Yo.
Sent into Minneapolis, and that there was an acknowledgement
Yo, look at that.
on the part of the president, though Tom Homan voiced it, that the way ICE was being run was unacceptable, and what Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller and Greg Bovino were doing was out of line, and there are dead Americans as a result.
That's
of
my
it.
point, though. All 3 of those people are gone. Why wouldn't the Democrats just say, let's...
Oh my god, he's massive. Why is he so big?
Instead of doing this to the TSA agents and the traveling public.
The Senate Democrats have
Why are these people so big?
7 standalone bills to fund TSA, and there have been 10 bills that would have funded TSA, CISA, Coast Guard, and FEMA. There was a discharge petition in the House that the Democrats brought forward last week that the Republicans refused to sign.
Oh, wait. Are people just giving up free mass because it's so easy?
Went to him this weekend and said, "We have a
I
deal on
guess.
this. I want this." I saw Ted Cruz is enthusiastic about it. I know Ted Cruz loves to get an airport open in case he has somewhere to go. But they were offering him, saying, we can get ICE funding done through reconciliation.
Right.
We just need 51 votes for that. We have the numbers. We can reopen the airports the way you need them to be. We can fund FEMA.
Som verdensledende innen robotgressklipper
I want the Save America Act.
har vi lansert kabelfri teknologi, så
Why are people in this so massive?
Yeah, but that's not
Wait,
what
how though? Like,
now. They're saying you want to fund it, just fund it. There are bills on the floor to be able to do that. Republicans are refusing to do it. And the Save America Act is not a voter ID bill. It is a citizenship bill. The American public knows that. If you said you can show any ID when you show up to vote, people would go for that.
Wait,
If you say that you
are
need
these people
to
just
register
bots?
with your passport or your birth certificate,
I'm so confused.
that is not going to happen. And I've said it before, it's going to disadvantage Republican voters than Democratic voters, and none of them are illegal, in case you were going
This is all just bots.
It's been reported that almost 3,500 TSA officers, nearly 12% of the workforce, did not show up for work over this past weekend, while more
What
than
the fuck?
400 workers
It's all just bots.
have quit since the shutdown began in mid-February. And instead of reversing course and funding the TSA, the administration chose a workaround idea. We'll send ICE agents into the airports because ICE, well, they always solve problems. Am I right?
we're dealing
It's all just bots.
Mine. That was mine. That was
like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip? 182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea.
Regardless of the fact that they are not trained as TSA screeners, and as we've seen in the past, are known to take high-stress situations.
What the fuck is happening? This, people are so massive. Bro.
Som verdensledende innen robotgressklipping har vi lansert kabelfri teknologi.
People got in the red states, they have to realize, like.
Well, let's go back to your initial. Why is it Republicans' fault?
Because they already, they have the power to move. They can move money, like they take money from Social Security. I'm on Social Security. They take money from Social Security and they put it in other places. Well, if ICE has all these billions of dollars from the big beautiful bill, and you need money for TSA agents and
you have an ad block?
And the Coast Guard, then move the money around. Take that money. There's already more than ICE can use. Why do you need more money? And that's the thing. They want more money for ICE. ICE already has more money than they can spend. And they are holding up the Coast Guard and TSA just to get more money for ICE. But ICE has already been funded past whatever. That's what, and they don't want to fund ICE because of the murders of the two people in.
You have ad blocker?
And they just don't want to even investigate that.
For weeks, the administration tried to blame Democrats for this shutdown, right? But that narrative, it's clearly getting harder to sustain when you now have Republican senators admitting that a deal existed.
I see.
It's confirmation that Trump doesn't care about the American worker, and clear evidence of the consequences is on show. And at that point, it's no longer a partisan argument, right? It's a documented decision that whatever transpires at these airports is Trump's doing.
And so what's happening today in America that should outrage everybody? He's taking this very same agency that has been bursting into our schools, into our churches, into our hospitals, into our courts, and even into the homes of Americans. He's taking that agency that is reckless and out of control and bringing them to our airports under the lie that somehow this is going to help deal with the
how is this going to happen
that he created in the first place. This is an outrage. We should not have an agency that America doesn't trust, an agency that literally has seen violence against Americans, an agency that is tearing away American families, tearing apart American families, and arresting and detaining Americans, and violating due process rights and civil rights.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
Look at this disgusting, bro. It's green. Yeah. Do you like this shit, like green stuff? Bro, it can't taste good. It's salad.
We are coming to you from our headquarters in Los Angeles, home of the 2028 Summer Olympic Games. I'm excited about the Olympics coming here. Guillermo, you and I, we're going to go to all the canoeing events, every one of them.
You got it, Jimmy, yes.
Even though the Olympics are more than 2 years away, we now have the official color palette of the games, finally. I've been waiting for this official color palette since they announced it. And here it is. They say it was
How?
inspired by the super bloom here in California.
I do not want to be American.
I've never heard of. Does you ever hear? Can you smoke the super bloom? I don't know what that is. But put that back up because I hopefully President Trump's going to like it. I think he will. It's got the orange of his skin, the yellow of his hair, and the purple of his hand bruises. So we will learn more about the plan for the Olympics over the coming months. But I think I have a great idea for who should be the announcer at the opening ceremonies.
Welcome, Kenya, Antigua and Barbuda, Cuba, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bangladesh, Belize and Bolivia, Burundi, Cabo Verde, Congo,
Bro, Xbox, have you been to Djibouti?
Republic, Ecuador,
Oh no.
Guinea, Estonia, France, Gambia, Georgia, Ghana, and Guatemala here in Washington, D.C.
Remember that,
Djibouti. Djibouti, you know? I found out about that country yesterday. It's actually kind of awesome. Djibouti. Djibouti.
Kenya, Kosovo, Lithuania,
Djibouti.
Malawi, Montenegro, Morocco, Nigeria, North Macedonia, Palau, Panama, Paraguay.
Of course, Paraguay. What are we, savages? I mean, where are my Panamanians at? Why would they do this to her? I mean, why would they make her announce the names of all of the country? She could have just said, welcome everyone but Iran. Instead they put her through a whole Duolingo. She's not finished?
Hello, Poland, Romania, Senegal, Serbia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, St. Kitts and Nevis, Ukraine, and UAE.
I guess Zimbabwe couldn't make it. It's probably for the best. And then at the end of the summit, she said goodbye to them all in reverse. It was amazing. Meanwhile, her husband was in Memphis yesterday. He took a VIP tour of Graceland while he was there. He invaded Graceland, and then Elvis hosted a roundtable to catch us up on his efforts to crack down on crime, including the most heinous crime of all, putting your ballots in a mailbox.
You know, brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating.
That's right. He prefers in-person cheating, preferably with a porn star shortly after his wife gives birth. And he keeps saying, it was brought to his attention today, that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. When is somebody going to step in and tell him that is not true? 34 countries have mail-in voting. All the countries that have mail-in voting. So here's where the real magic comes in. That was yesterday. Guess what he did today? That's right. He voted by mail today for the special election in Florida. He's unbelievable. He's really Donald Trump claiming he wants to protect election integrity. It's like Bill Cosby telling you he'll watch your drink for you. Something. You know, I mentioned this last week, and now it's official. The Trump administration is shelling out $1 billion of our money to a French energy company to cancel construction of wind turbines in North Carolina and New York. He's paying this company to not build these renewable energy farms because he has this weird hatred of what he calls windmills. He says they're unsightly, they're ugly monsters, they're losers, a con job, they're bad for the environment, and they make a lot of noise, which is exactly how most of us feel about him. And so, this is interesting. Do you know where the windmill was invented? It was invented in Iran. Persians invented the windmill between 500 and 900 AD, and now he wants to destroy them for it, I guess. And the man Boob of La Mancha again declared victory in Iran today. He said, this war has been won, and yet we're still fighting it. Or are we? We don't know. According to the president, there were some major progress yesterday thanks to a mysterious gift.
You think I trust them? I don't trust them. Why bother talking to them? because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it is a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it, so that meant one thing to me, would deal with the right people.
A prize? They gave him either a present or a prize. What kind of present did they send? Did they give him a Vitamix? I mean, what? Is he sure it's safe to open this present when he gets it? Because who would have ever guessed he could be easily manipulated by expensive gifts? Maybe they gave him a medal that says world's greatest enemy or something. I don't know. I can't wait to find out what this incredibly valuable prize could be. You know, one thing we can be grateful for is that the president surrounds himself with great minds like the former mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, who gave us this update on the plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Hormuz is still closed. We're gonna just close off with some kind of a we're gonna close off with just a
Well, with just a what? What kind of Mayor Giuliani? What are we gonna close off with? Mayor Giuliani, can you hear me? Mayor Giuliani, you're on. You're still on. The show is still on. Hello? I think we're watching the first ever human buffering before our eyes. Rudy!
We'll see.
Okay, he's back. All right, you know what? We're going to take 10 seconds for station identification. You're watching the Nursing Home Podcast Network. Rudy Giuliani might not be with us much longer, but don't worry, Trump's got a whole new generation of
Invite me.
including his newly confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne, Chuck Mike.
Bro, I get back. Oh my god.
Maybe Mellon's better. He is the now former senator.
Bro, that ass.
Before he was elected to the Senate, Mark Wayne Mullen was a low-level MMA fighter and a plumber. That's right. We have a plumber protecting us from terrorism now. It worked for Super Mario. Why not Mark Wayne? But honestly, I mean, if Trump is going to keep picking these unqualified people to run the department, why not have more fun with it? I mean, next time, instead of Mark Wayne, how about Little Wayne for Homeland Security? At least we could get a concert out of it, right? Mullen is replacing Kristi Noem, who was ousted 3 weeks ago and will never be seen again. Today, Trump hosted a swearing-in ceremony for Mark Wayne and his Mullinettes, where he shared his thoughts on what is surely the greatest threat to our homeland security.
Anybody in your family want men to play in women's sports? I don't think so, Jim, right? How would they do? Would they do good wrestling you? They would be in trouble? He said, yes, they'd be in big trouble. It's so crazy. Transgender mutilization of children, we don't want that. Men playing in women's sports, men in women's sports, transgender for everyone. They want men to be able to play in women's sports. They want transgender.
You just fucking me. What?
Terrible.
Terrible. It always goes back to transgender. With every time he opens his mouth, he can turn a wedding toast into a rant about penises. Is it possible he's trying to tell us he wants to be a woman deep down inside? I mean, why else would he keep bringing this up? And the best part is the guy Jim he was talking to was Mark Wayne Mullen's son. Or daughter, if they're not careful. They really have to. Elsewhere in Washington, these
Nå heter det meg når det er åpent da, fordi du blir sikkert ferdig med B-story sånn om 1 time.
of Trump's efforts to overthrow the election. It's called Operation Arctic Frost, which is not a flavor of Gatorade. It is the code name for Jack Smith's probe into Trump's shenanigans in 2020. The DOJ subpoenaed the phone records of a number of prominent Republican politicians, including sweaty Teddy Cruz, who was highly upset.
The FBI took the cell phone data of nearly 20% of the Republicans in the Senate. Such invasive subpoenas were granted by Judge Boasberg, and Judge Boasberg signed those orders like he was printing the menu at a Denny's.
What?
Signed them like he was printing a prints the menu at a Denny's. They come laminated. This simile makes no sense. Please, Ted, explain this in human tongue because we don't know. What does Denny's have anything to do with any of this? Are you saying you're hungry for pancakes? Because if so, we'll get you some scrambled eggs. I don't. Meanwhile, none of these guys are screaming about the fact that we still haven't seen
Nice.
the Trump Epstein files.
Jag kör du färdig om sån... Ja, det var väl så att det är en timme här nu. Visst är det?
Primarily in Palm Beach, Florida, conveniently located near his friend at Mar-a-Lago, and the fallout from his activities have impacted a lot of people, including this local Palm Beach lookalike.
Hey everybody, this is Palm Beach Pete, and my video went viral because some dude randomly filmed me while I was driving on I-95, unbeknownst to me, and the next thing I know, I'm a viral sensation. Thanks.
So you're not Jeffrey Epstein?
I'm not Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Palm Beach Pete.
Palm Beach Pete.
Okay. Peace out.
Peace out, Palm Beach Pete. Oh, this poor guy. And I don't know what happened after that video, but whatever it was, he felt the need to clarify once again that he is not the president's former BF Jeff.
Good morning, everybody. This is Palm Beach Pete from Palm Beach, Florida.
Wait, that is literally Jeffrey Epstein. What?
Positive comments I got from saying I'm not Jeffrey Epstein.
That is Epstein.
Palm Beach Pete, going to play some tennis today, going into town, have lunch.
Wait, this is literally him.
I'm just me being me, and it's a crazy phenomenon that has.
Bro, tell me this doesn't look like Jeffrey Epstein. What? And this guy is alive.
Went really viral, and I really appreciate all the support. And just want to reiterate, I'm Peter from Palm Beach. Have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. He's a very bad person. What he did, obviously, and he is dead.
Well, I don't know. That's.
Bro, that is literally... Bro, what?
That's what a Jeffrey Epstein who faked his own death would say, right? I mean,
That's literally Jeffrey. Am I crazy?
who lives in Palm Beach, but I really wanted to find out, so we tracked him down. And please say hello now to Palm Beach Pete, who is standing by.
Oh, they got him on the show. Palm Beach Pete.
Tennis in town to join us. When did you first realize you were a doppelganger for Epstein?
It's been going on for a while, but it really went out of control when he got arrested, and it was on the front page of every major magazine and newspaper.
Do people actually mistake you for him?
They give me the double look, but now that it's gone viral, Jimmy, it's nonstop. They want to take pictures of me, my autograph. I'm not Epstein. I'm just Palm Beach Pete living my life.
Palm Beach Pete.
Prove you aren't Epstein. Do you have any wonderful secrets? Is there anything that you could say to convince us that you are not Jeffrey Epstein?
Totally not Jeffrey Epstein. He's dead.
So you want people to know, even though there's a strong resemblance between you and you live where he lived, that you are not Jeffrey Epstein.
100%, Jimmy. I have nothing to do with him.
Jeffrey Epstein is not a name you answer to, have ever answered to, or plan on answering to in the future.
No, Palm Beach Pete. That's who I am. Living my life.
So, Pete, if somebody were to come up to you and say, hey, look, it's Jeffrey Epstein, you would say, no, I am not.
I would say, yeah, dude, I've heard it a lot of times. I'm Palm Beach Pete, living my life.
So if I were to point at, let's say Jeffrey Epstein was still alive, and I were to point at him, and then I were to point at you, those fingers would be pointing in totally different directions, right?
No, I'm the better looking guy.
This morning, you looked in the mirror, you did not see Jeffrey Epstein, and you have never seen Jeffrey Epstein in the mirror.
I just see me, but I know there's a strong resemblance there, Jim.
Yes, and your position is that Jeffrey Epstein is not, in fact, you.
Correct. Palm Beach Pete, living my life.
You're Palm Beach Pete. Would you be willing to play Jeffrey Epstein in a film, a movie, maybe even a Hallmark Christmas kind of thing?
I'm open to all opportunities if they're right.
Okay, so your stance is that Jeffrey Epstein is not me.
I am not he.
You are Palm Beach Pete, who is in fact an entirely different person than Jeffrey Epstein.
Correct, Jimmy.
So what you would like us to take away from this is that if this was a Venn diagram, there's a circle here that is you, and there's a circle here that is Jeffrey Epstein. There's no overlap whatsoever between, because you are not Jeffrey Epstein.
That's correct. I am not Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Palm Beach Pete.
Good. All right. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait, he could actually get a movie deal in the future. You bought the demonstrator again. Well. Would you look at that?
I love it.
Palm Beach Pete, but want nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. What do you think?
I love it. It's fantastic. You guys are the best.
It's going to be yours very soon, Palm Beach Pete. We will send this right away. And thank you once again.
My pleasure. Keep on killing it, Jimmy.
All right. And we have one more tidbit from Florida before we go. It's time once again for another edition of This Week in Florida.
Here in Florida, you can still marry your cousin.
Wait, isn't that cheap? How much is an alloy? I told you alloy would rise in price, and I did, so... I'm still waiting for the Fiesta, though. Holy shit, yeah, I've been holding. I still have 11 alloys. Palm Beach Pete. $40 out of 55 Manti. Ooh, wait, I did not know I was slacking that hard on Mantis. That's not good.
This is massive breaking news. Democrats just
I
won
nerve
two
I can't stand that.
elections in
It's still
Florida
kind of bad.
that were massively favored for the MAGA Republican candidates. A House District 87, just turned blue. That's the district that represents Mar-a-Lago there. And then a State Senate District 14, that went blue as well. That State Senate District 14 was a +7 Trump district, and the House District 87, that special election, was a +11 Trump district. And Donald Trump continuously was endorsing the MAGA Republican candidates in these races, especially the MAGA Republican candidate John Maples in the House District 87 race. Donald Trump repeatedly
yesterday said vote for him, vote for him, vote for him. Donald Trump this past weekend while he was vacationing in Mar-a-Lago and making all those deranged statements about the unlawful war in Iran brought John Maples on stage.
It's 500 Sphinxes still.
All of their energy behind Maples, and he just lost and lost big. Let's go through the facts here because Florida is turning blue. Take a look at what just went down. Democrat Emily Gregory wins Florida House District 87 special election, defeating Republican John Maples and flipping the seat from red to blue. This is the Mar-a-Lago district. Trump won it by 11 points in 2024 and heavily promoted Maples. Take a look at State Senate District 14. Democrat Brian Nathan will go on to win this Florida State Senate District. This is a district Donald Trump carried by 7 points in 2024. It's also the second Florida seat Democrats have tonight. Yes, Mar-a-Lago is represented at the state level by a Democrat. And just to remind you what's been going on in the past 24 to 48 hours, and I think this is top of mind of the people in Florida. Right now, gas prices are through the roof. Energy prices are through the roof. Insurance prices are through the roof.
I need an invite from you, Torten, Trondy.
Psychologically tortured under this Trump regime and this idiotic regime. They're posting memes like this today. The goal is not just to reach the moon, but to stay. America will never
Wait,
give up
what?
the moon again. What are you talking about? Just help Americans right now who are suffering. At the same time, the Trump regime is sending thousands of troops for a potential ground invasion in Iran, and Americans have had it. Enough is enough with these MAGA Republican con artists, these scammers, these individuals who are inflicting so much damn pain on the American people, and the people in Florida just made a powerful statement. Let's take a look at what went down as well over this past weekend. You'll see right here, John Maples there with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Trump brought Maples on stage. I'll show you the moment that Trump brought Maples on stage. Just look at this. Donald Trump repeatedly said, vote Maples, vote Maples, vote Maples on social media. We have all of those posts. My strong endorsement, my strong endorsement. Also, this was the race that Donald Trump voted by mail after attacking vote by mail because he's a hypocrite and a liar about every damn thing.
Yeah, he voted by mail himself, yeah.
We've given the Republicans their chance for far too long. They've screwed over our state. They've behaved like treasonous traitors. Enough is enough. Let's take a look at what went down this weekend. Here, let's play this clip right here.
Is John Maples here? Get up here, John. You gotta meet John. I'm endorsing John. He's got the greatest commercial I think I've ever seen. The only thing it says is Trump's endorsing me. Come up here, John. Come on up.
Well, thank you so much, and how humbling to be on a stage with the best president we could ever imagine. And
Wait, so they lost?
I think it's only common sense, as we've learned from our great president, to name Southern Boulevard from Mar-a-Lago all the way to the other coast of Florida, and to rename our airport, President Donald J. Trump.
Survivor Knife Crimson Web.
Who is Emily Gregory? What was the message that she was sending?
Survival Knife? I don't really like Survival Knife, so anything Survival Knife is kind of not my thing.
Florida, how can we help you improve your life? Here, play this clip. Who do you represent when you go to Tallahassee?
Wait, what is a Survival Knife? Wait, what is Survival Knife?
You know, I'm a small business owner.
Is that a new knife?
I sit on the school advisory council of my children's elementary school.
Doesn't it look like a default knife?
I was active duty Army. I was the family readiness group leader, the FRG leader. And in any of those roles, I never ask what someone's partisan registration is. I don't care if you're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. I know that we all want the same things. We all want safety. We all want prosperity. We just need to come together, find pragmatic solutions, and solve some of these affordability crisis issues.
And what a powerful video Emily Gregory put out. And one of the things in this video that I'll show you, this was one of the, I think, election videos that really resonated with the people. You had John Maples and all of these MAGA, ultra MAGA people talking about Donald Trump Boulevard.
Oh, that's a survival knife. Ew. I don't like the gap in the knife at all. That's terrible.
To build Donald Trump monuments and Donald Trump this and Donald Trump that. Enough is enough. Check out this video by Emily Gregory, your new House of Representative, State House District Representative. Let's play this clip right here.
We've all felt it. Groceries cost more. Electric bills are up. Rent keeps climbing. John Maple's solution? Raise your taxes. That's exactly what he's done for the last 3 straight years. And while insurance costs soar, Maple's solution is to take campaign money from the very industry that caused the crisis. Florida families need affordable solutions, not more of the same. Emily Gregory is running to lower costs and put families first. Make your plan to vote for Emily Gregory.
And here's what Emily Gregory recently told CNN about representing.
I went to Crimson Web. I don't know what knives. Man, you should go for a cool looking knife instead of the skin on a knife, in my opinion. But
Democrat, let's play this.
It's up to you, of course.
If you win, President Trump's going to be one of your constituents, right? That's the reality. Mar-a-Lago happens to be in the district, right? If you win, and obviously endorsed your opponent, we know that. But is there anything you'd say to him, you know, if you are the winner here?
I would be happy to have a conversation, and you know, all 180,000 residents of District 87 are my priority if I'm so lucky to serve. So I will put them all with equal weight.
And Emily, I want to ask you one other thing. Just, you know, as you're talking, and I know, you know, you're a military spouse, and we're, you know, in a war now. There are thousands of troops heading to the Middle East. How does all of this weigh on you?
Blue Gem Ursus knife. Kind of fire.
So
Anything Blue Gem is definitely goated, but because it's a rarity thing, right? So.
State House, but it does have personal ramifications for my family. So, you know, I pray for our troops and I pray for our family, and
But Blue Gems is pretty expensive thing.
A resolution comes sooner rather than later.
Now I'll show you what some of the right-wing voices were saying, how they were trying to hype up John Maples. John Maples was on Florida's Voice, and he was praising Governor DeSantis.
I think Ursus is pretty underrated.
Replicating Trump's policy. He was saying DeSantis and Trump have really created a golden age for the people of Florida, right? Everybody's thriving and doing amazing and having their caviar and having golden ballrooms. It's a banquet, as Treasury Secretary Scott Best said. Everybody is so rich and doing great.
Is it?
That's what you ran on?
Doesn't it have like the flip where you do like with your finger or something? It goes up and down, I don't know.
The president is playing this game of chess while the rest of us are playing this comfortable game of checkers. I mean, he just knows exactly what needs to be done, and the timing, it couldn't be more imperative. And what I love is that here in the state, a lot of what the president is doing, you know, a great governor is replicating that here within our state, and we've got great leadership within the House and the Senate as well. And so those guys are really dialed into keeping that majority, but also making sure we're affecting the people. I'm knocking on doors, and what I'm hearing is that, hey, we need to make sure that, you know, homeowners insurance is addressed, property taxes are addressed, and some of these things that are squeezing our residents and the constituents.
Now, you also had him do this video with Byron Donalds, big ultra MAGA Republican who's running for governor. And I think that Byron Donalds is going to lose that governor's race. Remember this whole year what I've been saying? Florida's turning blue, and lots of people criticize us and go, oh, Brian, you're being hyperbolic. Oh, they're not turning blue. They are turning blue. More evidence of it right now. This is what Byron Donalds, the video Byron Donalds put out. You can see it for yourself. Let's play it.
Florida, I'm here with John Maples. John's going to be the next state representative in District 87. But you got to get out and vote. Come on now, Trump country. Make sure you get out and vote. Vote for John Maples. Turnout election is when?
March 24th. Come on, baby. We need you. Let's do it.
March 24th. Make sure you show up and vote. We need John in the state house.
I want to see.
I'll see you soon.
And flip knife.
John's gonna be your next.
What's that?
Now, let me give you some insight into these races as well. Why were there special elections in Florida's House District 87 and Senate District 14? Well, the reason there were vacancies was because Ron DeSantis, the MAGA Republican governor there, appointed the incumbents to other offices. For example, Florida House District 87 became vacant in August when Republican Representative Mike Caruso resigned after DeSantis appointed him as the Palm Beach County Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller, replacing the previous clerk who had moved to County Administrator. The district went without a representative for about 7 months during the 2026 legislative
Oh my god, the
session.
current average is 100
DeSantis
minutes.
eventually called the special election by executive order in late 2025 after delays prompted a lawsuit.
Bro, I'm gonna make so much money selling this. Oh my god.
Candidate, why was DeSantis dragging this out? He saw the writing was on the wall and that Florida was turning blue. This House District 87 represents coastal districts in Palm Beach County and South Palm Beach, as well as West Palm Beach and Riviera Beach and Juno Beach and Jupiter and some of these surrounding areas right there. We'll talk about Florida State Senate District 14.
I think, well, I think I know what it looks like, but just the fact that I don't remember how it looks like perfectly correctly just means that it's definitely not a good knife in my opinion. Because I do know a lot of the knives in CS, and I know like the ones I like.
There was a delay in calling the election, which led to an ACLU-backed lawsuit by a Tampa voter to force action. DeSantis issued the executive order in October.
Isn't it like the kind of goofy one?
And the general election for today. This district covers parts of Hillsborough County, specifically the western and southwestern portions. It also includes area of South Tampa.
I've mostly just used teleknives, because those are the ones I unboxed. Teleknife Fade, Teleknife Slaughter. And what was the last one?
I'll share this with you as well as you want to just see.
I got another teleknife. I don't know what skin that was. But I got those two. And then I got Shadow Daggers.
Look how radical she is. Look how extreme she is. Democratic candidate Emily Gregory was highlighted by Florida Voice, right-wing media entity there, and basically saying, can you believe that she was supporting the protesters of ICE? And she was thanking the ICE protesters? Yeah, I can, because people want ICE and Border Patrol abolished. They're killing people on our streets. They're terrorizing people. They're not doing their...
Well, the thing is, I was like $2,000 profit CS on CS. I think. But then I just wanted one last gold, and then yeah, since then I've just been losing. I'm probably like 1k lost now, which is not that bad. I don't really care.
And the people of Florida just let their voices be heard.
Like, I'm not gonna sit here and gamble or something. I can't lose. Like, come on. I'm not retarded.
Mailer that the House Republican Campaign Committee put out that reminds people about Democrat candidate Emily Gregory's immigration stance. Now, this is the Democrat who's running against John Maples there in the March 24th special election that's happening.
Paid good? Absolutely not. I'm getting finessed.
For so many reasons,
I'm getting terrible pay.
Check this out. So we find out today that Gregory's August 27th, 2025 social media post talked about how she thanked organizers of an anti-ICE vigil. Can I say that again? So the Democrat, Emily Gregory, the Democrat was thanking organizers of an anti-ICE vigil, highlighting her family's deported babysitter's father, Marcos, and then urged donations to bring him back into the United States. Now, there are some people that would see something like that and go, huh, I'm not sure I knew about that. About the Democrat candidate Emily Gregory there.
Well, yeah, the pay is terrible, but it's gonna increase the more years I work. Like right now I'm getting 50% pay. And 2 years I'm getting 100%.
Nationally, right? This bodes very well for the midterms as a blue Sioux NAMI is growing and growing. But let me just repeat, the Democrat Emily Gregory wins the Florida House District 87's special election. Trump won it by 11 points in 2024. Democrat Brian Nathan wins the Florida State Senate District 14. Donald Trump carried it by 7 points in 2024. Two major flips. Really, really, I would say unprecedented, but we've been seeing this more.
Wait,
and
there's
more and
you
more.
can be
Fight for
the
democracy,
senator of
fight for the
multiple
people, support
districts of
affordability,
one state.
deal with
Like, what's
people's
happening, bro?
issues, and the voters will reward
Why
you.
can't there just be
But
one person
make
for
sure you
each
deliver.
state? Like,
Make
what?
sure you actually
Am I crazy, guys?
make your promises, make good on your promises. All right? And just while everybody's watching this as well, can you all do me a favor too? You know the Midas Touch Network's expanding. Scott McFarlane just joined the Midas Touch Network. Will you do me a favor? Subscribe to Scott McFarlane's YouTube channel right now. I want to get that channel 100,000 subscribers in the first 48 hours. So if you can, just search at Scott McFarlane News. Of course, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. Help us get to 7 million subscribers. But let's grow Scott's platform right now. Search at Scott McFarlane News. Thank you all so much for watching. Big, big day, folks.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and
I haven't
custom
gambled that
by
much
becoming a
recently,
paid
though,
member
to
of
be
our
honest.
YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to
I don't
others
really
and
open
keep
cases
us
anyway.
growing together.
There's no fun in really opening cases anymore because, like, you can't even hit anything big anymore. Like, what's the big hit? Like, there's no big win anymore. So what's the fun? Also, I'm pretty sure they're banning CSGO cases or CS cases. They're just getting banned in multiple countries. So, well, they're gonna add like a X-ray to cases. So basically, just you already know what you're gonna open. So, and if you see there's trash in there, why the fuck would you open it? Alright, so yeah. Ooh, Hypixel, yeah. The second biggest Minecraft server. Whoa. Oh, is it the third? No, I think it's the second, alright. Hello, hi brother. Hi brother. I don't understand this. Thank you for run. Like, why are you saying thank you for run? Like, we are doing Diana, you stupid idiots. Absolute balance. He's going to sleep at 5 p.m. What do you mean you wish you could play it? The fuck does that mean?
This is insane. I mean, I've never experienced anything like this. It's crazy.
But not to worry, Trump has a plan, and that plan is ICE. Wait, what? No, that can't be right. He sent in ICE to 14 airports?
We just put ICE
Gotta get a job.
helping TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well. You sure about that?
Well, this was definitely news to DHS because as one official put it, when asked by CBS News what exactly the plan was, they said, and I quote, "I have no idea what we're doing." And it really shows. Because when they're not terrorizing travelers, ICE agents are wandering the terminals like they got dropped off at the wrong stop, standing around, looking lost, not quite sure what their job is. That's what $75 billion in ICE funding from taxpayer money gets you. These guys are hard at work at the airport, checking their phones. Sure, you may have lost your health.
I need a party with Sphinx, bro.
$91 billion in funding, and actually wants to give him more so they can murder more American citizens in the streets, which, by the way, is exactly why the shutdown started. But don't worry about any of that. There's an ICE agent near your gate somewhere, probably sitting in a chair at the food court. And just so everyone understands who is refusing to fund TSA, it's the Republicans, the party that has the House, the Senate, and the White House. They have so far killed 8 bills that Democrats have brought forward. 8. Not once, not twice, 8 times. So even though Trump and the GOP
Why do you gotta get a job though? Like, that's kind of like stupid. Can't you just take like a IRL loan to buy my? Okay, that's kind of stupid too. You take a loan to buy a Minecraft account for $10. Wait, is it $8 or is it $10 for Minecraft account? I think it's 8.
ICE agents in airports came from? Trump says it was his.
We're dealing really mine. That was mine. That was like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip? 182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that?
Want to know how to relate and win over voters who hate you for starting a war, raising prices, and sending ICE into airports? Make sure to talk about an invention from 1867. Seriously, did Trump forget to take his daily IV treatment for dementia? And then moments after taking credit for ICE in airports, Trump was talking about maybe, possibly thinking about lying about meeting Elvis, and then asking if he could take Elvis in a fight.
I love Elvis.
Can take Elvis in a fight?
Everyone said, I met them all. I met Sinatra. I knew all of them. I never met Elvis. Sometimes I feel I should tell the little fibs that I knew him well. I love Elvis, but I never met him. But I'm going to go see Graceland after this, I think.
That had the karate patch on it. Elvis had 2 8th-degree black belts in karate. One was in Kenpo, and that's what this
Was
patch
he
is
really
for.
good, or was it just...
Actually, he was really good.
Okay.
He started practice.
Could I have taken him in a fight?
I don't know. You might.
I think he would have been respectful enough to let you in.
Yes, he probably would.
Hey, if there's any lawmakers out there, this would be a pretty good time to invoke the 25th Amendment.
And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea.
That's a bad idea though. Why are you proud of this idea?
This is typical Trump, always trying to claim credit for something that he didn't think of. In his statement about the paperclip, why didn't I think of that? That was his tell, because he didn't. A caller by the name of Linda proposed the idea while speaking to right-wing radio host Clay Travis on a show.
Supplement where we're missing out on TSA agents who can't afford to work for us anymore. We need to bring in ICE agents.
Linda, I'm going to say, it's kind of a brilliant idea.
What if President Trump announced that ICE agents were now going to be supplementing TSA agents inside of all of the airports? The ICE agents are still being paid. How quickly would Democrats panic if he said, hey, we're going to put some ICE agents in line with the TSA, help to expedite everybody? And oh, by the way, if we think you might be an illegal when you're coming through to try to get on an airplane, we're going to go ahead and arrest you at the airport too.
Linda's idea was terrible from the jump, but it was just bad enough for Clay Travis to take it on to Fox News and present it as his own. And well, we all know how Trump gets his best policy ideas. He watches Fox News opinion shows, sees something shiny, and the next day, it becomes federal policy. So this Truth Social post where Trump declares that ICE agents would start showing up at airports across the country was not carefully considered policy decision. It wasn't the result of a briefing or an meeting or a conversation with the people who actually run airport security. It was a Fox News bit laundered through a radio caller named Linda, posted in all caps on a Saturday and executed on a Monday with no plan, no training, and agents who by their own department's admission have no idea what they're doing, which is pretty evident from this word salad from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
Well, I would say that, you know, one of the leverage points that Iran has is trying to drive up the price of oil. It's leverage. Democrats want to see long lines at airports as leverage. President Trump's trying to take that leverage away and not make the American people suffer. So TSA agents are law enforcement. They know how to pat people down. They know how to run the X.
Yeah, TSA do this just fine. Haven't they been doing this fine for tens of years?
It's not law enforcement. And second, ICE doesn't even use these screening machines or know how they work. They barely know how to handle a human being without murdering them. And Duffy wasn't the only confused person in the room, because after Trump announced that Tom Homan would be leading this shit show, Homan went on TV and struggled to explain how any of this would actually work.
Are ICE agents even remotely trained to handle security at airports?
ICE agents receive a high level of training.
I'm sorry, high level of training? To join ICE, you don't even need a high school diploma, a military background, or any law enforcement experience. They used to get 5 months of training, which is already less than most police academies. Then someone thought of the brilliant idea to cut that down to 47 days in honor of Trump, the 47th president. They're definitely not beating the cult allegations.
You know, there's a lot of things.
47 days of training?
Like specialized training, right? Like you have exit lanes where people leave the airport. Now people try to enter those exit lanes. That's a security breach. Well, an ICE agent can maintain those exits, and that allows a TSA officer to go back to screening to move people through quicker.
Nope, that is not a thing. No one is trying to sneak into a secure terminal through an exit. Exits have an agent and one-way doors, sometimes multiple one-way doors. That's the entire design. That is what a one-way door does. And even if there was some sort of outdoor at gate B7,
They say would do it.
a TSA officer for an ICE agent to cover that door doesn't shorten the security line by a single person. It doesn't move a single bag through screening faster, and it doesn't address the actual problem, which is that there are not enough trained TSA officers at the checkpoint because they have not been paid in 5 weeks.
You know, ICE can check identification before people enter the screening area, right?
ICE is going to check identification? No, that is literally what TSA already does when you hand them your ID, your license, or your passport before entering screening. That is the job. That is the existing job that the existing people already do. Homan just described TSA's...
Wait, so TSA agents, they still show up to work even though they get no pay? Why?
Homan is describing a solution to a problem that does not exist to avoid talking about the problem that does exist. A problem that Trump and the GOP have created.
I don't see an ICE agent looking at an x-ray machine because they're not trained in that.
So let me get this straight. Duffy says that ICE will run the machines, while Homan says that ICE will not run the machines? Nobody, including the people running this mess, knows what the hell's going on. This brings us right back to where we started with the DHS official stating, I have no idea what we're doing. And get this, Trump was actually offered an off-ramp under a proposal pitched directly to him by Republicans. They offered to reopen all of DHS except ICE and fund the controversial enforcement agency separately under a party line budget.
Aren't you done with BESTIARY now? I'm kind of confused.
Crisis over. However, you guessed it, Trump rejected it.
We submitted that, Senator Bethune submitted that to President Trump, as is his right. He said no. No deals with the Democrats. So we're back to square one.
According to Trump's social post, TSA workers aren't getting paid because he will not sign anything that does not also give him everything else on his wish list. Specifically, the GOP's regressive and destructive Save America Act. The airports are not collateral damage, they're leverage. He's using unpaid federal workers and 3-hour security lines as a bargaining chip to force through a sweeping political agenda. And travelers stuck in those...
Bro, imagine being a person there.
Here and saw a bunch of ICE people down at the baggage claims. Not sure what they're doing at the baggage claims. I don't know if TSA, I don't know why they would be people getting their baggage.
Who do you blame for all this?
Trump. Yeah, I really do. I mean, I've seen what's going on in Minneapolis, and I'm very opposed to some of the tactics of ICE. So I do. I stand with the Democrats on this one.
What about the fact that they're walking around without masks on? Does that help?
No, not at all. And I'm watching downstairs. We all came in. You saw people bracing themselves, like, what the hell's going on here? And there were a lot of people who were taking pictures and sort of watching them. They were just milling around. They weren't even doing anything. I don't know, just sort of chatting. I don't know what their function was.
Yeah, why are they there?
This show is powered by viewers like you, and if you'd like to support my work to get access to more episodes and breakdowns, you can join the community at whatwasthat.show for just $10 a month. Your support helps keep What Was That independent. No corporate filters, no outside agenda, just honest storytelling with a sense of humor. You can also find What Was That on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen. I'm Gabe Sanchez, and I'll see you next time on What Was That?
What is Substack?
Meantime, President Trump posting on Truth Social minutes ago, calling on allies to step up as the regime steps up attacks on oil and gas facilities across the Gulf region. President writing this: without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They didn't want to join the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now that fight is militarily won with very little danger for them. They complain about high oil prices they're forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz, a simple military maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards. And we will remember.
Wow.
Hello, Bobby Jones here from Midas Touch and Ballard Media Networks. You know, in the late 90s, there was an R&B group out of Atlanta called TLC. And one of their biggest hits was What About Your Friends? Fantastic song. When I hear it come on the radio on the now OG station, I still listen to it because it still rocks. But the basic premise of that song was
Who is this guy?
loyalty and the people that you keep around you and how they can help build you up or tear you down. If I am an ally of the United States of America, right now that's my theme song. What about your friends? If I'm the UK, if I'm NATO, if I'm any of the Gulf state nations, I'm asking, what about your friends? Because right now, being associated with the United States is causing pain, discomfort, and basically the beginning of a new world order. So let's start looking at this from a macro sense. I know everybody's looking at the day-to-day movements of the conflict in Iran, but I think we are missing.
Yeah, if you could just get rid of oil, I mean, shit.
Now, when you take America's historical closest allies, you know, the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, you have sitting in the White House someone who has gone ridiculously out of their way
ridiculously
to not just disassociate in many respects, but embarrass them. Take, for instance, the many things he said about Canada when he came back into office the second term, making Canada a 51st state, demeaning the dominion of our neighbors to the north. Unprecedented. Then you look and see what he said about the United Kingdom, their Navy, their assets, the use of their bases for this mission that, of course, the United Kingdom did not sign up for, you know, using words like coward and weak, etc. And then to tip that off,
how can Trump call someone weak, bro? He has like two muscles.
The Japanese Prime Minister. Absolutely abhorrent. And take it from someone who was stationed in Japan for many years. The loyalty that had developed between the United States and Japan post-World War II is literally unlike anything we've seen before. For two nations that literally were going to rip each other apart, where the atomic bomb was dropped not once but twice, and to grow as close and as tight as Japan had grown with the United States, to have it basically undone with one 5-second soundbite is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, when we flex and move to the Gulf state nations, you know, Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, all of these nations with the exception of Israel, all
What is Qatar?
allowing American
What is
bases
Qatar?
to be there under the thought process that they will be
What is Qatar?
and that
I still don't. The little slurpee.
and it can be good for both.
Can you help me, please?
Well,
What is Qatar?
the second this war of choice,
I actually don't understand.
the United States and Israel leading that, we see exactly how much protection has been provided. The United Arab Emirates, another place where I was stationed for years, is really suffering. And if you understand the history of UAE, then you can understand why this is so cataclysmic for them. The
What is
UAE
Qatar?
has gone out of its way to establish itself as a nation not reliant on oil. They learned the mistakes of the past where they relied on a natural resource, in their case, pearls.
I actually don't know.
And how their economy fell apart when there was
What?
a shortage of
You
oil.
listen to some
So
guy
they
I've never
went
seen in my
on to
life
create
before.
a
With a very
financial
dark
center
voice.
in the Middle East. And because of these
Qatar.
things, because of the fact that the United States uses
Qatar.
that area, their country,
Qatar.
for staging, etc., they are
Qatar.
paying a heavy price.
Is this yeah, you just said it again.
Base in the Middle East is there. We basically fought the war in Afghanistan from Al Udeid Air Force Base there. They're suffering the consequences, so much to the point where they have tried to establish backdoor communications with Iran, etc., and trying to figure out a political solution while the United States continues to paint itself into a diplomatic corner. So where does this
Qatar.
Despite all
Wait, so it's Qatar? Qatar is the Qatar? Qatar. Qatar. Qatar.
President Trump
how is that Qatar? Qatar. How is that Qatar?
Then of course he comes out
Cutter. How is that the same?
That have been going on between Iran and the United States has been great. I have a very simple question. Who the hell are you talking to?
Qatar.
Iran themselves have said, you're not talking to us. You know, then they tried to leak out that it was the Speaker of Parliament that they were talking to, and he flatly denied it. So who are you talking to? Or is this merely a story that's fabricated to try to calm down the surging oil price markets? Because they are surging. And despite what you may want to believe, the Iranians have a very good point. They have not said that they have shut down the strait necessarily. The insurance companies that insures all those thousands of vessels now stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, in the vicinity.
And give me your emerald eye. Why would I give you my emerald eye? What the fuck?
Because if they get hit by a missile or
it's
something
soulbound.
not be covered. This is what I mean.
I think.
Money. Meanwhile, when it comes to movement, you have the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit embarked on the USS Boxer Amphibious Ready Group, headed towards the Middle East to join the already en route 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit out of Okinawa, embarked on the USS Tripoli's Amphibious.
Oh, I'm actually tired. Why am I tired every day? I don't know.
By movement of forces. So despite all the language, despite all of the rhetoric being walked back to try to make these markets look
every
a certain way,
I'm sleeping in.
Seems like we're hell-bent on putting some boots on the ground somewhere. So you can say whatever you want. If that was the case, if real progress was being made, they would be slowing down. As a matter of fact, maybe going around, but that is not the case. As a matter of fact, the USS Gerald Ford, which
Let me sleep. I want to sleep.
Circumstances has pulled into Greece for repairs. There is no talk of them coming all the way back to the United States. The talk is for them to get quick repairs, do what they can, and then turn right back around. Now, if you're someone looking for peace, or in the case of Donald Trump, someone who has won the war, why then are you talking
what? Just keep attacking, like, just hang it up, Trump. Hang it up.
Why then are you talking
about
letting it be
do it, bro?
That Karg Island is a primary target moving forward. And
why are you doing emeralds? Like, why?
Who's going over the top?
How does it even make any sense?
Being allowed to speak about taking over Iran. Why? None of it makes sense when you listen to the rhetoric. But if you look at,
does it make a lot of money if you do for die?
It makes sense. Finally, when it comes to materials, here's the thing that they said in the first couple of weeks of this conflict. There are plenty of interceptors to knock down everything that Iran shoots at Gulf nation partners and United States assets. Well, some of us knew that was not the case to begin with, and yet
is it like a 2x? I don't know, actually. With die drop profit?
Well, then why
is it 3x or 2x right now?
Every night now. If that is the case, why was there a missile strike in the old?
What would you mine it during a 2x instead of 3x?
Iran has
Better
a
of
ton
doing
of programs
Diana.
and missiles that the United States and Israel did not account for because they did not believe that this conflict would last this long. Period. And so now, out of desperation, the United States is trying to beg its allies, the same ones that have been dissed for the last year, the same ones that have had trash talked about them to their face for the last year, trying to drag them into this. And they're saying,
Aga 3X is just
it's
better.
so bad that Bahrain is trying to go to the United Nations Security Council to ask for additional help to clear the shipping lanes at the Strait of Hormuz. And the United States is backing them. Why? Because contrary to the rhetoric, the United States cannot, quote, open the Strait of Hormuz by itself. It's
Yeah,
about
obviously.
capability, which is lacking. It's really about will, the effort, the amount that it would take, the boots on ground that it would require, and the missiles that put ships at risk. Very simple. So as we
Yo, what's
continue
up,
to
Alaya
watch all
Queen?
of this unfold, and you hear Pete
You
Hegseth
called me
jump
lucky
on
right
the
now, bro.
line
I'm like,
pretty much every morning
I'm
when he
out here
gives his press
sleeping.
briefings. Look
Type
at
shit.
the money, the material, and the movement of forces. That will tell you the truth.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You
His
can also
voice
gift
is
memberships
annoying.
to others. Let's
Damn,
keep
bro.
growing together.
Hi, Arif. His voice is annoying. Damn, bro. Like, chill out. Why are you hating an ex looks like that?
Donald Trump is panicking as Iran has instantly rejected
Oh,
Donald
you
Trump's
did.
proposal to end the war, which Iran
No, I
sees
did.
as a surrender.
I think I
Donald
did.
Trump has been desperately trying to reach out to Iran
You
through
don't like ex
intermediaries
looks?
in the Middle East, like
Like
Egypt
what?
and like Pakistan. And Iran says, first and foremost, we will not have any negotiations with Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff. Iran refers to them as the quote, backstabbing negotiators, and they refuse to even speak with them anymore. In addition, Iran says that anything essentially short of a surrender by the United States would be unacceptable at this point.
I need to do
and
some.
Iran has stated that if Donald Trump wants to negotiate with Iran about a resolution, that Donald Trump and the Trump regime would have to agree to the following terms. Let's take a look at what those terms are. Iran says that the following terms must be met. Number one, the closure of all U.S. bases in the Gulf region. Number two, a new Strait of Hormuz framework that would allow Iran to collect fees from ships that transit the waterway, as Egypt now does with the Suez Canal. In addition, Iran says that there must be an end to all sanctions against Iran. There must be an end to Israeli operations against Lebanese Hezbollah. There can be no discussions on Iran's ballistic missiles. And Iran also says that it must have guarantees that a war would not restart and not have additional strikes by the United States and Israel ever again. Further, the top spokesperson for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard put out the following message as well. You have reached a stage in your negotiations, U.S. and Donald Trump, where you are now negotiating with yourselves. Do not call your defeat an agreement. There will be no news of your investments in the region, and you will not see the former price of energy and oil. Stop proposing nonsense. Stop pretending you are negotiating with us. If you don't agree to our terms of surrender, we are uninterested in having any communications with you, and don't call your defeat an agreement. Meanwhile, Donald Trump and his regime were proposing a 30-day ceasefire,
and a 15-point plan, which Iran says, well, it seems like all you're offering us is for you and Israel to be able to use a ceasefire in order to build back up your munitions to then further attack us during the ceasefire. So here is what the U.S. proposed to Iran, and then Iran countered with the terms that I just gave you. The U.S. demanded that Iran must dismantle its existing nuclear capabilities. Iran must commit never to pursue nuclear weapons. There will be no uranium enrichment on the Iranian territory. Iran must hand its stockpile of some 450 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60% to the International Atomic Energy Agency in the near future, in a timetable to be agreed. The Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow nuclear facilities must be dismantled. Pause there.
Yeah, bro.
Didn't you say you'd fully obliterated those facilities? The IAEA, the UN's nuclear watchdog, must be granted full access, transparency, and oversight inside Iran. Iran must abandon its regional proxy paradigm. Iran must cease the funding, direction, and arming of its regional proxies. The Strait of Hormuz must remain open and function as a free maritime corridor. Iran's missile program must be limited in both range and quantity. Any future use of missiles would be restricted to self-defense. In return, Iran would benefit as follows: full lifting of sanctions imposed by the international community. The U.S. would assist Iran in advancing its civilian nuclear program, including electricity generation at the Bushehr nuclear plant, and the so-called snapback mechanism, which allows for the automatic reimposition of sanctions if Iran fails to comply, would be removed. And Iran says those terms are nonsense. That's just a way that Trump and Netanyahu are trying to buy additional time. Iran says, we know your tricks and we're done with them, and we don't trust any of that. You must agree to our terms first, which I just read to you. A few data points that I think are important to reflect on as well right now. Number one, LNG from the Middle East is running out, and places like Taiwan are very dependent on it. Taiwan, whose electrical grid relies on the liquefied natural gas for 40% of its power generation, has an LNG emergency stockpile that will last around 11 days. Taiwan may be forced to ration power or reduce electricity to its industrial sector. Rationing power, rationing oil, rationing supplies, just like we saw during COVID, is back. We're seeing it across the world. And again, this is a natural consequence of Donald Trump and his regime's incompetence. You also have the Iranian armed forces spokesman saying in a statement
If you
in
need to
Arabic,
sleep, so you should go to sleep.
Dear Muslim brothers, we do not need a country that is thousands of kilometers away to ensure our region's security, nor do we need a country that views Islamic countries as cash cows. What good has America and its bases
I'm not tired anymore, I think.
The spokesman added, we must
No, I'm
learn
still
from the
tired, but
mistakes
it's
of the
fine.
past and the lack of supportive force which caused the Arabs' defeat
I'm tired
in
every day, it's fine.
1967 and
Doesn't really matter.
1973 wars. We must unite to ensure our security and establish a comprehensive defense union. On the other hand,
Damn, Runic?
American
Damn.
media leaked that Iran is expressing a preference for negotiating with J.D. Vance, although Iran
Yeah, bro, don't
isn't
negotiate with J.D. Vance, please,
at
no.
all, and that seems to be
He's a
coming
fucking idiot.
from just the United States. Now, I will show you what Iran is releasing, because, folks, things are escalating. You have U.S. troops.
Have you ever not tired of it?
As I mentioned in other videos,
Oh, is there any?
86th Airborne
I don't think so,
Division,
no.
elite paratrooper units,
Actually, maybe like one time.
82nd Airborne Division, who are heading to the Middle East. You have the Marine Expeditionary Unit.
I'm always tired.
USS Tripoli, which will arrive in the Middle East on Friday for a potential ground invasion.
And I don't know why.
Island in the
I don't know why I'm always
Persian
tired.
Gulf. That's where a lot of the oil reserves and oil is generated in Iran, right there on the Karg island. So we believe there may be a ground invasion coming up there. So escalation there by the U.S. and Israel. On the other hand, Iran responding as well.
Are you tired or not?
Iranian-backed militias carrying out successful FPV
Back-to-back incos, damn.
first-person view drone strikes on Camp Victory in Iraq, successfully hitting multiple targets, and Iran is releasing this footage. You'll see over here one of the FPV attack munitions hitting a parked UH-60 Black Hawk. You see it right there. Here you'll take a look at
like how much do you sleep?
Operating AN-MPQ-64 Sentinel radar. Just watch as you'll see these FPV drones, these first-person viewing drones right here, traveling around basically with impunity, not being shot down. They use these swarm techniques though, where they put a lot of these drones in different directions all at once. So you put a dozen or several dozen drones all over the place.
Damn.
As well.
You sleep that much?
The ones that are armed.
Holy shit.
Most of them are armed, but you maneuver them.
That's crazy.
Whether it's the Black Hawk, whether it's towards the radar, and I mean, you just see in these videos that it's been relatively easy for Iran to strike these targets, and Iran's sending a message: we can do this at any time if we want to. So you remember yesterday I've covered this on a lot of videos.
True.
I need to play it again. I don't think I need to.
Yeah, I sleep like 5 hours or something.
Office where he said, Iran gave me a gift.
I think 5 hours every day.
Iran. What a lovely gift that they sent us. And it was such a great present. And Iran responded through their state regime media called MER. And that's their state regime media. And it's the Iranian regime saying, we're sending you the gift, Donald. Here's the gift that we're sending you, the big, beautiful gift. And it's a ballistic missile. And it's actually a ground-to-ground missile strike
well, that's because I'm not doing anything crazy on stream. I'm just chilling. I'm not there screaming and everything. I'm just playing the game. I don't know. I do sometimes just go to bed though. At like 8 p.m.
Also, you have Iran just kind of mocking Donald Trump and his regime, and they have their propagandists creating like Lego animation videos. I'll show you the latest one they just dropped. Here, let's play this clip.
No, bro, I have sleep. What do you mean?
Yeah, make America great again now. We will see what happens. Yeah, watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the.
And then in response, you have the United States and Israel saying that for
I do sleep like 5 hours per day, I think. Oh my god, I have a break next week. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so good. Oh, I'm excited.
C14 News Israel.
I was just doing what you do.
They're saying that
I don't know if I can say that, bro.
Would be open to the assassination of these two senior political figures. It's one of their options, but they're not going to pull the trigger yet to kill them. That's how they're talking about it on Israel TV. Iran, meanwhile, has responded to the potential for a U.S. ground invasion as follows.
I mean, I work fine, yeah. But I do get tired for like 30 minutes, and then after those 30 minutes, I'm no longer tired.
The Pentagon has deployed 5,000 additional Marines and thousands of other soldiers from the 82nd and others who are heading to the Middle East. Worth talking about what's going on in Lebanon right now. Israeli attacks have killed
No, not really, no.
1,072 people and wounded about 2,966 people since March 2nd.
I just go to bed. When I'm done streaming, I just go to bed. Basically.
This says Israel is having essentially this ground invasion into Lebanon. We've seen Beirut basically reduced to rubble the last 24 hours. 33 killed, 90 wounded, from what we can see in the photos and visuals, mostly women and children. And so we'll keep you posted every step of the way throughout the day on the Midas. I'll just share this with you as well. So yesterday, as Donald Trump talks about a
month-long ceasefire with Iran, which Iran's like, we're not going to do, that drops the oil prices at one point yesterday down to $86.50 per barrel. The market manipulation is so flagrant and so obvious. Trump will
Like, what do you do? What does your day like? What do you do during your day? Like, you know, you have work and then you sleep and then you do nothing, right? Do you play games or no?
Rebounded on that news. Then Donald Trump yesterday says, oh, actually, we want a 30-day ceasefire. We're having productive conversations, right? The market's rebound. Iran's like, we're not doing any of this. What are you talking about? And Iran's whole view is that Trump and Netanyahu are doing this as a trick, that this is to buy time for a ground invasion. We can't have serious negotiations because the last time we negotiated, we were invaded. You know, the war started when we thought we had a deal in principle. So now you want us to negotiate to buy time. You want a ceasefire to rebuild your munitions and to you're running low on munitions and interceptors.
Damn, runic?
Why
annoying.
would we give you time? Is what Iran's saying. Iran's like, we're not dumb. We know why you want to do this. And Donald Trump's out there like, they gave me a gift. They gave me a present. Oh, we're really grateful for what they've done. And meanwhile, like, let's not forget, there were hundreds of thousands, if not more, pro-democracy protesters.
Did you hear? I'm at work, but right now I'm just chilling.
January.
You are at work right now? What?
I'm gonna help you. I've got your back. And then Trump didn't have their back. He didn't even have troops anywhere.
Wait, what is the time for you? What?
By the thousands and thousands. And now as Donald Trump talks about doing partnerships with the Ayatollah and working with the Ayatollah, if there are these large pro-democracy contingencies in Iran, why would they rise up if they know that you're going to throw them under the bus and get them massacred while you're out there talking about Iran giving you gifts and Iran's responding by mocking you, sending their first-person viewing drones?
I don't like news.
Camp Victory and showing how easy they can destroy
Why not?
military, and then sending these ground-to-ground missiles that are saying, "Here's your gift, Donald." I mean, this is truly a humiliation ritual.
It's lunchtime.
The United States of America. It's like the most.
Okay, so it's like 11 for you? No. Wait, yeah, it's 11 for you. But you're watching me during lunchtime?
Subscribe to Scott McFarlane's YouTube channel.
Why?
At Scott McFarlane News. Let's get that channel 1 million subscribers as well. Thanks everybody for watching. We appreciate you. New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.midastouch.com.
You don't like news. Why? I kind of like news because I can just make fun of Trump. And that's kind of fun. I like making fun of him. Well, yeah, it's kind of hard for you to join my stream if you have such a different time schedule. Because if you have lunch now, by the time I go to bed, you finish work, right? I think. Yeah. Like, what's the time right now? Is it Is it 11 or 12? And when do you finish work? Sure. Ironman player. Oh, okay, so it's not that bad. It's 5 hours difference. Do you work 9 to 5 or do you work? Yeah, I would assume that's 9 to 5 then, because if it's lunch right now. Wait, you have lunch at 1? How do you have lunch at 1 but work 8 to 3? Aren't you meant to have lunch at... Well, you work 8 to 3, so you have 7 hours work, not 8? Don't you get less pay if you work only 7 hours? I mean, yeah, makes sense. But yeah, so do you not have an option to work 7 to 3? Or does the store open at 8? Wait, is it a grocery store or no? Because if it's not the grocery store, then I guess it makes more sense. Like grocery stores, they open at like 7 and close at like 10. I think. Is it there are 2 shifts? Okay, so it is a grocery store. Is it 8 to 3 and 3 to 10? Or is it 3 to 11? Oh, yeah, I just pre-fired. Damn, bro, I pre-fired it. Like 4 hours. Mm, 44 hours. Yeah. No, it's not. I don't believe that for a second. It's 2 hours, bro. It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours. Yeah, I know. I mean, I want to know why people are shitting on me. Like, why? I mean, I don't really care, but like. Hey, sorry, bro. You have to go back to work? Roach something. 7 at the end of it. Oh, 7 at the end of the stream. Oh, that makes sense. I gotta go get back to work. Alright, have a nice day. And enjoy your last 2 hours, I guess. Yep, right. Let me see if there's a new video.
All hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump has caused the entire world essentially to turn against the United States. Very, very quickly, what you just saw there at the beginning of this video was Iran launching its 80th wave of strikes on U.S. bases and infrastructure.
Yeah, right, dude. You're not getting that many swings. Are you crazy?
Iran has shown no signs of slowing down its strikes. Now, as Donald Trump is out there saying he's ready to do a 30-day ceasefire and he's ready to do a deal with Iran, the Iranian military...
Wait, aren't you done, Trump? Like, I don't understand.
Mocking Donald Trump and mocking the United States, essentially. It is deeply, deeply embarrassing. I'll get to that in a moment, but equally embarrassing to have French military leaders like France's army chief, Fabien Mondon, warning that the United States is becoming increasingly unpredictable, affecting France's security interests. We were
Yeah, of course.
by an
The
American
United States
ally
has
who's
been unpredictable for so long.
increasingly
What?
unpredictable and doesn't even bother to inform us.
But now it's
that
all
they
time
launch
worse, though.
military
All time
operations.
bad, I
That's
guess.
France's army chief right there. Or listen to what Turkish President Erdogan is saying on Iran. He says, although the war is Israel's war, the whole world is paying the price. The war is Netanyahu's war for political survival, but 8 billion people are suffering the consequences. And from people in
I didn't think I would ever agree with Turkish president. I heard bad things about him.
Egypt, and within Arab nations, people are speaking out against the United States, especially as the United States security umbrella is demonstrating that it ain't providing security. All the pay-for-play schemes, funneling money to Trump and his family. Trump has demonstrated not just that he's a paper tiger, but that he is weak and pathetic and just lies all of the time about everything. I mean, think about Qatar. They bought Donald Trump his own jet, his own private jet they gave him, right? They were expecting in return that Donald Trump would help, but instead, Qatar Energy has now declared a force majeure on their additional liquefied natural gas contracts, by the way. It's going to impact Taiwan and others running out of LNG. Qatar provided about 20% of the LNG to the world. Can't get it right now. And so state-owned Qatar Energy has declared force majeure on several long-term gas supply contracts with buyers in Italy, Belgium, South Korea, and China, citing major disruptions to its LNG export capacity. Just so you know, a force majeure means that there is this force of God that we can't follow through on our contracts, so we're breaking our contracts as permitted by a force majeure, this act of God, if you will. The move allows the company to suspend its deliveries without being found in breach. The disruptions are linked to the damage caused to it when Iran struck it after the U.S. and Israel struck the Iranian South Pars facility, which is connected to the northern facilities of Qatar. Now, as I mentioned before, you have Iran responding to Donald Trump saying that, oh, we're involved in this negotiation and that negotiation. You have the spokesperson for the Iranian military saying the following. Our position from day one has been clear and remains unchanged. Someone like us will never come to terms with someone like you, not now, not ever. Have your internal conflicts reached the point where you, referring to Donald Trump and the United States, that you're now negotiating with yourselves? Don't call your defeat an agreement. You will see neither your investments in the region nor previous energy and oil prices return. Until it is our will, nothing will return to how it was. That will only happen when the idea of acting against the Iranian people is completely erased from your minds. Earlier this morning, I did a video on what Iran has said its non-negotiables are. It listed its demand. The Trump regime called it laughable. So anytime Donald Trump and his deranged regime are out there saying, oh, we've got a deal in principle with Iran, or they're agreeing to this, or we think we're very close to a 30-day ceasefire, it is all a lie. That's why I'm reading to you what they're saying in Iran right now, and what they're saying, what Trump's regime is saying, what the Iranian regime is saying, okay? Everything that Trump is saying about that is a complete and utter lie.
Well, of course, she's lying about everything. The fuck?
Baghdad, in Iraq, as the war spreads there. So
Iraq
Baghdad,
too?
the
No,
government
man.
there in Baghdad has
I thought
clearly
Iraq was safe now.
to defend itself after deadly strikes on a militia headquarters. Iraq's National Security Council has authorized the Popular Mobilization Forces, PMF, to respond to U.S. attacks under the right to self-defense, according to Mer News, Iran's regime media. This decision follows airstrikes on a PMF command headquarters in Anbar province in western Iraq, killing at least 15 fighters, including senior commander Saeed al-Baji, and wounding about 30. The PMF is a state-backed network of militias integrated into Iraq's security forces, accused the U.S. of carrying out the strike a day after a reported 24-hour ceasefire between U.S. forces and the Iraqi resistance factions. The Prime Minister's office said Iraq will summon the U.S. Ambassador, essentially, in protest, calling the strike a breach of sovereignty. So let me be clear what just happened there. The Iraqi government is basically saying that its Shiite militias can go and attack the United States. And the question is, are they doing that, or is that just a bluff? They're doing it. Let me just read this to you as well. The Iraqi National Security Council has said it has agreed to confront and respond to military attacks after a series of deadly U.S. airstrikes targeting the Popular Mobilization Forces in the country. The PMF and Iranian-aligned militias have carried out a series of operations inside Iraq since the start of the war in Iran. The PMF was founded during the war against ISIS and is linked to the government.
How hard is the cat food to get better? Like, I've been like...
back to war with Iraq. And if you're like, well, what are they really going to do? Take a look right here. This is what they've done in the past 24 hours. Iranian-backed groups in Iraq released footage, show you right here, of FPV drones targeting Camp Victoria's base in Baghdad, Iraq. Look at the A&M PQ-64 radar, can be seen being hit in the footage, while the second drone seemingly targets two UH-60 Black Hawk choppers. You'll see it. And the drones that are being used by these Iranian-backed groups, they're just flying around, taunting, and they have it on. Do you see what they're doing on camera? And I'm not gonna play them. I'm not gonna play the music, but then they make hype videos of it, and they're showing that at will they can destroy anything they want, essentially, right there. There was nothing shooting it down. There was nothing going against it. I mean, you see for yourself what's going on.
Wait, isn't that point of dragon?
Tried bone broth and hated the taste? Forget everything you know about bone broth. Our next sponsor makes bone broth so good, I can't stop eating it. This podcast is sponsored by Brodo. Brodo's bone broth is the simplest nutrition upgrade you can make to your daily routine. Their broths are made from scratch. No concentrates, preservatives, or shortcuts. So you get the best broth money can buy. Brodo was launched by James Beard award-winning chef Marco Canora. 11 years ago, he started serving bone broth out of the window of his New York City restaurant. Now Brodo
That's super OP.
So you don't have to be in New York City to enjoy Chef Marco's masterpieces. My favorite flavor from their sampler pack that Brodo sent me was their chicken bone broth. Honestly, it's incredible. You need to try it. Each cup of Brodo delivers about 10 grams of whole food protein, along with collagen-building amino acids, electrolytes, and nutrients to support gut health, immunity, joints, skin, and general wellness, all under 50 calories and with zero sugar or fat. But is broth actually good for you, or is it all just hype? Well, unlike that latest Instagram health fad, bone broth has been around for centuries, so it has proven results. A 2025 study actually found that the amino acids in broth heal leaky guts and strengthen the immune system. I've started replacing my mid-afternoon snack with a cup of brodo, and it honestly keeps me going through the rest of the day. I notice a huge difference in my day when I drink brodo versus when I don't drink brodo. And brodo comes in 8 delicious flavors. I recommend you trying their sampler pack so you can figure out which for yourself is the best flavor for you. Shop the best broth on the planet with Brodo. Head to brodo.com/Midas for 20% off your first subscription order and use code Midas for an additional $10 off. Once again, that's brodo.com/Midas for 20% off your first subscription order and an additional $10 off if you use my promo code Midas. Now, you have the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, who's been speaking with
Masoud
the
Pezeshkian?
Prime Minister of India, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and others. Here was his message yesterday. Today we are witnessing the awakening of the people of many countries around the world. The people of Pakistan, Turkey, Iraq, Lebanon,
3 more things. No, man.
countries are loudly expressing their disgust for America, Israel, and their crimes. The hearts of the free people of the world are not with the Zionists. Stability in the region is possible only through cooperation and respect for the will of the nations.
Fair enough.
Now, why am I reading this to you? Why am I sharing this to you? Because Donald Trump's spreading the propaganda out here that we have this peace deal
There's
that's
both countries are spreading propaganda, by the way. But somehow Iran is telling more truth.
we are so close to
Just insane. Like, that shouldn't even be possible.
30-day ceasefire, and what Donald Trump say yesterday? That they've offered Donald Trump a prize. They've given him a gift.
Yeah, gave him a gift, guys.
Iran responded to that by doing a video saying, "Here's your present, Donald." It's them launching a ballistic missile at Erbil in Iraq. When Donald Trump's out there, it's very reminiscent of COVID. When Donald Trump said, like a miracle, it's going to go away. Don't worry, I give myself an A. Things are great. And by not confronting it, by not telling the truth, things got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And things that perhaps even could have been resolved spiraled out of control. We should not be in a war against Iran in the first place. The war is unlawful. It's not authorized by Congress. Why are we there? What are the objectives? What are we trying to accomplish? Trump said he obliterated all the nuclear weapons last June. So what do you mean right now you want to get rid of the nukes? You said you got rid of them before. We're there, as Marco Rubio said, because Netanyahu said that he was going to strike Iran first, and that Iran would then strike the United States. So Donald Trump said, okay, I guess we're going in there with you, Netanyahu, side by side, went in, invaded Iran. Iran responded. And now the U.S. is stuck in a quagmire, and the U.S. is sending troops, the 82nd Airborne Division, elite paratroopers, from there heading into the Middle East. Thousands of soldiers on the USS Tripoli, Marine Expeditionary Unit, heading into the Middle East, USS Boxer, and other Marine Expeditionary Units taking off from the coast of San Diego. When I was in San Diego, by the way, it's when they were leaving. You could see the ships basically leaving there. So you see a lot of the military leaving. They're heading to the Middle East right now, and you have this cascading horrors of events happening right after, one after another right now. Let me read this to you as well, because I think as Dina Esfandari explains, some in the Gulf area are asking themselves about the value of their relationship with the U.S. now as a result of the Iran war. This was inevitable. The minute Trump did something that was going to have blowback on them first. As Naif Nahar writes, today Trump postponed striking Iran's energy infrastructure, this was 2 days ago, out of fear of fluctuations in U.S. market prices. Yet for over 20 days, he has watched Gulf societies come under Iranian missile strikes, as Gulf economies incur tens of billions of dollars in damages without this prompting any change in his decisions. When the Qatari Minister of Energy warned his American counterpart that striking Iran's gas fields would inevitably trigger retaliatory strikes against gas fields in the Gulf, he was disregarded. They attacked Iran anyway, leaving the Gulf states to face their fate alone against Iranian missiles.
Striking Iran's gas fields did not create any strategic advantage, but rather inflicted massive losses upon the Gulf's energy sector, which ultimately benefits American gas companies. Trump only speaks about the Strait of Hormuz or the price of oil. In his eyes, the Gulf societies are barely worth a single barrel of crude. While that's going on, you have Iran trying to make a pitch to the Gulf nations, saying now's the time to unite, now's the time to join, we need you now more than ever. And let's be clear, it is propaganda. Yes, in war there is propaganda, and in peace, sadly, there is propaganda. And we try to cut through it, we try to give the true story, but part of war is also winning a communications battle, right? So yesterday, when you have Pete Hegseth, I don't even want to play his clips because it makes me vomit, when he was giving the press conference and he goes, I negotiate with bombs. I put my hand on the throttle and go hard. And it's like, these are direct quotes. I'm not exaggerating this. And he does like the karate chops with his hand. We loiter
Oh, sleeping ASMR lives.
of Iran, waiting for the order to rain down death. Right?
First sleeping ASMR.
And Iran is like, okay, this is what you're doing. Okay, thank you for writing the propaganda for us. We're going to take that and we're going to tell the people and other Arab nations. So here's what the United States is saying. Here's what Netanyahu is saying. Here's what they're doing. What do you think about that? And Iran is using that to say, look, this is a deranged and demented regime in the United States led by Donald Trump, and you've been betrayed. That's their message. And Donald Trump's out there saying, I've been given gifts and presents from Iran, but if you don't give me any more gifts, I will gladly bomb your infrastructure. The war crime. You're saying it out loud, too. You're saying you're going to do war crimes.
War crimes,
and you're
yeah.
doing the war crimes. And you and Netanyahu are doing the war crimes. We see
war crimes.
We can see what's happening in Lebanon. We can see what's
WW.
happening in Gaza. We see what's happening when you strike the elementary school.
No, it's not the W. It's pretty bad. It's really bad.
You killed 165 little girls while covering up the Epstein files, being predators against little girls here in the United States. It's sickening. It's sickening. It's sickening to see this as an American. It's sickening to see the weakness. It's sickening to see how weak we look there, right?
Wait, aren't you Max now?
Thinks this makes him look like a tough guy or something. Y'all look so pathetic and weak to the rest of the world.
Well, they are. They don't look. They are.
And you are displaying utter weakness, and you blink at her. And Iran knows they got you on the ropes. They see when you make up this. Why would they agree to it?
Bro, Iran is clowning you literally every time they say a lie. Iran is just clowning, bro.
You've telegraphed everything. And by the way, they probably have access to all of your messages also, because you all use like Signal and apps that people warned you against using. And I'll make one final point before I go. I think this is an important one. We aren't even talking about the Red Sea yet, and we're going to very soon, because the Houthis haven't yet even been activated, and they can on a moment's notice. Within hours, they could be activated. Within seconds, frankly. And then the Red Sea gets shut down. The Strait and the Red Sea get shut down while there are ships there. And Iran now controls the
Damn, bro.
Strait with an iron fist.
No, Tron is leaving. This is not good.
And it's out there saying things
No good, no good, no good.
Iranian official Ali Akbar Ahmadian. We have one message for the American soldiers. Come closer. For years, we've been waiting for the American entry into the desert.
Ali Akbar? That's his name?
2 decades we've been training with asymmetric warfare strategy for this very moment. Now we have just one message for the American soldiers. Come closer. Or Iranian official Saeed Jalil.
Yeah, rare race upgrade still unlocked.
Fragmentation of Iran.
I think so, yeah. Why?
Engage in dialogue with him, though this too is merely an attempt at deception. I'll leave you with that. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks everybody for watching.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.midastouch.com. All 100% USA Union made.
Sure. What's your IGN again? That's not possible. Oh, okay. Come to the hub. You need to come to the hub. Hub. Yeah. Okay. What the fuck is that helmet? What is that helmet? Oh, so what? What's the recipe of this? No worries. Hey, what do you need a wisp for? Are you doing blaze? Holy lag, what the fuck is happening here?
Got the news he feared the most. He got the karma he absolutely deserves. Donald, it is official. You have the lowest approval on the economy of any president in United States history.
What?
And for that matter,
History?
you have the lowest approval of any president at this time in United States history. Reuters Ipsos came out with this poll yesterday. Let's just take a look at it. Only 36% of Americans approve of Donald Trump. 62% of Americans disapprove of Donald Trump. Then when you go through these specific issues, like take a look at the economy, Trump is officially the least popular president on the economy in history. And even when Biden was at his lowest point on the issue of the economy, Donald Trump is significantly worse than Biden's worst polling ever on the economy. When it comes to issues like immigration, Donald Trump is net negative 13. That was supposed to be his and the Republicans' big issue. On foreign policy, Donald Trump's approval is net negative 27, a new low. On the economy, Donald Trump's approval is a net negative 33, a new low. On the cost of living, Donald Trump's approval is a net negative 41, a new low. The approval of U.S. strikes on Iran, by the way, when it's framed that way versus invasion, I think he gets a little bit of a bump, but only 35% of Americans approve his strikes on Iran, while 61% disapprove of his strikes on Iran. This was a big polling sample, a very reliable poll, and Donald Trump is officially the worst ever. Now, taking a look at CNN's analysis of male voters, Donald Trump is tanking with male voters, and specifically young male voters.
Yes, sir.
It used to be, Donald Trump saying, I got the male voters, and the young male voters.
Doesn't he want male voters gone?
Donald Trump is like net negative 19 or worse. It was a massive swing in the negative direction. Watch Harry Enton describe what went down in this latest poll and how Donald Trump's lost all support from men. Finally, here, play this clip.
Donald Trump and Republicans won in 2024 because of support from male voters. The only way they can win, given the gender gap in this country, is support from male voters. And male voters are abandoning Donald Trump. Take a look here. This gives the game away. Okay, Trump's standing with men. In November of 2024, he beat Kamala Harris among them by 13 points. Look at where he is now on his net approval rating. Down he goes. It's a 20-point shift away from Donald Trump. He is now 7 points underwater at this particular point among men. I think it is very difficult for Republicans to do well in this midterm cycle if Donald Trump is underwater with men, as my uncle once wrote, where the boys are, where the men are. Underwater when it comes.
Okay, so that's overrated, but what about young men who were really influential?
Yes. Young men, of course, there was a massive shift to Donald Trump from 2020 to 2024 among young men. And look right here. Whoa! Yikes. Men under the age of 25 on Trump. He won him in 2024 by 5 points. Look where he is now. The net approval rating way down there. Down we go to negative 19 points. That's nearly a 25-point switcheroo against the president of the United States. When it comes to men under the age of 45, those men that had switched their allegiances over to the Republican Party are seeing what the president is doing. They don't like what the president is doing, and they have very much soured on the president of the United States, men under the age of 40.
In addition, Donald Trump got disastrous news in Florida yesterday. There were two special elections there in Florida, one for Senate District 14.
Well, can we just get to midterms already, bro? How many months left?
In a Trump plus 7 district.
It's like 8 months left. Oh, I cannot wait.
A Trump plus 11 district.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome.
Continuously endorsed the MAGA Republican candidate John Maples, who was ultra MAGA. The Democratic candidate Emily Gregory went on to win that race, and so she is now the state House representative in Florida for the district covering Mar-a-Lago, which was previously a plus 11 Trump district. This is an absolute worst-case scenario for Donald Trump. It is a nightmare scenario for Donald Trump as we look at these polls. Also, when you look at state-by-state polls, you take a look at the MRG Michigan poll from last week. I'd be interested to see what it looks like this upcoming week. His approval is only at 39% there. I expect that number to be lower as well. People are struggling and suffering here in the United States as Donald Trump's unlawful war in Iran.
Bro, it's actually so retarded. Like,
now we're sending additional Marine expeditionary units.
oh my god, it's actually the weekend soon and the break for another full week. Oh my god.
Talks about getting prizes and controlling the strait with the Ayatollah in joint ventures. I have no clue what this guy is saying. The Americans don't, and it's deeply dangerous. Or I do know what he's saying. It's giving the middle finger to the American people. I want to bring in Abdul El Sayed. Abdul, it is great to see again running for that Senate seat in Michigan. You know, this war is catastrophic on so many levels. The human toll. We hear these stories about elementary schools being blown up with little girls being killed in mass.
That's not good.
In Beirut,
Disgusting.
seeing the suburbs there and areas in Lebanon just being absolutely gutted, and hospitals being blown up and people being killed there as well, and across the region, obviously. And then here in the United States, the suffering both in terms of the human cost, losing our troops abroad, and the economic cost. Had there not
It's all bad.
and you and I
Is it really all bad?
we would be talking
Yeah,
about
it's all
the
bad, right?
catastrophic economy that Treasury Secretary Bessent refers to as a beautiful banquet that we're all thriving in right now. But with this war, it compounds matters. So I want to get your take, Abdul, on the war and also on the impact here at home and what you're seeing in Michigan.
Yeah, Ben, I appreciate you covering this. And
It's just all bad.
In the coverage, as you have been. This is an illegal, unjustified war, but somebody's got to pay for it, and that someone is us. We're paying for it to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars and counting. Money that should be spent to provide for our own children here at home. You mentioned the destruction of a girls' school by an American missile. We paid for that missile that got dropped on those kids and dropped on their school. Now imagine what would happen if instead of dropping a missile on a school
Crown of Greed, not bad, not bad, not bad.
into schools over here, or investing in our infrastructure, or addressing the fact that people can't afford their health care. There is an opportunity cost to war. Donald Trump has never had to actually pay for it. He's never put anything.
So how many Sphinxes am I gonna get, bro?
This is just another day doing what Donald Trump does, which is enriching himself and his family at the cost of the American.
Well, he's been doing that for years.
And this should be the least of our worries, but think about this. $1 more per gallon of gas every single day that people have to fill up across this economy. It is increasing the price, not just at the gas pump, but I looked at diesel, that's $5 a gallon. Diesel is what powers our trucks. Diesel is what takes our foodstuffs into our grocery stores. You're going to feel that cost in our grocery stores. And so when you're talking about the destruction of people's lives over there, the destruction of our livelihoods here, all for what? So Trump and his goons can trade on the
His gooners.
Stock markets that they're manipulating to make money from themselves while the rest of us pay. It is insane. It's wrong. It needs to stop, and we need to hold him and everybody who empowered this accountable.
And I want to get to that in a moment.
I agree with that, bro. When can we hold him accountable? Like, I want to see Trump in jail. I just want to see him in jail for at least a day, bro. One day at least, bro.
Also, we saw hundreds of millions.
He wants to detain all these people in fucking jail for being immigrant. So why don't we detain him?
Right before Donald Trump announced a fake peace deal there. Let's get to that in a moment. I do want to talk about, regardless of political party, just the basic humanity of all of this. Whether it's Trump taking away people's health care here in the United States, sending ICE and Border Patrol, Gestapo to kill our people on the streets and throw them into concentration camps, or just abroad where we see the mass deaths being committed in the name of the United States.
Yep.
And seeing people like Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump gloat about it. We hover
Yeah, they're happy about it too. Yeah. Absolutely.
Total obliteration. And when I see that, it truly it provokes a visceral reaction. I wish there was more to do. I mean, I'm trying to create this platform and bring attention to it so as much as we can, but it's just I'm like, that's who we are right now. That's what we're doing, and it's gross and it's dangerous, and just every day I wake up with that pit in my stomach going, the hell is this?
Yeah, Ben, you know, I'm a doctor by training, and there's something about medical training that reminds you that humans are visceral. We're real, we're flesh and blood. Temperature is all the same. The way that skin feels, we all know that feeling. When you look in somebody's eyes, you know what that lights up inside of you. This administration is the most online administration we've ever seen, and there's something about
everything is online.
Our foundational humanity. It makes us
The politics is online.
In the world is transacted via screens. When children are killed in their schools, those are real children's bodies that go cold. When we fail to provide people health care in this country, they die earlier. Those are loved ones that will never again get to see. And that is what's happening across the board. This gamification of this war, the kinds of memes that they're putting up there, they're meant to continue to draw upon the worst instincts of what an online fake simulacrum of reality is meant to make us think about everyday people who suffer the cost of this. And I think it's really important for all of us to remember our humanity in this. These are choices that are being made about real people, and they're being made at the cost of helping and protecting real people here at home. Real people pay the price of this. And so when we hold our mother's hand and look in the eyes of our grandparents and cuddle our children, just remember that that is the same human emotion that we ought to be thinking about every single time this administration drops a bomb or empowers a foreign government.
No, we can't do that because then we will just go crying all day. We can't be doing that.
Humanity is what suffers. And we need a politics that reminds us that people are at the heart of what our government ought to be about.
Empathy like that, bro.
Spending our money here at home to make sure our people can afford healthcare and our kids can go to school.
Because we're all helpless. We can't do anything, bro. Because this guy is somehow immune to all this BS.
Dollars are not being used to devastate the lives and livelihoods of people abroad. That's what
Well,
we're trying to build.
to make sure of that, you should just not pay taxes.
A politics of people, by people, for people, rather than of special interests and corporations and for them. And because that's unfortunately what's led us into this mess. Make no mistake, this war is, yes, Donald Trump's to own, but it was pushed by a number of special interests who make a lot off of this. Whether you're talking about the weapons manufacturers who are making money hand over fist off this war, or you're talking about AIPAC, a MAGA-funded special interest group that is meant to align our interests with the interests of a foreign government abroad. We don't benefit, but there are people who do, and we've got to make sure.
What's AIPAC?
Less power in our government. Otherwise, that humanity that you're talking about is going to continue to be forgotten in the public policy that we push.
And leadership.
How is this guy spitting bars like this?
What does it mean to be a leader? I mean, you as a leader in public health in the state of Michigan, you as a leader of organizations before running for office, you know what that entails, running complex organizations where people report to people who report to people who report to people who report to you, setting a vision at the top, being very focused on details, dotting I's, crossing T's, double checking the way we carry
that's crazy. Like
basis. You know,
we go from
things that were taught to me when I was raised, and the example
when he says something, it goes to people, to other 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 people, and can go all the way up the ladder, bro. That's just crazy.
Go shoulder to shoulder with Trump in any endeavor. They're reduced, whether it's willingly, lots of people, whether it's for greed, whatever the justification is, they love it. They find their way into it. It's reductive. It reduces, I think, just like who all these people are and the people he surrounds himself with. When they become these sycophants, and they are sycophants to begin with, I just watch it and I go, what is that? Like, what is that? What message is that sending? They're all over the place. They're not paying attention. There's constant mistakes and cover-ups, and there's just that aspect that has nothing to do with politics that I think needs more attention.
Ben, you're absolutely right. Look, narcissism, which is the end game of what Donald Trump's personality is. We think about it as having too much ego, but it's actually having too little. And so his ego has become a black hole. Nothing can satiate him. He reaches for power and money and fame and glory and never gets enough. And so what happens to people who get sucked into the orbit, it's the same thing that happens.
Because I'm halfway on Manticore, halfway on Sphinx, and halfway on King Midas, right?
So I hope that people can understand.
And halfway on Herpes, yeah.
You will end up a shell of yourself. Just ask
all the
people who've worked with him. Ask Mike Pence. Ask Kristi Noem. ask all of the people he's chewed up and spit out and destroyed in the process. Now, think about the people who've really suffered, the people who live on the wrong side of wars that he's created, who live on the wrong side of healthcare he's taken away, who live on the wrong side of an economy that he's destroyed. So we need, like you said, to bring back the ideal of leadership. And to me, I've always learned that leaders, they eat last, but they go first. Where there's a risk, where there's challenges, you step up first, you take those risks. But when there's resources, you eat last. You make sure everybody else is fed before you tuck in. And that is exactly the opposite of what we've had. It's what we need in the U.S. Senate. Now, I'm going to finish just on to this point on one note. I don't think most of us had probably heard about the Strait of Hormuz before.
I haven't. No, I did not know about it.
Launched. And now the Strait of Hormuz is being wrapped around our neck, choking us when it comes to our ability to afford gas at the pump, or soon enough to afford the basic things that we need to live our lives. We don't necessarily need to live knowing about the Strait of Hormuz, but you know who does? The people making decisions about going to war with Iran. Because anybody who paid any attention to any war game about going to war with Iran understood that that was the biggest fulcrum of power, the one that they were always going to bend around us. And look where we are. Because these people started a war without asking what would happen the next day or the day after that.
Exactly. Exactly. Why is this guy spitting so much facts right now? Hold on. Yeah, can you guys vote this guy, please? Please vote this guy. Hold on.
And watching as a potential catastrophic decline in our economy, a recession may soon follow, all because these people did not do their basic homework.
You know, it's such a great point. Like, I never thought I needed to know the distinction between Brent crude or WTI. I never fully focused on the difference between the 10-year and 20-year treasury yields, and not because I think that I was ignorant, although maybe I was. It was because I at least felt in the past, whether I agreed or disagreed with the leadership that may have been in place, that there was competent people who were focused on analyzing these things so I could devote my attention to my job and my family and certain things. And now I'm an expert in all of these things, the Trade Act of 1974 and, you know, all of these things. And people are becoming experts in the way government and bureaucracy functions because it was something taken for granted. So out of this, whether sadly that analysis is great, it's dystopian, but there may be something good. There may be something afoot, especially as we head into the No Kings protests this weekend. And probably what you see as you go around Michigan is that I think people are becoming aware and they're becoming angry in peaceful ways of how we need to take this back and restore competency and good governance and return the people.
Is this possible?
Fight for us. So before we go, talk to us about that, because your campaign in Michigan has really focused on those issues the most of what's affecting the people of Michigan.
Ben, I'll tell you this. I've had the privilege of going to nearly 90 cities now. Done 300 public events. When your name's Abdul, you take nothing for granted. But, you know, we do old-fashioned town halls. We sit down with people. We try to shake everybody's hand, get to know why they're there, understand the challenges that they have. I share a little bit about why I'm running, and then I take questions. We don't screen them. I don't ask, you know, let some people ask and not others. But I take the questions that are asked. You know, nobody asked me, what are you going to do about Iran? What people ask me is, how are you going to make sure that I can afford to stay in my home? How are you going to make sure that my kid has a job when they graduate college with $60,000 in debt? How are you going to make sure I can see a doctor when I get sick? And the reality of it is, it's not just the questions that get asked, it's the heads nodding in the room. Because we all want good things for each other, right? People are good people. Michiganders are incredible.
Don't say people are good people, because there's so many bad people in the world.
Rather than empowering some big corporation or
But yeah, there's good and a lot of people.
Stays happy. And that's what our campaign is about. We want to get money out of politics. We want to put money in your
Basically, the bad people in the world is basically just the rich people. Not all of them, obviously, but like a lot of them. But I guess that's how you get rich, right?
Overreach and corporate domination of our politics that we're seeing play out in front of us.
You don't get rich without caring about others. No, by caring about others. That's not how you get rich. You need to care about nobody else. You need to sacrifice everything. You need to leave everything. Just focus on this. And then you end up
day
in a
looks
sad
like
life.
to stand up and say that there are no kings. I'll tell you this, I had the privilege of getting to visit the good people in Minneapolis at the height of the siege that ICE was laying upon them. And there were people that wouldn't have been caught dead at a protest out there protesting what ICE was doing because it was foundational. It was about the basic ideals of our government. It's going to be that kind of energy that brings people out to vote in 2026 and again in 2028 to right the ship. And it's on all of us who are running for office or may hold office to make sure that we do everything we can to right this ship, turn it in a direction. We cannot continue to accommodate a kind of fascism that tells us that we are at war with each other so that they can start wars with other people to destroy lives and livelihoods here at home while failing the foundational basic test of leadership. So we've got an opportunity to think differently. I hope folks will get involved in something. Go out to a No Kings protest. Get involved in a campaign. It may not even be mine. But if you do want to be involved in mine, I hope folks will go to abdulforsenate.com. I hope that you'll connect with us. I don't take corporate money, but we are a volunteer-led operation, 4,000 people strong, knocking on doors, reaching out to people. So if you see this as an opportunity to build a movement that is bigger than the broken politics of this moment, I hope folks will join us.
Very well said. Like, great speaker.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free
It's a
episodes.
long ass video.
Donald Trump's physical and mental health is collapsing at the worst.
I don't know why I'm still watching this. Like, I don't really like these type of videos from this guy because he keeps making the videos about this every like 2 days.
We're seeing clearer signs by the day of Donald Trump's deterioration. In the past,
Like, we all know Trump is retarded. We don't need
left his cabinet and top staffers baffled by what the hell he
Wait, really?
meant when he held a press conference and started to say that he got a very big present from Iran. He said, they gave me a gift. It was a big, beautiful present, and it showed me that I'm talking with the right people. It was a great gift. From all of the reporting inside the White House, his staff and his cabinet was left absolutely baffled. And now the leadership in Iran has been responding by mocking Donald Trump for saying, we got a gift. I mean, the war rages on and escalates by the minute. And this is what he said. First, let me play you what he said in the Oval Office. Then I'm going to show you Iran's response. And then I want to show you another very alarming moment over the past 48 hours. But first, play this moment in the Oval Office. Let's play it.
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present.
Very big present.
Money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it so that...
Now, Tehran responded. The Islamic Republic responded by putting out a video right after that on Iranian media saying, here's the gift, Donald. Here's the gift we send Trump. And this aired on Mayor, Iranian state regime media. Here, play this clip of what they did right after that.
That's the gift?
I mean, they're mocking him in the Oval Office right now. He's posting memes like this. Greatest president ever. These weird AI photos of him dressed up in a tuxedo. He's been making social media posts where he will attack James Tallarico, the Democratic Senate candidate in Texas. And then in the same sentence, he'll start talking about California Governor Gavin Newsom and say Newscum, and then say he's dumb and he's a total racist. He's all over the place with his thoughts. And then He visited Graceland. He's got this obsession with Elvis, and he shows up. And as Aaron Rupert says, this is your wartime president, folks. Here, play this clip.
Oh, they got a present? So you're gonna show it to me?
Hold it. Has anyone tested this pen yet?
I think you're the first.
Should we just
Right
give
there.
me a piece of paper just to make sure at what level the ink is,
Yes.
right? It's a lot easier to do that way than ruin the guitar.
Exactly.
Okay, not bad. Okay, ready, everybody? Let's see here. Oh, that came out good. Look at that.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Wow. You never know. These are hard to sign. But that came out pretty good.
Is that the first guitar you signed?
Just about. Now, Biden couldn't do that.
Why are you always talking about Biden?
This is serious. I mean, that dialogue looked like a nurse treating a patient in hospice care. The way she was speaking to him, that interaction, I mean, that's deeply disturbing that that's the individual, it's the commander-in-chief right now, while America's in this very avoidable quagmire in the Strait of Hormuz as we're sending thousands and thousands of troops, paratroopers from the 86th Airborne Division, Marine Expeditionary Units on the USS Tripoli, other Marine Expeditionary Units apparently prepping for a ground invasion, and this is what he's doing. I want to bring in the leader of Midas Health, Dr. Vin Gupta. Now, Dr. Gupta, you and I have been covering this for quite some time, and it's been getting worse and worse and worse. I want to get your take, your observations of what you've been seeing there and just in general, Doc.
Yeah, Ben, I saw the tweet on criticizing Talarico and then Governor Newsom and then others. And, what really struck me, just purely recognizing again, I'm not close to the president physically. I haven't examined him, but a lot of these things are obvious. Just the way in which we had a lot of armchair experts weigh in on President Biden and thought they were medical experts. In this case, I think the precedent has been set that we should expect a transparency when it comes to a president's health. And if there's something that's worrisome, and there's obviously multiple data points here that are worrisome when it comes to Trump's health, that we should be able to talk about it and to ask questions. And that's what you and I have been doing now for 6-7 months now, asking questions, wondering why there's...
Did you just do 6-7 months?
So when I look at the Talarico to Newsom to VP Harris, that sort of progression of rambling thoughts, when you think about the fact that he has disorganized thinking just in general, he has fluctuating alertness. He falls asleep at inopportune times, in the middle of a cabinet meeting. But then he had this really just wandering thoughts, difficulty, if you're just reading that tweet, difficulty following one train of thought, goes and tries to criticize 3 separate people. There's nothing connecting any of those individual thoughts. It does make you think. This is somebody who has difficulty with recall. He doesn't remember basic things often unprompted. He jarbles his words often. He's confused. He has these wandering thoughts. And then there's fluctuating alertness. He has, and then other data points too. We've seen the fact that they like to cover up parts of his body. Why does this part of his hand, why does that look like there's always makeup on it? So there's all these questions.
Oh.
Confusion on whether you got a CT.
Does that mean he might have cancer?
Complete nonsense here. That should have been clear from the start. So they're creating questions.
Is hiding something in his hand?
But I wonder, his dad had a history of Alzheimer's disease. That's what he died from. or part of what contributed to his demise. And again, when you think about memory loss, when you think about confusion, wandering thoughts, just how he conducts himself, you do wonder, does he have significant cognitive dysfunction? Does he have one of these diagnoses? What's actually going on? This fluctuating alertness, could it just be the fact that he is getting older and is in a demanding job? Sure, that's what many people are going to say as justification for that. Okay,
But that's not the justification.
the previous occupant of the White House, if he did the same thing, would have been held to a different standard, different scrutiny. A lot of questions and demands for medical data would have been had from, frankly, the mainstream media. We're not hearing those things. So I think the fact is we're not hearing a lot of questions being asked of this president the way the same questions were asked of the prior president, which is wrong. Same standard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking this too.
He has, he tends to personality and speech changes.
People are shitting on Biden all the time.
Comments,
and not doing the same for Trump for the health.
People as they get older, and so I can't diagnose him because I don't have a physical exam.
Also, why does every American president have to be so fucking old?
Push back. We're asking questions, but I think it's fair to ask the question that the leader, so-called, of the free world cannot string together some basic thoughts on social media when he's had time to think about it. It's rambling. He often has fluctuating alertness, and he is random and is prone to inappropriate comments and behavior. That is not normal aging, necessarily. That is potentially, especially with his family history, potentially something else. And especially because they've been non-transparent about his medical diagnostics and exactly what's going on there, I think it's fair for us to ask these questions.
Right. If that wasn't Donald Trump, if somebody presented at a hospital where you were making your rounds for the night and they started behaving that way, and then you asked, okay, well, tell me a little bit about the family history, and a person who was a family member then said, well, this person had Alzheimer's, this person had Alzheimer's, and then the person started, saying, you got a gift. I got this person a gift, and it was a beautiful present, and I don't like that, and they just started behaving that way, setting aside Trump. If someone behaved that way, I'm not want to put words in your mouth, but the types of questions you would go towards is what?
Exactly what you and I just went through, which is, are there issues with memory? Because often memory loss is the first and most prominent symptom of, say, Alzheimer's disease, which we know runs in the family to some degree. Does the patients, let's say patient next year, are they prone to confusion? Are they prone to wandering, seemingly random thoughts that are disconnected? Do they have difficulty following a basic conversation? Can you often understand their train of thought? These would be the questions. Do they have fluctuating alertness? Do they have disorganized thinking? Personality and speech changes. This is quite literally some of the questions you would ask somebody with a family history acting in a certain way. And when you go through that, and you look at what you presented in the tee-up, then it's hard, if you're, again, being as objective as we possibly can be, not to say, well, gosh, I'm checking that box, I'm checking that box, I'm checking all the boxes, is something wrong. And to say that this is simply, and his supporters and those that don't want to look at the facts, or those that readily called out the prior occupant but want to defend and look for any justification not to ask hard questions.
Oh yeah, I hate.
How do you look at that series of
Like,
questions?
why is Maggie like? If you ask them any question
Covering up his hand with makeup. Why does
that they don't, that they get like confused about, they just call you like a liar, or call you like slurs or something.
Not known, and why is it?
Like,
if you were to go to
why don't they just like address the question?
Symptoms and systems. If you were to ask those basic questions, Ben, anybody that does not have a bias would say, yes, something here is off, especially with the family history, and particularly because his own physicians don't even know the tests that he is and is not getting.
while we're on the topic of this disastrous war, it's catastrophic for lots of reasons. The human toll, our own troops, the people in the region, innocent civilians who are being killed, just as we saw in Gaza, as we're seeing in Lebanon, as we're seeing where schools are being blown up by the military and little girls are being killed in mass. Also, this is coming at a time where healthcare is being ripped away from Americans. You and I had been covering this as well, and you've been on the front lines covering this in Midas Health and also in the work you do with California Governor Gavin Newsom and the Health Alliance, trying to fill in the gaps from the fact that the Trump regime destroyed our health infrastructure. And so we've been told in this country, Doc, that we don't have enough money to help people with health care, to continue the Obama subsidies that were so helpful for people's lives. We don't have enough money to lower health care costs. And then they're like $200 billion for more missiles to blow up elementary schools. And as Pete Hegseth would go, we loiter over the skies. We rain down death. Our negotiation is bombs. And I think about the inhumanity.
Our negotiations is bombs.
I also think of the
That is so cringe, pathetic, disturbing, disgusting.
How many people are dying because they can't access healthcare? And this is what the money's being spent on. Before we go, I want to hit that point.
Yeah, no, thank you for doing that. This is a great time for anybody, and I'd say regardless of party lines, but we know who will and will not do this, to talk about the public option then, because this has been something that a vast majority of Americans are in favor of. The public option doesn't have to be Medicare for all if people aren't in favor of that, but the public option is basically the government guaranteeing that if you don't have employer-sponsored health insurance, if you don't qualify for Medicaid or traditional Medicare, the government will still be there for you. And for whatever reason, this has not been prioritized because back in the day, President Obama tried to get this passed, and there was not enough senators to pass a public option. Now we're seeing this is what an opening for people running for office right now, and I'd say for any Democrat especially.
Yeah, you can just use this.
A lot of people talk about, hey, what are you going to do when it comes, if you're in Congress tomorrow, what are you going to advocate for when it comes to healthcare? It's pretty vague. This is an obvious thing to rally around, Ben, the public option. And I know it's something that Governor Newsom and other leaders like him are in favor of, strongly in favor of. There's no reason not to be in favor of it, because up until now, you beautifully said this, people have said, and those senators that are against it have said, oh, it's going to bankrupt the United States of America. By the way, what Hegseth and others are asking for Iran, $200 billion over the next just 3 months, would easily cover a public option in the United States for years. So let's not use that as an excuse anymore, number one. Number two, there's many analyses, Ben, showing that if we actually had a public option for people that didn't
Why is the Rex? How is it not fair?
That would actually save the system money because they'd have primary care. They'd get timely care if they were sick. It would save, say, an ICU stay where people come, unfortunately, to see somebody like me. That costs the system way more money. So we'd actually be cost saving while keeping people healthier. There's no reason not to talk about this. And I'll lastly just say, Cancer Family Foundation, the leading think tank in healthcare in the United States, just released a survey. Over 1 in 10 people have already scrapped their Obamacare health insurance since the turn of the year.
Damn.
Expecting many, many millions more to do the same because subsidies are actually increasing. This was not abstract and just a fear, something that we feared towards the end of last year. This is happening in real time. I am seeing
what's happening?
Colleagues, the downstream consequences of that. Delayed medications.
It's like a movie, but it's a horror movie.
Cancer screenings, ending up showing up to the hospital with flu in a severe form because they didn't go in when it was early flu. Things got complicated, and became far more severe, and a hospitalization was rendered. We're seeing delayed diagnosis, delayed preventive care, and not picking up medications. That's what's happening, Ben, across the country, and it doesn't have to be that way. But if we're making choices, We're making a clear choice right now on how to spend $200 billion for 3 months. And that money could be repurposed very easily to cover a public
Sure.
option, and everybody
Sure.
that wants healthcare in the
I
United
agree.
States who does not have it,
It should
will
happen.
for years. And that's the stakes.
Dr. Vidgupta, thanks for breaking down the stakes, how serious they are, and a lot about what's on people's mind now regarding Trump as well. Thanks as always. Everybody check out
Wait, so I'm missing
Health,
0.5 tracking right now.
Vin Gupta. He's been doing
Aren't
great
I?
work with the Health Alliance run by California Governor Gavin Newsom as well. And everybody hit subscribe here. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
Together.
Donald Trump has gone silent as Iran is rejecting his ceasefire proposal. Iran says that they just believe it is another trick. They have no interest in negotiating with Donald Trump or his regime unless Donald Trump agrees to full reparations from this war.
Well, yeah, we know.
And there are strong security guarantees that the United States and Israel will not attack and invade Iran again. Iran is also demanding that the United States and Israel essentially remove all military bases from the region, to which the Trump regime, I guess, has responded after claiming there was going to be these powerful ceasefire talks by removing everything from Donald Trump's schedule today. Look at Donald Trump's revised schedule today. It consists of executive time and meetings closed to the press the entire day. Now, Caroline Leavitt is purportedly holding a
Of course.
press conference shortly, which we will be covering here on the Midas Touch Network. But as it relates to Donald Trump, he's going to go MIA today, as we have thousands of troops heading to the Middle East, expected to arrive in the next 24 to 48 hours for a possible ground invasion. And
24 to 48 hours. That is disgusting.
Hear from Donald Trump and his regime, it's important to observe what is happening in the region. Iran still
Wait, so are they gonna go off the ships? Because if they do, it's over for them.
They're making money controlling the Strait of Hormuz. There is still an escalating war taking place right there. LNG, liquefied natural gas, is running in very short supply. Qatar Energy just declared a force majeure, as have a lot of the main companies in these Arab nations. There is a lack of supply of fertilizer that's now being exported. Helium is not being exported. We have major issues, and as you know,
Healing for MRIs?
Donald Trump just continues to try to
Yo,
manipulate
that's
the
gonna
market
cook.
here, both overtly in what he's posting and saying, and what his regime is posting and saying, and especially when they go on financial programs, and behind the scenes. It seems that Trump and his regime, especially with an SEC that doesn't enforce anything, are looking to manipulate the markets by having people participate in market activity that has the power of trying to control markets, but ultimately in the long run, it's going to backfire when you do manipulation like that. Just take a look at what Iran's state regime media is saying. Iran does not accept the ceasefire. Fundamentally, entering such a
obviously they
process
don't.
with those who have violated their commitments is not logical. It's a statement coming right from Iranian TV, from the Islamic Republic. Also, on their regime media, they say the Islamic Republic of Iran insists on the fulfillment of its strategic objectives in confronting the hostile front. Only if those objectives are achieved would an end to the war, not merely a ceasefire, be possible. And Iran has reviewed the American proposal for a ceasefire and considers it excessive. Iran says its defensive operations will continue until its conditions are met. The first condition for ending the war is a halt to attacks and assassination. Tehran has conveyed through a regional intermediary that it will continue defending itself. Iran also says it will not allow Trump to dictate the timing of the war's end. One of the things we learned today through a really strong NBC exclusive is that the way Donald Trump has been getting his information about the war has been through 2-minute highlight or hype reels that his team prepares for him to pretend that the war is going great. So they just clip together 2 minutes of U.S. and Israel bombing things and blowing things up.
Is that real?
Show that to him. They don't give him any other information. He doesn't ask for any other information. And this is how he's being briefed on the war. So Trump is getting a daily 2-minute highlight reel of the successful U.S. strikes in Iran, basically explosions and wins, raising concerns that he may not be getting the full picture of the war, setbacks included. NBC was the first to break that story. So as we wrote on the Midas Touch Network, they're literally editing the war down to wins only so he doesn't react badly. Think about how insane that is for a commander-in-chief and how dangerous that is for the world. Meanwhile, the head of Iran's parliament, MB Ghalibaf, posted the following message this morning. We are closely monitoring all U.S. movements in the region, especially troop deployments. What the generals have broke, the soldiers can't fix. Instead, they will fall victim to Netanyahu's delusions. Do not test our resolve to defend our land. Just 24 hours ago, Donald Trump and his regime were saying this guy, MB Ghalibaf, the president of Iran's parliament, was their, quote, hot option to become the new leader
hot
of
option.
Iran as the Trump proxy, the way Donald Trump has the authoritarian Delcy Rodriguez running Venezuela. It's what the Trump regime was telling Politico. They're hot. He's hot. He's hot. MB Ghalibaf, are you listening to what this guy's writing and saying? Meanwhile, Turkey has been pressing Gulf Arab states not to join the U.S. and Israel in war against Iran. Ankara has been urging Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and others show restraint through intensive diplomatic outreach. Do not join Netanyahu's war, as Turkey's leader Erdogan has continuously been calling this war. Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, responded to Turkey's leader by saying, the resolute position of my brother, Erdogan, president of Turkey, in condemning the warmongering Zionist regime are commendable. The proud nation of our friendly and brotherly country of Turkey has for many years steadfastly played a role in solidarity with the aspirations of the Islamic Ummah. By the grace of God, we will traverse this proud path together. As I also said, don't listen to the words, watch and observe what's actually happening.
Yeah.
An Iranian missile hit near an industrial area in Negev, Israel. The target was likely the Rotem industrial zone near the city of Dimona, where Israel actually has their nuclear bases. Among the key industries in this area are phosphate extraction facilities.
Phosphate. Oh, that's what Norway is cooking, right?
Uranium contained in phosphate rock. And Israel's ammonia plant, not to mention in Dimona, that's where all the nukes are. You have that going on. Separately, you take a look at what's happening in Iraq right now. This deserves more attention because a war in Iraq is apparently starting again, or at least the beginning, potentially, of that. So what happened was 7 Iraqi army soldiers were killed and 13 were wounded after a U.S. airstrike hit the clinic and an engineering department at the Habaniya base in Anbar. So that base, which is shared by the Iraqi army and the PMF Hasht al-Shabi, a Shiite militia that works with the army, was struck in 2 consecutive U.S. attacks, March 24th and March 25th. So this all happened in the past 24 hours.
Wait, so the U.S. is going against them? Why?
Of Iraqi sovereignty, especially because a military medical facility was hit. They've begun their diplomatic and security consultations, but Iraq authorized the Shiite militias to retaliate against the United States. And then we saw in Camp Victory the Shiite militias using the FPV, those first-person viewing drones, to destroy a Black Hawk and the radar system there with a drone swarm that was circling around the area with impunity. Now,
flat out, getting older sucks, but it doesn't have to. Bubs Naturals Collagen Peptides is going to be the key to your health goals in 2026 and will help you turn back the clock. You might not know this, but the things that happen to our bodies as we get older, stiff joints in the morning, longer recovery from the gym, hair thinning, nails breaking, even skin losing that smooth glow, these can all be fixed. These things happen in the first
This lobby is unplayable, bro.
start to naturally decline beginning as early as your mid-20s. Collagen is often referred to as the glue that holds our bodies together. So you can imagine that a decline in collagen production as you age has some big impacts on your body. That's where Bubs Naturals Collagen Peptides come in. Bubs helps restore collagen levels closer to what your body naturally had in its youth. So your joints feel stronger, your hair and nails grow healthier, and your skin looks smoother. Since I started taking Bubs Naturals Collagen, I'm looking and feeling like I did in my mid-20s again. It's awesome. Since I started,
Are you not in your mid-20s?
feel better and notice less joint pain. My hair and skin feel and look much better as well, and my recovery after workouts feels much quicker. Bubs is different than other collagen products. There's no junk. That means there's zero sugar, sweeteners, or fillers. They're third-party tested, so they're NSF certified for Sport and Whole30 approved, so you know it's clean and trustworthy. Sustainably sourced, and it mixes seamlessly in any drinks. Bubs was also voted 2024's best collagen by Health.com. Live better, longer. For a limited time only, our listeners are getting 20% off Bubs Naturals by using code MIDAS at checkout. Just head to BUBSnaturals.com and use code MIDAS, and you're all set. After your purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. Please support our show and let them know that Midas Touch sent you.
Israel's intelligence director is now giving their own timeline for this war against Iran. Israel intelligence, their director is saying regime change in Iran will take a full year. So we need to be spending a year there is what Israel ultimately
Wait, so are you telling me in 15 hours I've basically gotten 400 to 500 million coins on the crown?
In power while he continues to engage in war crimes and heinous conduct, in my opinion. A Pentagon official says recent U.S. backed this is important, just pivoting for a moment. Because we're talking a lot about the Middle East, rightfully so. Trump's unleashed a war there. But Trump's has boots on the ground and has engaged in wars across the country, across the world right now, right? I mean, recent strikes in Nigeria, for example, right? Invasion of Venezuela, where now the chief torturer in Venezuela has been promoted to the
torturer
role by Delcy Rodriguez.
The fuck does that mean?
The biggest torturer of all the pro-democracy groups is now basically the number two to Delcy Rodriguez there in Venezuela. You know, Donald Trump blowing up all of those fishing boats, right, off the coast of Venezuela without explaining why, just calling them narco-terrorists with a lot of evidence that they were just fishermen and fishing boats. So now there's boots on the ground. There's ground invasion in Ecuador. Ecuador is run by a right-wing Trump MAGA puppet, Noboa, whose family is also, wealthy family from the area, right-wing oligarchical
Holy fuck, the service kicked.
And so a Pentagon official says that the recent U.S.-backed strikes inside Ecuador are just the beginning of wider military campaigns by the United States throughout Latin America. So the operation in Ecuador is called Operation Total Extermination.
What?
You have Operation Epic Fury in Iran, Operation Total Extermination, which sounds like it's right out of Hitler's playbook, in my opinion, is what they're calling this in Ecuador. Began with a joint U.S.-Ecuador strikes near Colombia's border and may expand to more land attacks across the region. So Colombia is also saying this is a violation of their sovereignty. The Intercept was one of the first to report this. So where's the U.S.
Okay, so you're telling me
well, let's take a look.
in 30 hours you can make 1.5 bill plus
in Ecuador, but it was a dairy
4 bill.
The New York Times
Or is
visited
it
a
30
village
hours,
between the
right?
United States and Ecuador, said they destroyed an armed group's training.
That's pretty good coins.
Residents say it was actually a dairy farm, and as New York Times investigated these videos that have been posted by the Trump regime showing strikes which they claim are narco-terrorists, the strikes appear to have destroyed a cattle and dairy farm, not a drug trafficking compound, according to interviews with farm owners, 4 of its workers, human rights lawyers, and residents and leaders in San Martin, the remote farming village in northern Ecuador where the strike took place. Horrific, horrific stuff right there. And I don't want to neglect what's happening in the rest of the world, right? You've got Donald Trump just a few weeks before the election in Hungary, wants Putin's puppet Orban to stay
Yeah,
in power.
they're wanting to do it so bad. Imagine if Orban loses. Oh my god.
He hasn't posted anything in 10 hours, but yesterday, the day before that, he's been making post after post. One of the reasons Donald Trump may have gone silent is, woof, those Republicans lost big, big, big in Florida, huh? Democrats flipped House district and a Senate district. The House district that is that covers Mar-a-Lago, and a Senate district, both areas that Trump won big in 2024. So what's MAGA Mike saying with all of this? What's MAGA Mike saying? MAGA Mike is asked this morning by the press. The Pentagon is supposedly dispatching 2,000 troops.
I hate MAGA Mike.
Boots on the ground, MAGA Mike. Watch what he says.
There's talk about the Pentagon is supposedly dispatching 2,000 troops. How is that not putting? How is that not putting boots on the ground? And you said we're not at war. How is that not an escalation of war in Iran?
Look, I think it sends a signal to Iran that they better get their act together. We need to resolve this quickly, and that's the president's interest, and that's ours. It's everyone's. We need to. Operation Epic Fury is almost done. I mean, I think the mission that was very clearly defined in the beginning, the objectives have been met. We have to get the Strait of Hormuz straightened out, and we need our international partners to help with that because it's a giant project that involves everybody around the world at some level. So I'm optimistic that's going to happen. The buildup of troops is very different than boots on the ground. We don't have boots on the ground. I don't think that's the intention, but I think Iran should watch that buildup, and they need to take note of that. They have to.
MAGA Mike is then asked, so is it your position that we're still not at war? I mean, seems like we're at war, MAGA Mike. Is that what you're saying? Here, play this clip.
Speaker, you said a few weeks ago that we are not at war with Iran. Is that still your position?
Operation Epic Fury, that's what I think.
You're not wrapping it up.
It will be done in short order, and that'll be right on schedule. Yes.
And then more from MAGA Mike right here. Let's
Wait,
play
did they get the $200 billion?
On a bill that would simply restock our munitions. We've used some of those, as you know, in Operation Epic Fury. And we've got to do that. It's a necessity. The first job of the federal government is to protect the people. But Democrats, I don't think we can count on their votes to do the simple, basic responsibility of Congress. And so it is part of reconciliation, probably, and we'll see. Yes.
And then finally, you have MAGA Republican Congresswoman Lisa McClain, who says, I hope it doesn't get to boots on the ground, but if we do it, and Trump says we need to do it, it's worth it. This is what the MAGA
What?
is saying. Let's play it.
It feels like this weekend.
So you just manipulated it.
I mean, interesting, given that we're talking about the Marines and the 82nd Airborne troops going there to assist in opening the strait.
Yeah. Look, I'm finally proud to say some of our allies are actually helping out. I hope it doesn't get to boots on the ground. That is a big hope. But at the end of the day, we have got to make sure that we can have trade through the Strait of Hormuz. Take a look at what's happening. The world is coming together for the first time in a long, long time against the terrorist state of Iran. And that's a good thing, because if we want economic prosperity in that region, you had Jamie Dimon, on your program, we have to have stability in that region. And I think this is one of the biggest steps that we've seen in a long time, to have stability in that region.
For sure, yeah.
Well, there you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. By the way, have you subscribed to Scott McFarlane's YouTube channel yet? Scott McFarlane,
Yeah, I have.
Washington, D.C. correspondent, chief correspondent for the Midas Touch Network. Search at Scott McFarlane News and subscribe to Scott McFarlane's channel. Let's get that channel 1 million subscribers in record time. At Scott McFarlane News, you search it on YouTube. And subscribe to our channel, hey? Help us get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching. We appreciate you so much. Let's keep fighting for our democracy.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at
Let's go.
MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Did Donald Trump sell top secret classified information, use it for profit, and compromise our national security interests? That's a question that's being asked again by Democrats in the House led by Representative Jamie Raskin.
Probably you did.
There's been new reporting that Jack Smith told Merrick Garland while he was special counsel in an update report that there were two major pieces of top secret classified evidence or information that Donald Trump kept after his presidency was over. One being so sensitive that only 6 people in the United States, including the president, had the security clearance in order to review it. And
Wait, what?
Trump was waving it around on an airplane, his airplane, from Palm Beach Airport back to LaGuardia Airport back in 2023. And with Susie Wiles, his now chief of staff, but then she didn't have a top secret clearance then either, then just the CEO of his super PAC, and a secret war plan document that could relate to the Middle East. And now we get right to it. Jack Smith told Merrick Garland, according to the new report, or the report, and now picked up by Jamie Raskin, that the reason they believe that Donald Trump kept all
What was the reason?
sticky-fingeredness, his hoarding, his refusal to turn it over, was not because he saw them as mementos. It's because he wanted to profit from them, use them in his
Of
business
course.
transactions and dealings. Because at the time, he never thought he'd be coming back to office. And so he wanted to profit with it. He was doing business with the Saudi Arabians and the people in Dubai and UAE and the rest for real estate deals and cryptocurrency deals. And he wanted to have something in his back pocket. That's the question that Jamie Raskin
Holy
raised.
shit.
And new information that I didn't know before today, until Raskin raised it in his letter to Pam Bondi, is that Pam Bondi, the Department of Justice, may have just violated the very order that they demanded that Judge Cannon put in place to protect Jack Smith's Volume 2. Everything about Mar-a-Lago and his investigation can't be produced, has to be permanently banned and barred, even for future Departments of Justice. And they just cherry-picked information from the report, gave it to the House Republicans to try to make Jack Smith look bad. Now all that did was violate Judge Cannon's order that Bondi demanded. Oh, lean in, everybody, and I'll tell you what this was that I flashed on the screen in a moment here. I might
Lean back.
Michael Popak.
Lean back.
Hit that free subscribe button for Legal AF YouTube. We knew from our following of the Mar-a-Lago matter that Donald Trump, in his sticky-fingeredness, in his hoarding, in his taking top secret and classified documents with him, stashing them in bathrooms and in dining rooms at Mar-a-Lago, spilling out into the hallway when the FBI executed their search warrants. We knew that in there were top secret information, classified information. We talked about it. We talked about it at length on Legal AF about war plans and
Nothing happened?
codes and different things that we believe were in there. We knew about maps that he was showing to people in his office on his plane. He was showing maps to people that were classified while he was writing a book. There was a book writer there, for his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. We knew all that. What we didn't know was there were other maps and other top secret president's eyes only documents that he was also holding on to and showing to people, both on a plane, and this is the aircraft manifest
Why?
for the plane ride, including
Is he like flexing documents?
now part of Jimmy
That's some of the lamest shit I heard in my life.
because he got his hands on it. We know that. We also know about the map, and we know about the document that only 6 people in the world have enough of security clearance to review. And we know that Jack Smith, based in his update report that he was providing to Merrick Garland as part of his duties, that he informed Merrick Garland that he thought the working theory was the motive was profit, to sell this information, to use it in his business transactions. Here's what the report actually said. One other thing on the use of classified documents I want to bring to your attention. This is Jack Smith to Merrick Garland. We've identified a classified map that we believe Trump may have shown to individuals on board an airplane after he left office. This is an 11-page memo. Our investigation indicates that Susan Wiles, the CEO of Trump's super PAC, she's now the chief of staff.
Of course she is. Had to get the promotion, didn't she?
Further 2 bullet
You
points
fucking
about the
stupid
map
idiots.
were redacted in the memo. Yeah, it's not good. So here's how Jamie Raskin puts it. In this letter, I'll put up on Legal AF Substack for our paid members. This is Attorney General Bondi. Why would Donald Trump go to such extraordinary lengths to steal classified documents, hoard them, and refuse to return them in the first paragraph?
Good question.
Donald Trump, your Department of Justice has been fighting tooth and nail to gag Special Counsel Jack Smith and bury his report to answer these questions. But apparently blinded by the frenzied search
Michael
to find any
Popok.
scrap of evidence that could be twisted and distorted to level an attack against Jack Smith, you have quite amazingly missed the fact that some of the documents you provided to the House Republicans to embarrass Jack Smith include damning evidence about your boss's conduct and may well violate the gag order that you and Trump wanted and demanded from Judge Aileen Cannon. He goes further, all in all black and in bold print. We'll put it up on the screen. These new disclosures suggest that Donald Trump stole documents so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire U.S. government had access to them, that the documents he stole pertained to his business interest, and that Susie Wiles, then the CEO of his super PAC, witnessed it, and witnessed him showing off classified map to passengers on his private plane. This glimpse into the trove of evidence behind the cover-up reveals a president of the United States who may have sold out our national security to enrich himself. It's a profit motive. He then went on to outline how Pam Bondi has violated Judge Cannon's order.
Okay, so
Judge
both of them are
Cannon
leaving.
just
I
issued
guess
an order
that's a
Trump
perfect point for me
demanded
to
in which she not only
take a shower.
sealed in a tomb forevermore the Jack Smith's Volume 2 report about Mar-a-Lago and about the espionage and obstruction of justice committed by Donald Trump as alleged, but she also tied the hands of future Department of Justices to ever release it. Well, then how do they get to cherry pick the information that supports it and there was a next to it and give it to the House Republicans? There's no congressional exemption for a judicial order. Well, I didn't really violate it because I gave it to the
Okay, so it's almost, it swings 18?
and that's what Jamie Raskin is saying. So somebody's going to have to go back. The problem is, who's going to go back to Judge Cannon? All the parties are on one side. They're all on the Trump side. There's nobody left. There's no independent Department of Justice on this issue. That's why you need a special counsel. Pam Bondi needed to, based on the Department of Justice manual and statute, she should have already appointed a special counsel, right, to replace Jack Smith, to continue representing those interests.
We don't fuck with Pam Bondi. We don't fuck with any of these people.
And she won't. So he is demanding the following. And says, we're ready to receive the information because we have a sensitive, compartmented information.
I hope all of these people have wet socks and wet underwear and wet t-shirts for the rest of their life.
New Jersey on June 3rd, 2022. Who was on the plane? Who on the plane did he show the classified map to? What did the classified map detail? Which documents did President Trump retain that were pertinent to his business interests? And which specific business interests? Which members of his family engaged in his business ventures saw or were made aware of the content of these classified documents, including Junior, Eric, Jared, Ivanka, and Barron in your answer? Oh, Barron's in there. Which documents did Trump steal that was so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire federal government had access to it? Did any of the documents he stole or showed to others relate to the U.S. government's war plans in the Middle East? We're waging war there right now. Did any foreign actors access or attempt to access these classified documents that were uploaded into a staffer's computers? Why is this important now? I mean, we have reporting out there that the Saudi crown prince is against ending the war in Iran. Maybe he's against ending the war in Iran because Donald Trump showed him a classified map and some classified information a few years ago And that's given him more confidence and more intel than he would normally have.
Oh, really?
See, when Trump left office, he never thought he was coming back. He thought he was done, and he was just going to pursue real estate deals and transactions, sell some more Trump steaks and golf shirts, and a cryptocurrency business and an NFT business. He was as shocked as anybody when he ran for office and won again. So that explains the profit motive, right? Selling out America's national interests. And we knew some of this before, but the fact that it's now writ large in Jamie Raskin's letter and a demand, and where Jamie Raskin, he starts pounding the table.
Okay, so he's just breaking more and more laws per the day.
Our audience, good things happen. Investigations happen. Forget the initial knee-jerk reaction of the Trump administration. Oh, Jamie Raskin's a failed what? Failed what? Lawyer? Constitutional scholar? What? Representative? We don't see him that way. There's nothing there. He was cleared. Donald Trump was never cleared. You know, he had his judge of choice, Aileen Cannon, fire the special counsel and dismiss the indictment. That doesn't clear him at all. We'll continue to follow it. You're on Midas Touch and Legal AF. Take a moment, hit the free subscribe button, and help us continue to grow Legal AF YouTube. We're going to hit 1.1 million subscribers over the weekend with your help. So my next report, I'm Michael Popak. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing and the oral argument there, including a daily roundup that I do called, wait for it, Morning
Popak.
AF. What else? All the other contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some
What is this?
reporting, we got interviews, we got ad-free versions of the podcast and hot takes.
Is Scott McFarlane gonna start uploading on here too?
Come over now to free subscribe.
In 2025, the price of gold blew up. In a single year, 1 ounce of gold went from $2,700 to $4,300. That's a 62% increase in 12 months. Why did this happen? A lot of factors, but maybe the biggest was the decline of the US dollar. For years, the biggest names in conservative media have predicted this. They knew it was going to happen.
You hear me every night talking about the value of having gold in your portfolio.
Folks, inflation is proving unstoppable. Stock volatility is reaching new heights. A recession is inevitable.
I've been doing business with gold buying for, gosh, over 15 years.
It seemed like a good deal buying gold to their viewers. It was an obvious bet, but it wasn't. We spent months looking into the gold IRA industrial complex and its relationship with conservative media. What we found shocked us. In exchange for huge payouts, some of the most famous names in conservatism have consistently over years directed their viewers to gold companies that exploit them. In some cases, these companies were outright scams with outrageous terms and shocking margins. The primary target of all of this is the elderly. But these companies and their advertising strategies are so effective that people from every walk of life have been lured and have lost millions. We spoke to the victims of this, and we spoke to the insiders. This is the Great Gold Scam.
My name is Dale Whitaker. I am an accountant and I am the author of The Gold Grift and a whistleblower.
Whitaker spent years as an accountant for Augusta Precious Metals, which offers gold-backed IRAs.
So I was there about 3.5 to 4 years, and the way that I realized that this wasn't as kosher as it seemed in the beginning was there was a gentleman who wanted to sell back 5,000 coins. So we would sell a client a coin, and we would say, hey, our spread is this percent, 29% is what we had at the time. And then that client at any time in the future could call us and they could sell it back to us at what they had purchased minus the spread and whatever had happened in the markets. And that isn't really what happens, because the companies have the exclusive control over these coins. They can manipulate the price of the coins at any time. And so the CEO called me and he asked me very specifically to increase the spread, thereby decreasing the amount of money that we would give to that client who wanted to sell us the coins. And that's when I realized something was terribly wrong.
Over the past 2 decades, Americans, mostly conservative Americans seeking protection from market volatility and encouraged by media figures they trust, have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into commemorative gold coins.
So the way that it works is a dealer will enter into an exclusive distribution contract with a reputable mint, like the Royal Canadian Mint, the British Royal Mint, the Perth Mint. And what they do is they say, hey, we want you guys to mint this coin for us, and we want to have the exclusive distribution capability in the United States. And the mint says, yes, we'll do this. This is what it costs. You pay for the mintage fees. You pay for the premiums to the mint. And then they give you the exclusive distribution for that coin in the United States.
Since the value of the coin, in theory, comes from the value of the gold or silver within it, these coins are technically bullion, and they can therefore be used in retirement accounts. That means effective salesmen can convince people to move their retirement savings into gold-backed IRAs. Unlike typical gold bars, however, the gold IRA industry coins are exclusive to the companies that sell them. The companies then massively mark up the price of those coins and
holy shit.
That price is justified because these are unique collector's items.
Folks ask the question, well, why is this marked up exponentially? Why is it so much more expensive than, say, a typical bullion coin? And the answer is very simple. Well, there's limited mintage, there's only so many of these, and we are the only ones that you can buy this from.
This model works because it relies on trust built up over years between conservative media and the people who watch it, and that draws consumers into highly persuasive sales pitches.
You could argue there's an element of willing buyer and willing seller, but the reality is much different. A lot of folks are really relying on the trust that they've built with influencers who push this stuff, that these companies are reputable. And then when they call the company and you have salesmen purporting themselves to be fiduciaries and telling this person that, hey, this is a better asset for you. I've been doing this for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years.
They're all cap.
As a consumer, as an investor, it's like, why would I not listen to my stockbroker? This is the same thing.
The terms are often obviously absurd. Massive margins over the publicly traded spot price, which you can check on your phone. They include hidden fees and commissions, a lot of them. Many companies' business practices have led to lawsuits.
How about gold bars? Is gold bars safe?
$76 million was against a company called Red Rock Secured, who the owner, Shade Johnson Kelly and Jeffrey Ward, they were 2 of the salesmen at Augusta who left Augusta because they felt they weren't earning enough.
According to federal regulators, Red Rock Secured, quote, used scare tactics to convince prospective customers to transfer funds, including funds from liquidating securities in their tax-deferred retirement accounts in order to purchase precious metals. In 2023, the Securities and Exchange Commission charged Red Rock Secured and its executives with fraud. The government alleged that the company was charging, quote, as much as 130% in markups on the precious metal coins they sold to investors. Through this scheme, defendants allegedly defrauded at least 700 investors out of more than $50 million.
So there have been a lot of lawsuits in the past few years. The CFTC and the SEC are...
Dude, I want to go mining gold.
And there are also a lot of private lawsuits from customers who have realized they've been scammed.
In 2020, 12 states and the CFTC cracked down on metals.com after, quote, defendants allegedly solicited more than $185 million from seniors and other vulnerable investors nationwide by touting precious metals at grossly inflated prices. In 2023, the SEC filed charges against Safeguard Metals for allegedly, quote, obtaining approximately $67 million from the sale of coins to more than 450, mostly elderly retail investors, and kept approximately $25.5 million in markup on the price it paid to acquire those coins.
The CFTC and SEC are, I think, aware of this problem, but they just don't have the resources at hand to deal with it, so they end up playing whack-a-mole. And so they see Red Rock secured, but all of the salesmen then start a new company, and then you have a new company, and then they start down this trajectory and end up doing the exact same things.
And so far, that's been true. These companies are easy to create.
Damn.
All you need is a relationship with a mint, ads on conservative radio and Fox News, and aggressive salesmen. In 2011,
It's the business though. Like, should I be doing this?
Against one company, Goldline International.
Maybe not.
Overpriced coins. Paid spokesmen for Goldline included Fred Thompson, Dennis Miller, Mark Levin, Lars Larson, Michael Smerconish, Mike Huckabee, and Glenn Beck.
I've been doing business with Goldline for, gosh, over 15 years. It was a no-brainer for me to do business with them. I think they're the best in the precious metals category.
A congressional investigation found, quote,
yeah, right.
average Goldline markup was 90% above the melt value of the coin. In other words, 90% above what it would sell for on the international market. Goldline never admitted to wrongdoing, but paid $4.5 million to settle the charges. After the legal scrutiny, Goldline employees got jobs at Merit Financial, which also sold coins by phone and ran ads on Fox News.
So the SEC sue a company into the ground, another company.
Oh wait, so it took Republicans the money? Oh, fair enough. That's fine.
Charges. Merit was accused of engaging in, quote, an aggressive nationwide fraud scheme that has built consumers out of tens of millions of dollars. After Merit fell, many of the salesmen moved to Augusta Precious Metals, where Whitaker worked. We reached out to Augusta Precious Metals for comment, and they described Whitaker's claims as, quote, false. But they acknowledged that the industry is, quote, filled with many bad actors and liars. The company claimed
is that so?
Due to incompetence, and has not had any working relationship with Augusta for nearly 10 years. Notably, Augusta does not list the prices of their gold coins on their website.
So the target demographic at Augusta Precious Metals was 50-plus conservative Christian. And the reason for that is because it's typically the conservative Christian who believes in some form of apocalyptic scenario where we're going to get away from the fiat monetary system, we're going to go back to a barter and trade, and they're going to need this gold and silver to barter and trade with. They're using this angle to target a very specific group of folks to then defraud them of their life savings. And to me, I think that's just a barn.
My name is Rob Linebarger. I would consider myself a straight across the board conservative. I graduated in 1984, joined the Navy. I was a helicopter pilot in the Navy. Then after that, I took off the flight suit one day, and the very next day I went to work for Motorola. And I led their R&D engineering development projects. And then after that, I was able to save some money. So I built up this nice nest egg. And then, the cloud of COVID hits. That's how I got into the gold, because I'm like, well, I got to get out of the market. I fell for the con looking for the safe haven.
Into the dollar empire. That's
Damn.
.com/Bannon, 7th free installment, the real reset.
I bought with Birch Gold, rolling over the 401k that I had saved. I'm part of the War Room Posse, I guess, or at least I was. And I just trusted the host of that show.
Why is gold a hedge to all the madness of the money printing of the central bank, sir?
I'm a business major. I understand like business terms. First thing they ask you is how much are you looking to buy, right? And then and then I told them my situation, and I think at the time I had about 400,000 left in my 401k. I got 420 pieces on the first purchase. I did a second purchase. There was 59 more. The story that he told me was these are premium coins. If I went online, I could see that.
These are premium coins.
0.999% pure coins were actually selling above what, let's say, a spot price was on the bid and the ask. So I kind of believe when they said that these are limited supply. So that makes them more valuable. And over time, they're going to appreciate at an increased rate, let's say, as measured to the spot price as a benchmark, which turned out to be 100% false. I paid $1,020 premium, and so when I called to say, hey, I'm looking at divesting some of it because I want to move those assets into maybe something.
Oh, he's gonna say no.
He's basically quoting me the melt price. The account manager basically told me there's an inversion in the market where the price of the commodity is going up, you know, on a slope like this, but because so many retired people are cashing in now, the coin itself, there's no value in it. The premium on them is basically a sunk cost. You're throwing that money away, and then, you know, once I find out, you know, how the pricing model worked, and then what they told me was just did not come true based on, you know, they just totally misled me. Being a conservative and you know, watching, you know, conservative shows, things like that, they were pumping this company, and I trusted them. And people need to know, you know, it's not just to do your own research. It's don't trust these people.
Linebarger estimates the decision to buy
Damn.
commemorative coins cost him more than $200,000. For millennia, human beings have bought and sold precious metals, especially gold, to store value in times of economic uncertainty. The first gold coins were made in Turkey about 600 years before the birth of Christ. Egyptian hieroglyphics, the Code of Hammurabi, the Hebrew Bible, Homer's epics, all contain references to gold. Gold was one of the 3 gifts the wise men brought to Jesus.
Damn.
In 1792, George Washington signed a law that created the U.S. Mint and authorized the government to produce gold, silver, and copper coins. 70 years later, President Lincoln enacted the Legal Tender Act, which introduced federal paper money. It was America's first example of fiat currency. That led to extreme inflation during the war, and then extreme deflation after it ended. In 1900, President McKinley established the gold standard.
All right, so
$20.67 per troy ounce of gold. The U.S. Treasury was obligated to convert paper money to gold upon request. That system ended on April 5th, 1933.
And it is my belief that hoarding during the past week has become an exceedingly unfashionable pastime.
As Americans rushed to turn their
What?
to gold during the Depression, President Franklin Roosevelt, as one of his first acts as president, banned gold ownership by decree. He issued Executive Order 6102 that required Americans to surrender their gold coins and bullion to the Federal Reserve at an exchange rate he fixed. Roosevelt did this because the government wanted a way to increase the money supply amid the Great Depression. The gold standard was holding them back. Reality itself prevented them from doing this. And as public confidence waned in the banking system, people rushed to get their money out of banks.
Because of an undermined confidence on the part of the public, there was a general rush by a large portion of our population to turn bank deposits into currency or gold.
Americans who didn't turn their gold into the government faced fines up to $10,000. That's the equivalent of more than $250,000 today. They also faced up to a decade behind bars. The Fed sicked the Secret Service on anyone who violated it. Famous cases hit the papers. A New York attorney called Frederick Barber Campbell attempted to withdraw his deposit of 27 bars of gold, worth about $3 million in today's exchange, from Chase National Bank in Manhattan. Roosevelt's government filed criminal charges against him. And though the prosecution failed on a technicality, his gold was confiscated by the government. A jewelry store owner called Gus Farber in San Francisco was arrested for illegally selling gold coins in 1939. Others were arrested in coordinated stings. In 1971, Richard Nixon ended the gold standard altogether, so the government no longer had an interest in gold ownership, though of course Americans certainly did. The dollar, which is the best performing currency of the past 100 years, has declined by 95% between 1925 and 2025. During the same period, gold rose from $20 an ounce to more than $4,000. On New Year's Eve 1974, President Gerald Ford signed legislation making it legal for Americans to own bullion again. Finally. But the industry faced basically no regulation.
The reality is there is no regulation over this, and which is why it's so difficult to really put it's like putting a Band-Aid over a gunshot wound, because you just cannot stem the flow of companies that pop up after one is sued.
According to the Washington Post, over the past decade, more than 30 customers in 20 states have sued a dozen gold IRA companies. Federal regulators have sued 4 companies, 2 in the past year alone, claiming that investors were systematically charged as much as triple the coin's value.
It kind of sounds dirty coming out of my mouth as a conservative to say we need to regulate this issue, but that is the reality. This is where government needs to step up and say, hey, there is harm being done to citizens, and not just citizens, but their livelihoods, their life savings, and we need to do something about this instead of just suing individual companies and playing whack-a-mole like the SEC and the CFTC are doing.
My name is Andrea McAvoy. I used to do real estate, but I'm mostly a mom now. I've been investing in precious metals since 2015, 2016. This was an IRA that I had developed before I got married, and it was basically a dead account at that point. I had 2-year-old, I was freshly postpartum, and I was also pregnant. I found out about Lear Capital through podcasts. I do like to support the sponsors and with the people that I listen to or try to. It's like, you know, a soft intro. We do that in real estate, right? It's like that warm intro and you're like, oh, okay, well, these guys trust them. So, you know, instead of just Googling a company, maybe I should try the company that they're sponsoring, because you assume that they kind of do some background due diligence. You wouldn't want your reputation to now be tainted from a bad sponsor. So I made the wrong assumption. So I bought about $186,000 worth of gold and silver through my IRA. The sales tactics, it was interesting. I'm trying to remember exactly how he framed it with me. But basically, what he said was, you know, that these coins might be the best opportunity for me because they tend to buffer when the market goes down. So it doesn't, you don't get as much of a loss. And they tend to really accelerate when the market goes up, which obviously sounds too good to be true. Now that you think about it. If you look at the actual contract, it says that, like, essentially something along the lines of that the commission will be discussed on the recorded call. It should have been a red flag for me immediately. And for me, I still remember the day that I was on the recorded call. I was doing the dishes. I had my 2-year-old tugging at me. You know, you got the water running. You got the kid pulling at you. You know, I'm shushing him. You know, trying to silently shush him. You know, so I can listen to the recording. And your mind is not where it should be when a very large purchase is occurring. They said 34%. There is no way I heard 34%. I heard 4%, right? That sounds more in line with a very large purchase. In April of 2024, I was, I think, in my second trimester of pregnancy at that time. The market was going so gangbusters. So I went into my equity trust account, and the 186,000 was down to 100, I think somewhere around 109,000. And I mean, my heart sank, and I was like, there's no way this can be possible.
Andrea reached out to Lear Capital, which is a major player in gold sales, with over $200 million in revenue, according to court filings. She wanted to know why her coins weren't rising as fast as the price of gold, since they were gold.
So that's when I really went gangbusters and started running the numbers and figuring out, not only did they take 35% as a commission, but then they somehow took another 20, 25% as a premium or a spread on the value. Somewhere around the 120,000s is where I was, and I should have been somewhere around 213,000 had I bought bullion.
The company,
Damn.
Capital,
Bullion?
discouraged her from telling her story to anyone. Lear had reason to be worried about state attorneys general. In 2022, they reached a $6 million settlement with the state of New York in a suit that alleged, quote, Lear fraudulently failed to disclose millions of dollars in commissions the company charged consumers.
So what I did was I, contacted several different AGs from different states.
In 2023, quote, at least 42 state and territory securities regulators have been investigating Lear for deceptive securities and commodities activity and misleading marketing. Amid a multi-state lawsuit, Lear filed for bankruptcy and agreed to pay $5.5 million back to its customers.
I put in a complaint with the Better Business Bureau, just started blasting them on X.
On X.
And it's interesting because I think the gentleman that I was speaking to, I think he thought that he could kind of make me go away with, giving me, 10,000 or, just kind of throwing me crumbs and just seeing if I'd go away. He would leave me messages every day. Constantly. And I wouldn't call him back. And I would just send him a message. I want to say it was through email, basically saying, unless you have my money, don't call me. They use these tactics where they say, you don't have a case. You accepted this agreement. You verbally accepted this commission. And you just got to just say, I don't accept that. I don't accept it. And you got to figure out how you...
Did she sue?
Because you can, obviously. I did it. So...
After aggressively fighting with Lear for months, Andrea was ultimately issued a full refund plus $15,000.
I would say just don't trust anyone. Don't trust anyone.
If you check, you'll see that Lear has very positive reviews online and a solid rating from the Better Business Bureau. We obtained documents that showed that in exchange for issuing the refund, Lear pressured Andrea into leaving the company a 5-star Google review and contacting the Better Business Bureau to report that she was satisfied with her dealings with Lear.
You have to do your own research. You have to look at the contracts. You have to know what you're paying people. It's really important. You cannot just trust that people have your best interests in mind, because they don't. You don't just listen to some pundit online or on the TV and think that they have your best interests in mind. They clearly have their interests in mind, right? They're making money off of the advertising, or
well, yeah.
in some way, shape, or form. They're making money off of you doing this thing that they want you to do.
It leaves me sitting wondering, as a conservative and as a consumer of media, wondering, do these guys have my best interests at heart, or is it about money?
By all accounts, it seems like money.
We were not surprised when multiple gold companies reached out to offer us money, in one case, nearly $20 million a year, to pitch their products.
As a conservative and someone who's been reaching out to these folks for going on 7 years now, it's frustrating that I see them pushing assets for companies that I know are going to defraud their viewers. And the fact that these guys are making millions and millions of dollars a year, and even the smaller mid-sized ones are getting paid thousands of dollars a month, which just doesn't make sense for their audience size, so that they can sell and really leverage their viewers' trust to get them to go to these companies and to make these companies a lot of money, all the while they're losing their life savings, is inherently frustrating for me.
The ads are ubiquitous.
Goldline's Express IRA makes acquiring gold and silver for you fast and simple.
So please call the
Fast and simple.
metal dealer I trust. American Hartford Gold.
American Hartford Gold.
On July 1st, 2023, Newsmax, a cable network, aired a live broadcast of a Trump speech in Pickens, South Carolina. They put it on a split screen with an ad for Hartford Gold, which also sends Trump rally special emails via a deal with Newsmax. The same company sent an email ad with the subject line, Bill O'Reilly warns, retirement funds at risk from a Biden recession. It directed viewers to American Hartford Gold.
And I've sent many of them the evidence. I've sent them my complaint that I filed, my whistleblower complaint that I filed. And I pleaded with them, hey, please stop selling this because your viewers are being victimized by the same company that's paying you massive sums of money.
According to the Washington Post, revenues from the gold IRA companies can amount to as much as 10% of their total earnings. And the biggest personalities stand to earn millions of dollars a year.
And that's one of the most frustrating things now whenever I see these influencers. It's like, are your sponsors selling a legitimate product? Are you peddling a bad product now? I have to be questioning every single time that I see these guys selling something. Because how many millions of dollars are you getting paid to do that? And do you actually care about getting the truth? Or do you care about lining your pockets?
If you lend your name to it and your reputation, so the audience thinks, oh, it's probably okay. Until it's not okay. Until your audience gets scammed, gets robbed, gets cheated, and then...
What is this voice? Can you stop this? Please stop with this voice.
My name is Kristen, and I am a single mom.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Seeking to raise my children in nurture and admonition of the Lord.
I'm sorry.
Of Jesus Christ. My mom
Sure.
and I
I'm sorry.
from Cambodia. We lived through the Khmer
I apologize. Take it back.
We came to America.
Your voice is amazing. I'm sorry.
Seeking the American dream. My parents were in the labor camps, and when the Khmer Rouge went in, they took their home, they took their business, and they took all their possessions. During the chaos, during the war, the currency used was pretty much gold, because the currency during that time, the paper currency was useless. And so people would carry around, and my mom just, had a little scale in which they would cut up pieces. Exchange or to buy or to hire people. And then with the current situation in America in which the American currency is being debased, Mom and I discussed it, and we thought that she would put whatever little money that she and my dad has toward gold. There were a lot of influencers who recommended different gold companies. The company's name was Goldco.
I believe now more than ever is the time to find out how you can diversify your savings with gold. Now that's why I partnered with Goldco.
I've decided to partner with the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. You can see here on their site, they're a great company. They're trusted and respected, and they have a great reputation as well. When you visit or call Goldco, be sure that you tell them that Laura Loomer sent you.
I am not important. I have no money. I have no influence. I have no power. We thought that what was going to be, an investment that could help her survive, because we're struggling. She's struggling. I'm struggling. What was sold to her was, the price was so high, exorbitantly high, higher than the market rate. And I realized that it's like she was robbed. I realized, oh my God, she has been cheated of her life savings. And I blamed myself for introducing her to that.
For months, Kristen and her mother repeatedly reached out to the gold company, attempting to cancel their order. But they were consistently rebuffed. It took a month of negative reviews and phone calls with the company before the company finally agreed to buy back the gold at the purchase price.
When this is done to little people, we're the little people struggling. I'm struggling to survive. It's so crushing. You feel like you're done. And in the end, when people are on their deathbed, as they say, and before you take your last breath, you've cheated and robbed people who are small, people who are just normal citizens trying to survive. Please think about it, because there will be an accounting by God.
When we launched this channel 2 years ago, various gold companies reached out to us immediately, and they offered us enormous amounts of money. One of them offered nearly $20 million. At first, it seemed like a great idea. It was natural. We love gold. We own gold. We've been buying it for years in physical form. But then the obvious question arose. How can a company that sells gold, which is a commodity set on the international markets whose price is transparent, how would they have $20 million to spend on marketing? Commodities is a low-margin business by definition. It didn't make any sense. But now it does. These businesses weren't selling gold as a commodity. They were ripping off consumers, mostly conservative Christians. The reality is that the influencers selling this scam were actually right on the most basic level. Gold is the answer to economic volatility. It is a hedge against fiat currency and the devaluation of the dollar. And in fact, if the people we spoke to had bought gold at spot price and held it, they'd be much richer today. Their instincts were right, but they were subverted. So what we have done instead, in good conscience and great enthusiasm, is partner with one of the biggest gold wholesalers in the country. We now sell gold with reasonable, totally transparent, upfront, clearly detailed margins, low margins. But don't take our word for it. you can check for yourself. The company is called Battalion Metals, and the prices are on the website. You know exactly what we make. No, we're not going to get rich from this. Yes, we will make it easier for the people who watch our show to buy physical gold if they want to. There are no 34% markups. There's no commemorative coin that's somehow worth more than its weight in gold. There's no scam here. Battalion makes money the way gold companies should make money, by selling gold, fairly and transparently.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Here is the perfect representation of Democrats not taking ownership over this unimaginably popular bipartisan idea.
Donald Trump and the White House are crashing out over major escalation in the war and Iran smoking out Donald Trump's invasion plans, apparently with another Arab nation as well. The head of Iran's parliament, MB Ghalibaf, who just a few days ago, Donald Trump said he's a hot option that I want to lead Iran when we take it over. And this guy's been just repudiating and rebuking Donald Trump at all turns. He just posted the following message moments ago. Ghalibaf writes, based on some data, Iran's enemies, with the support of one of the regional countries, are preparing to occupy one of the Iranian islands. All enemy movements are under the full surveillance of our armed forces. If they step out of line, all the vital infrastructure of that regional country will, without restriction, become the target of relentless attack. We are hypothesizing that that country is Saudi Arabia, that the island is Karg Island, and we are aware of the Marine Expeditionary Forces that have been leaving from Japan on the USS Tripoli that will be arriving near Iran by Friday. And we also have numerous other Marine Expeditionary units on their way from San Diego, and elite paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg heading to the Middle East as well. Goluboff also writes the following: "We are closely monitoring all U.S. movements in the region, especially troop deployments. What the generals have broke, the soldiers can't fix. Instead, they will fall victim to Netanyahu's delusions. Do not test our resolve to defend our land." Meanwhile, other top-ranking officials in Iran have been posting, come closer, soldiers. We have been waiting for this and preparing for this moment for 2 decades. U.S. soldiers, come on in. We are ready for you." So it does not seem that there's a deal to be had anytime soon. Israel's I-24 News has also confirmed recent reporting on the Iranian supreme leader, saying that a Western intelligence top source has told them that Mojtaba Khomeini, who was injured in a strike earlier in the conflict, remains in contact right now with the principal Iranian regime decision makers and remains in the decision-making processing loop right there. Another major escalation development recently as well. It's exactly what I've been warning about, and you've heard me say it now for the past 5 days relentlessly. Focus on the Red Sea. Focus on the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. I know we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, but I said we're not talking enough about the Red Sea because Iran has yet to activate the Houthis in Yemen to shut down the Red Sea, which is the alternative route where some of this crude is being shifted to, because if you shut down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the Strait of Hormuz, you're going to see oil hit $200 a barrel in no time. Now, Iranian officials have again threatened to open another front in the conflict. It's now being reported, as I predicted, this Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Red Sea. The statements made to Tasman News, which is like their regime media, alluded to the possible entrance of the Houthis into the conflict as Iranian officials increasingly tease the expansion of the, quote, resistance front's involvement. At the time of writing, the Houthis are the only major arm of the Iranian-backed axis of resistance. The open source intelligence defender account explains that has not gotten involved in the escalating conflict in the Middle East. And as I reported earlier, Iran's preconditions before engaging in any negotiation with the Trump regime includes the following demands: a new order for the Strait of Hormuz that would allow Iran to collect fees from ships that transit the waterway, as Egypt does now with the Suez Canal, guarantees that the war wouldn't restart, and an end to Israel strikes on the Iran-aligned Lebanese militia Hezbollah. Israel says it's going to take about another 6 months to a year there, and they are preparing a broader invasion into Beirut and South Lebanon, lifting all sanctions on Iran, permitting Iran to keep its missile program with no negotiations to limit it, and full reparations for the damages Iran has faced as a result of this war. Now, I reported earlier that Donald Trump's basically gone MIA today. I showed you his schedule from earlier this morning. Trump's schedule consists of executive time and meetings closed to the press all day. But Caroline Leavitt, Donald Trump's chief propagandist, did hold a press conference moments ago. Before that, Melania gave a speech to the world, which I'm not going to show you because it was as cringy as can be and is just makes an utter humiliation of our country. But she did arrive with a robot. This is what went down. I'm just going to show you 6 seconds. Play this clip. Yeah, those 6 seconds, I should say, are sick seconds, because what the hell are we even watching there? Caroline Leavitt, Donald Trump's chief propagandist, then held her press conference where she says, by all accounts, the Iranian regime has been decimated. They're looking for an off-ramp. They are begging right now for a deal, when that's not what's happening at all. But she's a propagandist. She's the Baghdad Bob in the United States. Remember when we would make fun of Baghdad Bob? Well, we have a worse version of that. It's Caroline Leavitt. Let's play this clip.
That's why you're beginning to see the regime look for an exit ramp. They recognize they are being crushed, their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour.
She then talks about how Trump has had a unique skill to bring allies together and keep them on board with America's invasion of Iran, despite no ally joining. But okay, play this clip.
Does the president think that all of the allies will go along with whatever the U.S. concludes with these Iranians? Are you expecting that Israel and all the other allies will follow whatever agreement is made?
I think the president has shown that he is absolutely the leader of the free world, the head of the most powerful military in the world, and in various examples, so the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza, the president has shown a very unique skill at getting our allies to get on board with what's in the best interest of the United States, but also the world in cases of foreign policy like this. Ed.
Then Caroline Levitt is asked, so do you consider what's taken place regime change, where you have the same Islamic Republic regime, but more extreme people in leadership roles? And she's like, well, we did get rid of the old people, right? Here, play this clip.
Go ahead.
The president yesterday said that he had achieved regime change in Iran because the regime has changed. In terms of...
I mean, has it not?
Well, the leadership...
Their entire leadership has been killed, and nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader. So wouldn't you say there's been a change in the regime?
There's been a change in leadership. I mean, do you feel
There's been a change
as though...
in the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So thank you for confirming he was right.
I mean, do you feel...
Next, a reporter asks Caroline Levitt, Trump's chief propagandist, should the U.S. have a role in choosing Iran's next leadership? And it's like, what world are you even living in? Are you watching what's actually happening in the region? What are these questions? What are we even talking about? Iran has, if anything, solidified its control over the Strait of Hormuz. They're emboldened, and they've already had the oil sanctions lifted against them. But here, play this clip.
Sure, Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. On March 6th, the president said in the interview with Reuters that the U.S. should have a role in choosing Iran's next leadership. Now that we're almost 4 weeks into the operation, is that still the president's assessment of where things should go?
As I've said repeatedly, I think the president obviously believes the United States wants to have someone in leadership position in the Iranian regime that will be much more favorable, that will be willing to work with the United States, that will no longer chant death to America. These would obviously be good, common sense things for the United States and for our allies. I think that's what the president meant when he spoke with Reuters that day.
Then Caroline Levitt says, any violence beyond this point will be because Iran refused to understand that they've already been defeated. What kind of stupid thing is that to say? Here, play this clip.
President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have already been defeated and refused to come to a deal.
More from Trump's chief propagandist, a reporter asks, so is there a point to which Donald Trump will actually, go to Congress for authorization for war, which is required by the law? And Levitt's like, no, because it's not a war. This is a special military operation. By the way, the exact language Putin uses to invade Ukraine. Play this clip.
Two questions for you. First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the president, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did notify Congress, the Gang of Eight, ahead of the launch of the operation 25 days ago. And we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So at this moment, it's unnecessary. But of course, the president in this administration will always abide by the law. Gabe.
A reporter then says that, look, Caroline, Iran has rejected the 15-point plan. They're saying it on all Iranian TV, to which Caroline says, we've never even proposed a 15-point plan. The White House never confirmed that. Yes, you did yesterday. Donald Trump was the one who said 15-point plan. Here, play this clip.
Within the past few hours, Iranian state TV has said that Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that, and have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan that was floated in the media. I would caution reporters in this room from reporting about speculative points or speculative plans from anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual. So I am not going to negotiate on behalf of the president here at the podium. What I will tell you is these talks are ongoing. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty details that have been exchanged between the United States and Iran at this.
Then Caroline Leavitt starts talking about young voters, and she's like, to all the young voters out there, we're doing this for you. Trump is saving you right now. I don't believe young voters feel that way, Caroline. Play this clip.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for young people so that we are no longer threatened by a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who serve in our country in the Middle East, many of them young people themselves, young men and women who serve this country honorably in uniform and have been threatened, killed, and maimed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security. As for the temporary short-term fluctuation in gas prices, the president has said once these combat operations are over, this administration is going to continue to unleash American energy dominance. We're continuing to do that every day, and we're going to see prices at the pump go back down, just as we have over the past year because of this president.
Then Caroline Leavitt attacks Joe Kent, who was one of Donald Trump's top counterintelligence officials, until Kent resigned last week abruptly because he disagreed with the disastrous war in Iran. And now Caroline says that he has zero credibility. He's a ridiculous individual, and he resigned in disgrace. He's as MAGA and he was as Trumpy as you get. This is what MAGA does. This is what the cult does, right? You want to bring transparency to the Epstein files? You're a disgrace. You stand against unlawful wars. You're a disgrace. Play the clip.
Thank you, Caroline. I was wondering if you would respond to some of this criticism of the administration from past allies like Joe Kent, who have said that the president's red line shifted from Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon to Iran cannot pursue nuclear enrichment. What is the administration's response to that criticism?
I think the president and I have both strongly responded to the criticism by Mr. Kent, who unfortunately resigned in disgrace and accused the president of basically being controlled by foreign countries and foreign manipulation, which is a ridiculous and laughable assertion. So his accusations have zero credibility as far as this White House is concerned.
The question of the red line shifting from no nuclear weapon to no nuclear enrichment, is there any substance to that argument?
I think the president has been quite clear in what he wants to see from the Iranian regime, which is why he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Reagan.
A reporter then asks a pretty basic question, Caroline. So who exactly is the U.S. speaking with in Iran? She's like, oh, I can't tell you that. That's super secret information. Play this clip.
Tell us who exactly the U.S. is negotiating with in Iran and why the U.S. and this administration trusts that person?
Again, as I said to Gabe's question earlier, we're not going to get into the details of these negotiations and conversations that continue to take place. As of course you can imagine, they are very sensitive diplomatic discussions. And I would reiterate, I do recall giving all of you the same answer when we were negotiating the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. Gave you the same answer throughout the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Gave you the same answer with respect to many of the other global conflicts that this administration has negotiated solutions to. President Trump is going to give his diplomats the freedom that they need to have these sensitive diplomatic discussions without negotiating and litigating them through the news media.
And then Caroline Leavitt is asked, if these negotiations are not successful, then do we do a ground invasion? The negotiations are not successful already. They're not. Okay, like, why are we pretending that there are successful negotiations? Watch what she says. Play this clip.
A question about the Strait of Hormuz. If these negotiations are not successful, is the only option to reopen the strait in boots on the ground, given that all of our allies have essentially said that they are unable or unwilling to help?
Look, that's a hypothetical question. It's a hypothetical question. It's also a decision that would have to be made by the commander-in-chief, and I'm not going to get ahead of him.
And then Caroline Leavitt finishes off by saying the only person who you can trust is Donald Trump. Trust in Trump and nobody else. Here, play it.
Right. Can you say what is accurate with respect to ballistic missiles, the nuclear ambitions, and the Strait of Hormuz, which are things that the president has laid out that he wants to see a couple times in the past?
Look, if you've heard it from the president of the United States, obviously it's true. As
Ridiculous indeed. Let me know what you all think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
Become a subscriber to our Substack at my.
Hey, yo, what's up? It's your boy KSI. One question go. You know how it is. Do not subscribe and let's get to it.
Hello, Mr. KSI.
Why, hello there. One question go.
So, KSI, you ever have a rolling sausage and spread some butter on it?
Is that your question?
No, I'm leading to the question here. Come on.
Okay, well, if I answer it, then I'm gonna have to kick you out.
Okay, no, don't answer it.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about taking a tub of butter and spreading it on yourself? KSI.
I mean, if this is how we're gonna start, then man, this is gonna be a terrible session.
No,
I've never thought, bro.
No, you've never thought. No, never. Like
no.
you never thought about just like opening the tub and just taking.
All right, next question from the next person, please. All right, one question go.
Yo, KSI, you need to bring back Dead by Daylight on more sides.
No.
No, please, bro.
No. One question go.
Hello?
Is that your question?
No, it's not.
Okay. What's your question, bro?
My question is, you spend years consistently, playing a character for the camera, yeah?
Okay.
So when you actually have a day off and when you're not KSI and you're just JJ, what is one specific thing that you do that keeps you sane and reminds you who you are?
Probably just chat to my friends, family, and, my loved one. I like blowing bubbles on my cats.
Yeah.
As in, like, I just take their belly and I go...
Well, that's all I gotta ask, man.
Noise, man. Take care, bro. All right, one question go.
KSI!
Okay, what's your question?
So, my question is, how do you make it in streaming? Do you have any advice?
You want me to give you some advice on how to make it in streaming?
Yes, I need it.
All you gotta download OBS or Streamlabs.
Yeah?
And press start streaming.
Wait, my mom's calling.
Wait, let's get your mom on.
Ma!
Hi, mom. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, mom.
Hi.
How you doing?
Doing great.
Have you heard of a guy called KSI?
Me.
Huh?
Well, no.
Wait, what did you tell my mom?
I was talking about myself, but apparently she's nervous.
I don't know, bro.
Okay, alright. Well,
Wait, can you say hi, Aaron?
Hi, Aaron.
Good boy.
Okay, you're a dickhead. Alright. God's sake. Alright, next person, please. One question, go.
Alright, so in a fight between a hypothetical fight between IShowSpeed, Saitama, Goku, and you, who would win?
Me.
What the fuck? No.
What, did you see what I did to Speed in the boxing ring?
No. This isn't right. Also, can you give me money?
What?
Can I have some money?
Okay, bro. It's time to go.
Come on!
Alright, next person, please. One question, go.
If you was to fight 100 duck-sized Logan Pauls or one Logan Paul duck-sized, what would you be picking?
I'll probably just pick the Logan Paul that's duck-sized.
Why would you pick that?
Well, because it's just get over and done with. Like, if I was to fight him, it'd be super easy. He's literally a duck.
You never know, mate. He's small. He's like, he's rapid. What if he just like picks your dick off, mate?
Okay. What the hell is going on, man?
Are you losing to Jinx later?
No.
Yes, you are. You're shit, FIFA.
Okay, you know what? You're shit life. Now what?
Oh.
Now what?
You're shit. You're just bad.
No.
Everything.
You're shit life. Now what?
All right, whatever you say.
You look in the mirror and cry. Do you even have a partner?
Waste of time.
Clapped.
Wow.
That's why, bro. Men, women, they wouldn't want you.
Alright.
Maybe try trees, bro.
I'm surprised they want you with that forehead of yours. I'm surprised they want you with your forehead.
Yeah,
your forehead, bro.
I'm sure a tree would take you.
Bro, you talk too much.
Next.
Alright, so these are the games. Alright. So basically, I'll explain how the format works now. So we start off on a neutral game. Whoever loses picks one of their games. And we keep going, and it's first person to win 5 games, okay?
First person to win 5 games.
Yes. First person to win 5 games, okay? So what neutral game would you like to start off with? Rocket League, Battleship, or chess? What do you think? What should we start off on?
Dude, mine's saying a whole bunch of chess action.
First for the neutral.
Maybe chess. Maybe chess.
Okay. Oh god, I'm terrible at chess. All right, let's do it.
I'm in here.
There we go. All right, here we go. Best 2 out of 3. All right. Okay. I'm nervous.
Is it my go?
Me. I think white always goes first in chess. Okay. Lock in. Chat, lock in.
Right. Okay. Oh, I see what you're doing here. Yep.
Interesting. Okay. I think this is a good start.
Put my chat in emote, please.
I think this is a good start.
I don't even know how to cheat anyway in chess.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking. Dude, you see what I was trying to do, Case? Did you see what I was trying to do?
Yeah. Okay.
I learned that like 2 days ago on TikTok. Okay. Interesting. Threatening the queen. I see. Okay.
His way is so much better than him at chess.
A little bit of a fallback here, I think. Yeah, a little bit of a fallback. Oh my god. Alright. Boom. Oh my god, I'm nervous! Ooh. Okay. Boom. Interesting.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm nervous, low key. I'm not gonna lie, cuz.
I know chess is pretty intense. Okay.
Yeah, Jinx is losing this bad.
My queen is safe. That's not safe. I'm so bad! Okay. Oh my god, what am I doing? Threaten. Wait a minute.
Okay. Oh.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
That's kind of good. That rook has to die. Ooh. Wait. Oh, that was smart, Case. Oh my god. Oh. Queen is safe?
No.
No, I don't know what to do.
Dude, I swear, I be tripping on here, bro.
Okay, I'm only down 2. This is winnable. Nice. Okay. Wait, that was a good play by me. That was actually good. Yes. Oh my god, I'm winning.
Ooh, I blundered bad right there. What am I doing? Not for long, Jinxie.
Okay.
I have a plan.
Do you really? Okay.
I got a plan, John.
Okay.
I got a plan.
I need to start getting these guys involved. I gotta start getting these guys involved.
Yeah, obviously.
Trade that out. Fine. Plus 6. Okay. And then, Chat, that was a good play. Really good play. Okay. pawns in the middle.
I need to see Gush and Rashad make a video on this, please.
I can't castle just yet. Okay. That threatens the both of our queens are still up. Interesting.
Yeah. Blocked.
I like this a lot. I like this a lot. That pawn's protected. Horse is protected. Pawn's protected. Okay, that's interesting. Now that is interesting. Checkmate. Yes! Oh my god! You're gonna do the same thing I just did, huh? Oh no. Oh no.
Wait, kids might have here.
You good over there, Carl?
I'm panicking. I'm panicking. I'm panicking. Oh, I'm panicking bad. This is bad case. I feel like you're trying to mate me. I feel like you're trying to mate me over here.
Excuse me?
Okay, you know. No.
Yo,
No,
chill
okay.
out. Yo, chill out.
Okay.
Yo.
Okay. You have to move that bishop. You have to. Okay. I wish my horse was just one tile to the right. What are you thinking about, Case? What are you thinking about?
I don't know. Oh, it's my move.
Come on. Okay. Interesting. You sacrificed. I could just start a killing spree back here, right? If you move the bishop, your queen dies. If you kill the horse, your queen dies. I think I just gotta keep control of the lead. Oh no, did I just... No, I'm good. I can't get mated here. There's no way. Wait.
Oh man, this is close, Jinxie. Oh my goodness, dude.
There's no way. I don't know enough about... Oh my god. Queso, I just blundered, but you just blundered. Oh my god.
Oh, I did blunder. You're right.
You could have took, and I could have took. Neither of us saw it. Okay, if I lose this, I'm the worst, chess player of all time. There's no way.
Yeah, you got me on here 100%.
The thing is, you could still draw. Wait, what? Why can't that? Oh, there we go. Check. Am I good enough to mate this? Check. How is that not mate? What? Check. What? How is that not mate?
You better get me. Don't let it go down like this. Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
That's one. Okay. That's a 3. Nice. Okay.
There we go.
Game 2.
Beautiful.
Lock
in.
Stay locked.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's get my horses out. Let's get the horses out.
Where is game screen?
Right.
What? What?
There's a demon in my house. I just heard something.
Threaten the queen?
Wait. Is it black? No!
Dude, there's some demon action in my house.
What do you mean? You hear like a noise?
I hear something knocking behind me.
It had changed its name or something for some reason. It's changed the federal client name.
Oh, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Well played.
Ah man, this Diana is looking rough. But look, I'm so close. One bill. I mean, it works, so I don't really care to change it.
No, it is, dude.
Okay. Boom. 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 And then do that, right? Right?
Wait, what?
Man, I need. It's so much money to level this crown. That's so much profit. And they lowered the bestiary for this.
Am I tweaking?
Giveaway for one viewer. What? Giveaway?
I'm
What do you mean?
trying to do every move that I would think isn't the right move. Because whatever move that I think is the right one has to be wrong.
I'm so bad at chess. Nah, you did the right move, man. I just sold. Oh. Okay, I'm only down 2, I guess. I'm glad I put the queen there. That was smart. Good recovery. Oh my god! Okay, should I? Check, should I do this? No, I can't. Freaking check.
Right. Alright. Who's something I can listen to?
Alright, I'm just gonna let this one rip today because there's so much happening. I want to do a more thoughtful video on J. Cole, but I see that Jay-Z is now making headlines, and I've been watching some of Jay-Z's interview and thinking about his words from an OG in hip-hop. And I've also been reading the comments. And naturally, when anybody has an opinion...
Ja.
Nu legger jeg meg.
Mm.
Ja, for du slår over klokka 11. Sitt lenger oppe. Det må ligge bort.
Oj. I'm trying to see.
If you guys want to keep up with the calm and crypto scammers in general, you should join the Telegram news channel @Feds. In there you can read about crazy stories from around the world, way before
Oh, how angry Stefan? Are you stupid?
/Feds. Anyways, enjoy the video.
Wait, what are you doing to... What?
It's crazy to think about the fact that almost all cyber criminals
Angry
play
Stefan.
Minecraft. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you think about it. Minecraft's the biggest game of all time, but what's crazy is when you look into it further, you'll realize that all these guys come from the exact same servers.
Hardcore Minecraft.
This is
Hardcore
Minecraft
factions.
HCF, and the rules are
Yeah.
pretty simple. You have your team, and then you have your base. Attached to your team is a number called DTR, Deaths Till Raidable. And after all your team members die and that number goes below 0, your base is now raidable, meaning it's no longer protected. Players can now open your doors, take your stuff, destroy blocks, whatever they want. Sounds super simple, but this is in my opinion both the hardest and the most toxic game mode in all of Minecraft. This is because in order to gain an advantage over others, players resort to doxing, DDoSing,
You're
and
using Mifu's
stalling
armor?
other players.
Why?
But while this is super illegal, a majority of the community doesn't
No,
see
you're
it that way.
just doing too much damage.
This is where things start to get interesting, because once you realize this player base is willing to go this far just to win at HCF, it only makes sense that the community evolved into something way bigger. You see, on the side, there's also an entire community dedicated to just Minecraft accounts. Players sell rare capes and usernames for thousands of dollars, all to appear important in-game. This is where Noah comes in.
That was kind of like, I guess
Bro,
I got into it. I remember I wanted to buy a fucking username, some dumbass like Minecraft account or some shit.
Yeah, for sure. Do you remember what account it was?
Bruh, my first account, I used to use it before, right? My first account was Cigarette, but it was spelled wrong.
Was it like caped? Nothing?
No, it was literally nothing. Like, I just thought, I was so young and stupid, like, it was Cigarette, but I didn't know. I thought Cigarette was spelled 2 G's for some reason instead of 1. So I got it. I thought I was like, and then I got Frappuccino, and that one was spelled wrong too. And then after that, I was like, God damn. So I started getting like semis, like some dog shit, other shit. I was worth like $20, and then I finally fucking, I think I like scammed someone, Sosa. Like I scammed the guy for like literally $40. But then like 3 weeks later,
Just,
money, so I just came back and I paid him. I was like, my bad, bro.
just join the party, no?
14 probably.
Alright, so we're talking about a 14-year-old kid from Florida just sitting in his room all day playing Minecraft. He's got a couple garbage usernames and he's playing in a pretty big faction on these HCF servers. But there's one guy in his faction that has really good names, some of the best accounts on the market. So of course, Noah asks him, how'd you get all your names? And he tells him he can put him on.
It's called SIM swapping.
Now, Noah already knows what SIM swapping is. The
Okay.
idea is you move someone else's phone number to a SIM card you control, and then you can reset their passwords with 2-step verification. But of course, he has no idea how you do it, so he agrees to
Just say where it is in Twitch
in
chat.
order to learn how simming actually works.
What?
The goal is to convince employees at T-Mobile to give them access to this thing called tools. It's what the employees use when they want to look up customers or make changes to their accounts. Once you get access, you can move anyone's phone number to your own SIM card. For every login he gets, he earns around $150, and in his first week, he clears $3,000.
Whenever, like back in the day, if they like Tinker or Spammer or whatever, would be like, okay, what's the ticket?
Never mind, it's... Wait, no.
And they just hang up. Me, even though it's not a fucking thing and I have no idea what the ticket number is.
It's not spelled.
And they'd be like, okay. And then like keep going. You gotta walk. Shit, even like a lot of times, like the ways that we would get logins, even if the script like kind of fails where they aren't having issues or whatever, you'd be like, oh, okay.
Is my Twitch 20 second delay? No way.
So now Noah's a seasoned caller, and he's learned how to convince employees to do whatever he wants. Once they hand over the logins, he passes them to his friend, who then logs into the T-Mobile customer service portal called QuickView. They do this over and over, as the sessions keep getting terminated after T-Mobile finds out they're using the accounts for SIM swaps. Then one day, the method gets patched. T-Mobile now requires a one-time PIN before any changes are made to the SIM, making their employee accounts pretty much useless.
So after that, everyone got fucked. It was dead, and it's been like 2 weeks. Nobody was doing any swaps. Nobody was doing anything. And we were just like, I don't know, we didn't really like know anything. And we were trying
Is it actually 26 delay? I mean, you can at least come and loot your hours, I guess.
Everyone's like calling me a dumbass. I did it. Oh, that actually worked. And everyone started doing it. But at the time, it was just a regular database. It wasn't like anything hacking people.
How much did that make you?
I didn't really make it shit. Me and my friend were like racing for like 100K. We were making like 5K, 10K. And we do like maybe 5, make like $0. 10K. It wasn't too much. I think like off that little run, I probably made like 10K.
I thought it was YouTube that had delay, not Twitch.
If you've ever wanted to learn how to be a real hacker like some of the characters in my videos, you should check out TryHackMe, the sponsor of today's video. Whether you're a complete beginner or someone pursuing Security Plus, TryHackMe makes it easy to actually start learning cybersecurity in a hands-on way. Instead of just watching lectures or reading theory, you get to solve real hacking challenges and interact with virtual machines directly in your browser. So you're learning the same techniques used in real-life attacks and defenses. On top of that, TryHackMe has a ton of free content and challenges, allowing you to try it out for free before you decide if it's right for you. You can start with computer science basics and then move into things like web hacking, malware analysis, and network exploitation. From there, you can specialize depending on what interests you the most.
I don't know.
A tester, a SOC analyst, or a security engineer.
I don't know how to. I don't know which modes. I barely have any modes, so I don't really know.
25. Thank you, TryHackMe, for sponsoring this video. Noah spends his money like a stupid teenager, because he is one. He's only 16 years old, yet he's got a brand new Hellcat, a $35,000 Rolex, and tens of thousands of dollars in rare usernames. But his most expensive hobby by far is his love for online gambling. His favorite way to gamble is by doing bonus buys, and he frequently spends $10,000.
I don't really understand the issue though. You can just say where it is.
But most times he loses. Seeing $300,000 leave your account can be pretty demoralizing, but for Noah, it's a sign he needs to work even harder. He doesn't see his stolen crypto as real money, just chips for the casino. He can't really cash out all his coins anyway.
I don't think Twitch delay matters for you to say where it is. Like, how does that affect it?
Eventually, they set their sights on this company called Twilio. Twilio handles two-factor authentication for thousands of apps. When you receive a text from Gemini to log into your account, it's being processed by Twilio. This means if the group can infiltrate their customer support console, they can extract millions of dollars worth of crypto leads.
Like the SendGrid is this email company that sends out the data, and it's called SendGrid by Twilio, and all the SendGrid revenue is like higher. You know, Twilio. And then we were like, well, fuck, might as well get into Twilio and try doing it. We didn't know this.
I mean, you can just solo most of the mobs yourself. Just say when you have like a king or something.
After a big heist like that,
Because you need help with us.
Celebrate, but Noah's a little different.
And then you can leech your other mobs to make it easier for yourself. I don't know.
Here, he can thank. When he comes back home, he's got a new idea. He decides to dox every victim in his newly acquired database and starts cold calling them. He pretends he's a customer support worker from Google Gemini and tells the victim on the phone that their account has been logged into from an unusual location. Then he tricks them into giving him access to their account or even their wallet.
Oh, the party is full now because this guy invited.
One of his old Minecraft friends, Justin, just messaged him. He needs money, so he
I'll invite you on the spot.
This is when you hold SIM cards for other swappers like Noah and read out codes for them after the SIM goes live. They work together on a few targets, and then Noah sends him on his way. A few months later, Justin sends him a video.
Yo, it ain't no joke. I just actually did I swear to God, look. This shit for real, like they're for real gonna fuck me up. Like they already did fuck me up, but I mean like they're gonna kill me if I don't get up to 200K. So this shit ain't a joke, for real, like that.
Noah doesn't want to believe what he's watching. This guy had actually been kidnapped for stealing from a fellow SIM swapper. He feels bad for his friend, but not enough to send him 200K. Plus, if he did fork up the money, that would just be an advertisement to other groups that he can be extorted. So he ignores the message. He moves out of his dad's house right after he turns 18, and for 8 whole months, he's running up tens of millions of dollars with various methods he's learned over the years. But then one day, the officers show him a search warrant, but they can't arrest him yet since they don't have enough evidence. But Noah's not stupid. That PC they're taking away is probably his 5th one. Every time he made a lot of money, he would get paranoid and factory reset his PC, then throw it in the trash. There's still a lot of chat logs on that machine that can incriminate him, but there's nothing he can do about that now. All in all, the Fed sees $4 million in crypto, $100,000 in cash, and another 100 worth of watches and jewelry. Before they leave, one of the officers takes his phone and holds it up to his face to try and unlock it with Face ID. He ducks out of the way and hides.
Whatever,
the officer replies.
We know you're part of Scattered Spider.
This was the name of Noah's group, which had gone from a small group of friends just trying to SIM swapping to an organized group focused on social engineering large companies to extort them. Their targets include Crypto.com, CoinTracker, Riot Games, AT&T,
Wouldn't just like snitch?
and many other companies. He doesn't feel safe living in his house now, so he starts hopping from one Airbnb to another and takes his online security much more seriously. He also gets himself a lawyer, thinking he's probably going to get charged soon. The man picks up the phone and hears his coworker speaking. His login has stopped working for some reason and he needs a reset. Seems like an uncommon issue, so he helps him log in again. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't his coworker on the phone. Now that Scattered Spider is inside MGM's Octo system, they can hijack other employee accounts to their Microsoft Azure environment. This is where MGM keeps their core cloud infrastructure and the administrative tools that connect their casinos, hotels, and corporate operations. Once they're in, they join forces with another group, Black Cat, which helped them deploy ransomware into the system. First, the malware spreads across MGM's network. The main servers, they run important systems like payments, hotel bookings, and casino operations. Next, it locates customer data, extracts it, and disables all backups. They can use this to leverage a ransom later on. Finally, it disables the admin tools and kicks IT staff out of the system. After all is said and done, 10 MGM properties go offline. Chaos inside hotels and casinos for the next 10 days. Seems like their biggest rival, Caesars Entertainment, was hit by the same group a few days prior. However, they did pay the group $15 million to back off the attack and delete that precious data. To this day, Noah claims he had nothing to do with either hack, and since this all happened after the house raid, there's no proof he was part of it either. Whether you believe him or not is up to you, but he does have an explanation as to why he was distancing himself from cybercrime during this time.
I mean, if he made millions, who cares?
Is an online forum focused on sharing leaked songs by popular artists. Some leaks are public, others are private. Noah decides to make a name for himself on this forum by buying up private songs from his favorite artist, Playboy Carti. He makes an account under the alias King Bob and contacts the top leaker. Buys 10 songs from him for around $25,000.
$25,000?
To him, this money means nothing. It's either going to get gambled or seized. While this might not make sense to you, it does in Noah's world, because once you make a certain amount of money, you get less hungry and kinda bored overall. Eventually, you run out of material things to buy, and instead focus on buying cultural influence. And since Noah has no real identity outside these online aliases, he does exactly that. He leaks a few songs and snippets to the HARPY community, and gains 11,000 followers on Twitter in just 24 hours. An FBI agent is looking at the case files on his desk. He's noticed an IP link to an Airbnb has been connected to Noah's identity. The name on the account currently booking it rings no bells, but the profile picture on the account looks familiar. Matter of fact, he saw it a few months ago when he executed a search warrant at Noah's house. He decides to head to the Airbnb's location and talk to the owner, shows him a picture of Noah, and asks if he stayed at his property. The owner tells him he's actually still there. It's a
He's still moving around.
sunny Florida, and the plan is to head to the beach today. Noah puts on his flip-flops and heads to the car.
Uh-oh.
As he opens the front door, he's charged with SIM swapping $890,000 from 15
Ooh.
and he's ready to plead guilty. Seems like a pretty good move, because investigators
Oh, you logged off. GG.
at least $75 million throughout his career. They just can't prove it's stolen. 4 other Scattered Spider members are charged alongside Noah, and the prosecution is asking for 8 years. All Noah needs to do is plead guilty, and he'll probably get 5, most likely be released in 2 to 3 years on good behavior. Probably the best case scenario for someone in his shoes, but for some reason his court date keeps getting pushed back.
My case is way okay, but they wanted to kind of get me out of the way because allegedly a lot of Scattered Spider stuff was still happening while I was out. So they charged me with the 800K with no for tax execution, which doesn't really have much time. And then I was asking for a plea deal the entire time, and they do continuances, which is like 3 months. So the pushback each thing by 3 months every single time, and they kept doing it. And me and my lawyer were asking for a plea deal, like, hey, I did this, I'm trying to get me out of it. Like, what's going on? And they would keep stalling. We didn't know why until next year, 2025, and they indicted me for part of like the organized crime Scattered Spider shit. And then pretty much like a month after that, they gave me my plea.
He walks into the courtroom, ready to plead guilty and receive a sentence, but the judge gives him some bad news. Apparently, one of his co-conspirators had hacked the judge's victims have shown up to give their impact statements. A 68-year-old firefighter with severe paranoia and sleep trouble since the theft. An epileptic man who's now unable to pay for his special needs daughter's education. A 72-year-old man who had to delay his retirement and then injured both his knees. The judge is moved by these people's statements, and also pissed because he doesn't know exactly who hacked them, so he gives Noah 10 years, more than what the prosecution asked for. He's now sitting in a low-security federal prison for the next couple years. He's ordered to pay back at least $13 million on top of the $4.9 million seized from him. He told me his peak net worth was around 1,800 bitcoins, which if he hadn't gambled would be worth over $100 million today. But with all the victims that we don't know of, one can only imagine he stashed at least a small fortune for a rainy day.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, it's immoral, but shit.
It's 2017, and you're sitting in your room again, browsing. This website is a forum for people who buy and sell usernames. Yeah, that's real money someone's willing to pay for your account. This is because the username is just one word, no underscores, no numbers. They're purest version of the name.
Mm.
People are willing to pay big money for these accounts, and this market's huge, especially back in 2017. And you know you're not here by accident. Like with most kids, they started off with video games. While playing Call of Duty,
Yes,
they
sir.
learned a program called Wireshark, how it can be used to capture and browse incoming traffic, and how you can turn those IP addresses into information about the people in your lobby. Here is when you first learn about the power of information. Wanting to learn more, someone sends you to a Twitter user called Ferno. You ask him for a mentorship, and he agrees, but only if you agree to work as his slave. He teaches
What?
you how to dox account
Slave?
their personal information, how to recover their accounts using the doxed information, and where you can sell the accounts or the records from the user. At first, it's insanely fun, but after a while, you realize this doesn't really take any skills. You're just using programs and websites made by other people. You're only 14 years old at this point, but you know you're smarter than this. So you start browsing the forum again. Try to find out who's making the most money on the site and what the hell they're doing. Many users on the forum are talking about America's new cybersecurity plan. You see, in 2016, when Obama was still president, he decided to make two-factor authentication the gold standard for account security, prompting both the public and private companies to start using it in order to move beyond just using passwords. There's just one problem. Two-factor authentication is a very good way to add an extra layer of security to your account, but there's two types of 2FA, and they're not made equal. The first type is an app, like Google Authenticator. You'll link it to your account, and now in order to log in, you must open the app on the device you set it up on, and type in the code to access your account from there. As long as you're not linked to the cloud, there's almost no way to access your account without stealing your physical phone. The other type is SMS verification. This one is significantly weaker since it sends the codes upon request to the number associated with your account. Now, of course, this also means that someone can steal your phone and get in that way, but they don't actually need your physical phone. All they need is your number. Now, if you have a phone, of course you know that your number is assigned to your SIM card. But did you know that your mobile carrier can move this number to any SIM card on the network? This means that if I have a blank SIM card, one that's unregistered but compatible with the same carrier, the carrier can activate it with your number, which means that all your calls and texts are sent to my device. Some forum users are using this to gain access to OG accounts to sell them off, but known users like Xavier and Joel have started using this method to gain access to crypto accounts owned by rich investors. You learn how to do this too. During this time, being a caller was quite common. Basically, what you would do is call AT&T or any carrier, pretending to be the victim, and claim that your phone is lost or stolen. Then you'd use the victim's docs, try and verify their identity, and then ask the support agent to move the number to the SIM card in your possession. This was the cheap way to get in, and the success rate wasn't that great either since it would change depending on the carrier. Some were simply stricter than others. You discover a better way to get a successful SIM swap, one with a 100% success rate. You write up a Python script that searches the internet for telecom employees at different carriers. The script then contacts that employee and asks them if they're willing to help you move a number to a new SIM card for a few $100s. You don't give too much information, and just wait for the right kind of person to respond. After SIM swapping a couple of Instagram accounts and selling them back to the community, a user by the name of Harry hits you up, asking if you can swap an AT&T with him. After you agree to work together and split the money 50-50, he gives you the target stocks. Michael Turpin. I wonder how much money he has. You hop in a Skype call together, and soon after, your insider performs the swap. Now the timer starts.
Okay, so I should not use messages.
Disabled so the network can connect to the new one. So at this time, Michael must be aware that he's just been SIM swapped. Luckily for you, Harry had been stalking him for a while now. He knew that today he would be attending a crypto conference in Las Vegas. This event would give you at most 40 minutes before you'd find out and start working on gaining access to his account again. You boot up another script and start searching through his emails and accounts for keywords like Bitcoin, crypto, and keys. You reset and go through every email you can find attached to him. No luck. But then you go into his OneDrive account and check the trash folder. Jackpot. Inside this deleted document are the login credentials and seed phrases to various accounts owned by Michael. You check the first wallet and realize it has almost $900 million in Ethereum. Your heart drops, but you can't access it. You don't have the second password. Fuck. This is because Michael is using an advanced hardware wallet, like Ledger. This allows him to add a 25th word to his seed phrase, essentially acting like a second password. And this small extra security feature just saved Turpin from losing $894 million. This is why I use Ledger as my hardware wallet, and if you want to secure your own assets, I can't recommend them enough. Look at this guy. No bitches, no crypto, no Riz, no Aura. No Aura? Wait, why? Well, because he's not using Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Have you ever opened your bank account and seen a transaction for a shady website you've never even been on? Yeah, that's identity theft, and Aura is here to prevent it from happening to you. Do you remember when you signed up to that shady website a few years ago? Well, they saved your information, and since their security sucks, hackers are able to steal it from them. To prevent this, Aura searches the entire internet to find out which websites have your information. Then they tell them to delete it. Now you can focus on the real problems, like finding all those hot singles in your area. To get started, you can go to aura.com/hi, and they'll let you try it out for free for 14 days. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video. Check a few more C's and load up a wallet with a bunch of random altcoins. One of those altcoins was a coin called Trigger, worth around $7 each. And in this wallet, Michael had around 3 million of them. Immediately, you move the funds to a new wallet, and shortly after, you're kicked off the SIM card. There's nothing you can do about the 900 million now. You're just gonna have to cash out what you have. There's just one problem. You don't know how to exchange the coins. There's not really a lot of exchanges that allow you to trade
Oh shit.
but your best option seems to be Binance. But you can't sign up for an account as a minor, and obviously you don't want to give them your personal information anyway. So you post on Twitter asking your followers for help. Most of them are already associated with this kind of crime life, so many of them respond offering to help you out. One of your followers, called Nick, joins your VC and asks what's going on. You explain to him what just went down, and he seems very impressed with the heist given your age. He's also dabbled in SIM swapping before, which gives him some credibility to help you out. He gives both of you access to his Binance account, and you deposit $1.5 million. A few minutes later, he kicks both of you out and leaves the call. You realize you've just been scammed. Harry freaks out, starts cursing the fuck out of Nick, calling him poor, and even threatening to hire a hitman on him. You tell him it's not worth it. I mean, you're both still up big time, and it's way too risky to take action against him. You keep moving the funds with another 6 of your followers, and give all of them back a small percentage of whatever they exchange. By the end of the day, both you and Harry have about 560 coins each, worth around $20 million combined. Right now, Nick is sitting in his Manhattan apartment, just 18 miles away from you. For the first time in his life, he just hit 7 figures because of you. He messages his dad and his friends, and tells them that he just stole the wallet with 24 million on it. Now, both you and I know that Nick didn't actually hack Turpin, so why is he claiming that he did? Well, this is because Nick is a LARP, a live-action role player. This is a term commonly associated with people who pretend to be something they're not. In Nick's case, he wants to pretend to be a big-time SIM swapper, like you and Harry. This is a dangerous move. Although Nick has SIM swapped at this point for like 5 to 6 figures, he's never touched real money like this until now. But that's not the image he wants to portray. So, in order to build up this reputation, even if he is just low 7 figures right now, he's gonna pretend like he got a bigger split, and that he was actually involved in hacking Turpin. Like with most role players, as soon as the money comes in, Nick's gonna do everything in his power to spend it as fast as he can. He starts renting a penthouse in the luxury apartment building Sky on West 42nd Street.
Why?
He also buys a new iced out AP for special occasions, as well as a Rolex for daily wear. He offers to fly his friends out to the Super Bowl on a PJ with porn star escorts. Whether this plan actually fell through, I don't know, but the story behind it is pretty funny regardless. It's April 2018, around 3 months after the Turpin hack.
He wasted all his money.
On the 3rd floor of his apartment building. There, he spots a man, Chris David. Nick introduces himself to Chris and recognizes him as a broker from Fly Black Jets, a private jet chartering company. He tells Chris and explains to him that he wants to charter a flight to Miami for the 4th of July weekend. Chris meets him a few days later at his apartment and gives him back a quote for $38,000. Nick shows him his Gemini account with $12 million on it and asks if he can pay with Bitcoin. Then after that, he shows him his JP Morgan account with $7 million. Then for absolutely no reason at all, he brings out 2 Trezor wallets. He says one has 20 million on it and the other has 40. He also says he has 2 more hidden elsewhere, but doesn't specify the amount. At At this point, Chris is extremely sketched out. I mean, Nick is only 20, and in order to make this much money from mining, you'd have to start out at like 10 years old. Nick also doesn't seem like the computer genius type. He acts more like a spoiled rich kid.
Call the police.
Now, after cashing out $10 million, it's hard not to start spending immediately. So of course, you buy an Audi R8 in your parents' name, take a small vacation with your mom to Chicago, and upgrade your fashion taste with some Supreme and LV. You also buy a Patek Philippe with Bitcoin, and keep it under your bed, and take out $100,000 in cash to store there too. But besides that, you decide to keep most of the money for your future. I mean, you're only 15. It's only gonna look more suspicious if you spend more, and besides, you don't really like feeling rich. Instead, you decide to focus your time on just living your life, and finding other ways to make money online. You have enough money to last you a while now, so these are just passion projects. You make a couple thousand off coding sneaker bots, start working towards making your own startup company, and try and balance this with real life in school. You start playing soccer again, meet some girls, and start finally getting the hang of this low-key life you were trying to create all along. But then one day, you get a message from Nick. He knows you're not too bothered about the 100 Bitcoin he stole from you, so it seems like he wants to be friends now. He offers to meet up and take you on a night out partying in Soho. You meet up at Grand Central Station with your buddy, and see Nick standing in the corner with his AP on. He says what's up, and then directs both of you to an Uber, which takes you to his apartment on West 42nd. Inside, he shows you some lines, and a little bit of cash, but you're not impressed. A couple minutes later, two girls show up, and you all head to an Italian restaurant for dinner. 2 hours later, you're standing inside Up and Down, an exclusive nightclub in the West Village. You're surrounded by beautiful girls, and Nick...
Try to find it on the cursor.
As he hands you the
Isn't it on Mudroom?
takes out his phone and snaps this legendary picture. Nick introduces you to some people that night. Some of them seem to know a lot about you already. This weirds you out. By 6 a.m., you and your friend are in an Uber heading home. You both tell your parents your sleepover just ended early. They're none the wiser. It's November 14th, and Nick is once again sitting in his apartment playing video games. He gets a knock on his door. Paranoid, he checks the peephole. He asks the officers what their business is. They tell him they have a warrant for his arrest. You see, just 2 weeks earlier, Nick had sim-swapped a man named Robert Ross for almost $1 million. But like usual, Nick wasn't the mastermind of this crime. He was being used as a mule. You see, when a sim swap occurs, someone needs to hold the physical phone to receive the victim's codes. But since your burner phone is now connected to the network, it sends out general location data to the nearest tower. Now, if you're smart, you'd never hold the phone. Just pay someone else a percentage, and they'll take that risk for you. Someone like Nick. To make matters worse, Nick had been so careless that he decided to do the swap from his own apartment, as opposed to renting an Airbnb or going to a hotel.
What?
His apartment is searched, and the cops find one of the treasures with $300,000 on it. And after further investigation, Nick is connected to at least 5 other victims, one of which is Michael. Seems like his biggest downfall was telling his friend Chris David how he made his money. Chris had secretly recorded Nick during one of their conversations, where he admitted to sim swapping and explained it to them, as well as telling him that he had hacked Michael, saying he was the biggest target he ever hit, and that he'll never be caught because he's so good at hacking. Even though you and I both know that Nick was barely involved, I'm sure you can see how this is an open and shut case. A part of Michael's funds were sent straight to Nick's finance account. He literally admitted to hacking him on a voice recording, and on top of that, Chris had piled up mountains of evidence against them. On his Twitter account, the same one he used to contact you, Nick admitted to stealing $24 million 6 times in 1 hour. He talked about sim-swapping his own dad for $15,000 and flexed his sim-swapper lifestyle. As if tweeting this stuff wasn't bad enough, his account wasn't even private, so anyone could see his stuff.
What an idiot.
Chris had also gone with Nick to an AT&T store to perform a sim swap. While Nick was sitting down with the telecom employee, Chris snapped this picture of him as evidence. But I mean, why would Chris even betray Nick? I mean, weren't they friends? Well, yeah, but Chris was still collecting evidence on Nick just in case things went south in their friendship. And that's exactly what happened on September 6th when they went out clubbing. It's 3 a.m. when they all went home. Chris tries to help Nick up to his apartment since he's so drunk, but shortly after they get there, the four men ambush Nick and start demanding him to open up his crypto wallets. They punch Nick in the stomach, put his head underwater in his own bathtub, and pour hot wax on him in order to extort him for the crypto. After he wouldn't budge, the men steal his laptop, 2 of his phones, and 1 of the treasure wallets. Except, none of this actually happened. In reality, Nick had started acting crazy after he got home, likely because he realized one of the guys he brought home was a victim he had SIM-swapped a few weeks earlier. In a panic, he starts shouting that everyone should leave, lights a few candles, and tries to throw them at the guests. After the situation gets a little more heated, Nick gives Chris his laptop, tells him to keep it for now. Chris leaves for the night. When he comes back to return the laptop the following morning, he's questioned by the police. Nick had apparently called them and told them the lie that I told you earlier. Chris hangs out with Nick for the next few days to try and get him to confess that the story was false, which he did. But the phones and the treasure really had been stolen. After some of the items were returned, Chris thinks the situation is most likely going to die, but then he gets arrested, spends the night in jail. Of course, he proves the charges are false, and shortly after they're dropped. But now he's pissed, and 2 months later, he files an affidavit to support Michael Turpin's case against Nick, essentially putting the final nail in his coffin. As soon as you hear the news about Nick's arrest, you message your friend. You know he was sloppy, but you also realize he can connect you to the heist. And although you deleted your messages with him, how do you know he did the same? And what if he kept them to use as evidence against you? A few days pass, then a few weeks. Then all of a sudden, your mother gets an email from Michael's lawyers. She confronts you about it and tells you should probably contact a law firm, try and strike some sort of deal. Shortly after, you send Michael back a hardware wallet with all 562 bitcoins on it, as well as your watch and the cash you had. The problem is that the crypto market had crashed significantly since the heist in January, and now your bitcoins are only worth $2 million. This doesn't satisfy Michael, so he tries to take further legal action against you. Thankfully, you're still a minor, so this isn't easy for him, but this all changes on your 18th birthday, when you get hit with a massive lawsuit. This time it's civil court, not criminal.
Ooh.
So no arrests are made. You contact your lawyer again and set up a meeting to discuss settlement options, and you go to bed. You wake up, open the drawer next to your bed, and grab the shotgun. You see your mother in the hallway. She tells you they're in the basement. You close the door, and together you set up a barricade. As the police arrive, you try and make a move. You bust down into the basement and manage to corner one of the intruders. Another one jumps out of the broken window, but is caught by police shortly after. 2 more got away. You know exactly why these guys are here. Ever since Michael sued you, your name has been all over the news, talking about the genius Bitcoin hacker. You realize this isn't what you want to be known for, so you decide to leave this life behind. You agree to pay Michael back the rest of the stolen $24 million, which means you'll likely be in debt for the rest of your life. This doesn't bother you. I mean, you made $24 million before. Why can't you do it again, legally? After graduating from NYU with a bachelor in computer science, you decide to travel South America for a full month. Say yes to almost anything. When you come back, you start working on a new startup company, CollectWise, which is an AI debt collection company. Pretty epic if you ask me. But what about Nick? Well, because he lied to Chris about having almost $80 million, the court documents now confidently state this as his net worth. This is obviously bad for his case, since now he's being framed as the mastermind of the Michael Turpin hack, even if he was just supposed to be a mule that went rogue. Now, judges don't like being lied to, so this statement's pretty hard to backtrack. Besides, Nick tweeted out multiple times that he stole $24 million, so it's not like they would believe him anyway. In civil court, Nick is ordered to pay Michael Turpin $75.8 million in restitution. But since it's civil court, he can't be imprisoned for failure to pay.
Oh shit.
December 2022, Nick pleads guilty to wire fraud charges and is sentenced to 18 months in prison, as well as having to pay Michael $20 million in restitution. Now this is criminal court, so if Nick can't pay, the judge can simply lock him up until he does. When Nick was let out on supervised release in 2023, he quickly found a way to access some funds, and used them to buy luxury items. As a result, the judge decided to hold Nick in civil contempt until he repays his restitution, meaning he will be held up to 20 years unless he pays, or proves the inability to do so. Now, at this point, Nick has two options. He can either come clean and say that the $80 million was a lie, and this would potentially open him up to further sentencing, since he would have lied multiple times, potentially under oath. Or he can lie, say that he lost access to some imaginary ledger nano with around 3,200 bitcoins on it. If the judge believes that this ledger exists, and that he actually can't access it, he's basically off scot-free. As of June 2025, Nick has served an extra 13 months on top of his 18-month sentence in 2022. He still hasn't paid Michael Turpin back a dime, and he probably never will. But there's one person we're forgetting in all of this. What happened to Harry? Well, another YouTuber, Crumb, notes that Ellis describes Harry as a guy with an English accent, living in Spain, and that this perfectly matches the hacker Pluglock Joe, who I've already made a video about a couple years ago. In that video, I talk about how I knew that Joe had at least $10 million, but I never knew exactly where he got it from. This
What?
solves that mystery, and Joe is set to be released in February next year, if he hasn't been released already. That means if he doesn't get connected to his heist, which I doubt he will, he's basically set for the rest of his life, because today, the 562 bitcoins he stole are worth around $55 million.
Blow bands, blow bands, blow bands.
If you guys want to keep up with the calm and crypto scammers in general, you should join the Telegram news channel @Feds. In there you can read about crazy stories from around the world way before I post about them. That's t.me/feds. Anyways, enjoy the video. It's crazy to think about the fact that almost all cyber criminals come from Minecraft. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you think about it. Minecraft.
Hey, this is Marcus Lockwood contacting you from the Coinbase security team. Do I have the pleasure of speaking to John?
This is called Coinbase calling. It's a scam method where someone will call you, trying to access your Coinbase account through social engineering. They'll pretend to be customer support agents from Coinbase or Google. Then they'll try and pressure you into giving them access to your account, stealing your 2FA codes, recovery codes, and gaining remote access to your device. The first step is to build trust and establish authority. They'll tell you they're from the security team and that your account has been flagged for suspicious activity.
The reason we're contacting you today, sir, is because we received a request to change the password and email associated with your account. And we wanted to confirm whether this was you since the request came from a brand new IP address. Are you traveling or using a VPN to access your account?
The next step is to instill fear, panic, by convincing you there's already an attacker inside your account. And as we speak, he's already trying to reset your login information. Luckily for you, this request was flagged by their state-of-the-art system, but now your account is frozen and needs to be verified before you use it again. From here, the methods differ. Some guys will ask you to read out a code you just received via SMS. This is a legit code from Coinbase, but once you read it out loud, the scammer will use it to reset your account or log in. Others will ask you to email a code to a specific email associated with Coinbase. This email is used to confirm your identity if you have access to your account, and as soon as it's sent, Coinbase will be prompted to give the hackers access to your account. But what's it actually like to be called by one of these guys?
Thank you, David. What we're going to go ahead and do today is we set you up with a temporary password for 48 hours, watch specialists fully go over everything. And that's going to be sent to the number ending in 4155. Do you currently have access to that number?
I do.
Okay, perfect. So just let me know once you do receive that.
Okay. Well, I got it.
You got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Just give me going to do as well is update the API key on the account just to ensure even more safety.
Thank you
And
for
while I do
updating
that,
the
may I ask, how's your day today?
Very well, you?
It's going good. It's a nice day. Alright, let me go ahead and process this here for you. So for 48 hours, you're going to go ahead and use the password that was sent to you. And after those 48 hours are up, you'll also receive an email kind of going over the attempt, as well as informing you that you are able to change your password. And this is going to be sent over to junseth@gmail.com.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So if you could, go ahead and navigate over to your phone, and you should receive a
Damn.
notification for account security. Did you get that?
I did.
You did it?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, perfect. Go ahead and tap on that, and it should say account recovery, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. You're going to want to do yes and 53. And just let me know once that's done.
I have one quick question, Caleb.
Yep. Oh, my name's Daniel.
Daniel, I'm sorry. What's your last name?
Fowler.
Daniel. Does your mother know that you scam people for a living?
I don't know.
Calling them, trying to change their passwords. You know, you don't work for Google. Google doesn't have my info.
If you'd like, I can go ahead and shoot you over an email kind of confirming.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Send me an email, Daniel, please.
Sure. It'll be directly from a Google domain as well. So
Oh,
you can
wow.
just go ahead.
You're going to spoof it, huh?
There's no way to spoof at google.com.
You can't
domain
spoof a header?
due to Google owning it.
Daniel, you're an evil person. Your mom is disappointed.
I made $100 grand yesterday.
You made $100 grand, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty nice.
From old people or from whom?
No, he was like 40.
One guy who was 40. Are you a fag?
I'm not a fag.
No.
Actually, I just got my dick sucked before this call.
By a guy?
Today I'm thinking I want to make around like 60K today.
Daniel, where you live? You live in America?
Of course.
Yeah. Out in California?
Yep.
Nah. Where in California? San Francisco?
Yep.
You just saying yes to shit?
What's up?
You just saying yes to shit?
No, I'm not actually. You're
Okay.
actually guessing.
How do I get this job? I want this job.
It's honestly not that bad. It's like social engineering, you know? You just kind of just call and, you know. So like, for example, like you have money in crypto, right?
I would never answer that.
Yeah, but I'm saying like I already know that you do.
Okay.
So that's the nice part about it. Like, it's kind of like you know who has money in crypto, right? You ring them up, and once you hack their Gmail, you can literally just log into, because you think they're Google authenticators and stuff. You can log into Coinbase, Kraken, Gemini, all exchanges, and just send it out. Fantastic.
Yeah, but did you hire yourself then, or are you working for like a company? Do you like apply for this?
No. Solo, obviously. There's no like company for hacking.
I mean, it's a crazy job, dude. You guys call me 400 times a day.
Yeah, I'll tell my friend to stop rerunning the same list. My bad. I'll like remove you from it.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you do it?
Honestly, dude, I mean, like, who doesn't want to drive around McLarens and shit? Like I literally just got a McLaren. Like, it's like at a young. I'm not gonna say my exact age, but I'm young. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
Are you really making $100,000 a day?
No, not 100,000 a day.
How much you actually make?
I made 10K yesterday. The day before that, I made 105, which was very nice. So like, I'm consistently, I think 10K a day. Like,
So you're making $300,000 a month.
yeah,
3.4.
but not including like let's say I get a big hit one day, obviously that adds on. So like some days will be like 40, 50K.
But when you say make, you mean like you're taking that much out of someone's account and putting it into yours.
But it's all crypto though.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, majority. What's
Depends on the type of. For example, we just hit something the other day. I only got like 100K from it because so many of my friends had to help me.
900K?
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous how like people just give up their seed phrases and just like I don't know, like how are you that into crypto, right? Know how like everything works. You obviously invest massive amounts of money into it, and they still give up codes, seed phrases, all that. Like what?
How in the fuck, man?
And you'd be surprised, man. There's like infinite of these people, stupid people, like infinite.
Damn. Hey man, this is straightforward, you know.
You want to know where I got all this aura? Well, it's all thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Aura. You ever just check your bank account and realize someone in Ohio just bought 17 PlayStations on your card? Yeah, that's identity theft, and Aura is here to prevent it from happening to you. When you type your information into a website, that information gets saved. Then when hackers find your site and steal all their stuff, they have your information too. To prevent this, Aura searches the entire internet to find out which sites have your information, then they tell them to delete it. Now you're mysterious, nonchalant, and private. To get started, you can go to aura.com/ironic, and they'll let you try it out for free for 14 days. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video.
Okay, how do you cash out? Because that seems like the hardest part. Yeah.
No, it's not hard at all. Oh, you mean to like get into actual money?
Yeah. How do you buy a McLaren with your crypto?
Oh, well, first off, a lot of like people that I know in like real life, they'll literally accept crypto for cars. So a lot of the stuff I can simply just buy in crypto. I also have people that I can like send them crypto and they'll just like give me cash or sell me or whatever.
Are you not mixing?
Am I not? What do you mean, like cleaning it?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I'm cleaning it. Swap over to XMR first, hold that XMR in a new wallet for like 2 days, like a fresh wallet on a different device, and
So
then
you get the inputs.
swap it to whatever coin after that.
So your outputs are different than your inputs.
Yeah, but I am curious because this is like new data, so I'm kind of curious. I obviously can't do anything now because this is all social engineering attacks. But like I'm curious, how much do you have so I can tell my friends to see how good this data is?
I won't say.
No, like we can't hack yours.
His data's
We're-
you all
it's
you
like all up to you.
you can't hack me because it's social engineering, but your friend's data's good.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, dude. We got into a 1.2 mil Swan DC the other day. It's currently on a 3-day wait, so we're waiting for that to unlock, and then we'll get a nice little. My friend called up on some old guy. In his CV, this was his first call of the day. He called up. The guy had 555K in his Coinbase, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said that he was gonna get him to vault Bitcoin to like place it in CPU vault, and he literally texted him the address and said, "Yeah, this is Coinbase vault." And the guy sent over 555K by himself. Like, what? Why would you do that? That's ridiculous.
Holy
My friend
shit.
got paid 500K yesterday.
So if you get it, you get it. Like if you're the one that gets the withdrawal, you get it.
Well, no, like I'm doing my friend's data, so it's like 50-50. So whatever I'll get him 50%.
Oh, I get it. So your friend is giving you guys the list. He gives you the program. He does the calls, and then if you guys get it, he gets 50%. You get 50%.
Yeah, but it's kind of like annoying though, like sitting here and calling. But it's fun once you start getting like on a streak. Like for example, like yesterday I hit like 4 Gmails like in a row. You get like a little ego boost because you're just smacking them back to back to back.
How many calls a day?
It's a good question. I don't know. I like to start like I wake up, I go drop off my girlfriend and stuff at home, and then I like to start and just pretty much call till like 7 or 8 p.m. and then I stop. Like 8 to 9 actually, EST, because that's kind of when a lot of people are off work around like 6, so it's nice around like that time.
Interesting.
But like, it's honestly like, I don't know, it's not that hard. It's like, we don't think of it like it's real life, you know, it's almost like a video game.
Yeah, bro. You know what though? You're what are you? 23, 24?
No, I'm way younger, way younger.
Dude, this is gonna land you in
I'm
prison.
still a minor.
So hard.
But that's the thing though, like, first of all, the punishment for this type of thing, since it's a social engineering attack, the victim is willingly giving up everything, you know what I mean? He's the one giving you the codes, he's the one doing everything. The sentences are very relaxed for this type of stuff. It's gonna be like in 2 years or less.
But you're gonna lose all the crypto. You're gonna lose your car. You're gonna lose your house. You can lose everything.
Of course, I have everything hidden. I have multiple treasures, multiple ledgers. I have ledgers buried with like a few 100K in them. No matter what, like with my friend, he went to jail for 3 years he did a SIM swap for like 1.4 mil. So he went to jail and they only confiscated 300K of it. So he still is a millionaire. And he's out right now. And he's a millionaire. He did this a few years back.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have friends with like genuinely $10 to $40 million.
So you guys don't
they're like 16-year-olds.
you don't care if you go to jail because you come out.
I don't care that it doesn't happen. Like no one gets arrested.
But I mean, like, let's say you get arrested. You don't care because you come out a few years later. You have stuff hidden. That's crazy.
Yeah, but to be honest, we do everything correctly to not get arrested. Like it's almost like there's no consequence. Money exchange, so it's kind of like hard to like even like track us at all. Like on my phone wallet right now. Here, let me load it up. I have on my phone Exodus. I have 107K Bitcoin, 1.7 coins.
McLaren dealer takes Bitcoin?
No, obviously it's from private sellers. Like I have like rich people that I know that I just give them money and they'll give me, they'll literally privately sell the car.
It's crazy, man. So you, well, that makes sense. So you have other stuff on the side then that you must do. That's
Of course,
that's
yeah,
fucking
of course,
crazy.
I have a front for everything. Yeah, I do like legal stuff as well. Like I have like small legal side hustles and shit that I can like funnel through, you know, and like make everything just seem like I'm like if you were to see me in real life, I look like a regular child, just a regular normal kid, like going to school. You know what I mean? Like with my backpack. You would never expect that this kid is stealing millions of dollars online.
You can live with your parents? You can't because you're a McLaren. No way.
Well, next year I'm thinking about getting a penthouse, so I'm excited for that. That's when school starts back up, because now it's summer. So this summer my goal is 1 to 2 mil. That's my goal this summer.
How many of your friends do this?
We have our small group where like all like I'm
Damn, bro.
personally a millionaire. I have like high six figures, but I have friends. Yeah, like most of my friends have like around like 10 or something. They're like all like millionaires, and we all just do fun shit. Like for example, like 2 weeks ago we went to a club in LA, dropped like 130K on bottles, just like stupid shit,
Wow.
and then got like signs and shit. It was fun.
My friend, that is okay. This is interesting to me. I'm older, so your generation has a contingent of people.
Wait, why would you guys do that? He just exposed himself, essentially.
I don't know where you get him, probably from the dark web. And you're making calls, running your own script, and social engineering to get people to give you their shit.
Yeah. I have like a developer. We just pay him, I think like $1,000, and he sets up the bot for us, and it just like auto calls for active, Because cold calling is so annoying. You have to sit there, no one picks up. Like you sit there for hours, you're not getting any pickups. It's like insane. And then, but with this active, it's so much better because when they press 1, you kind of know that they're a retard. So you just call them up and they fall for it.
Yeah, I will say, this is the cleverest one I've ever received. These calls asking for me to tell you whether I'm hacked or not.
Dude, we are the best of the best. There's a lot of people that do what we do, but they don't do it to the extent that we do it.
Okay, so like, let's say you get 10
Dismissed.
How many of them give you money?
Oh.
Because a lot of the times, right, let's say I hack a Gmail, sometimes
Exploding is not very halal. What?
so I go through their Google Photos, look for seeds. Like for example,
What?
I hacked a Gmail and I went through his Google Photos.
What do you mean?
I just simply sent out. It was like 30K in XRP, and then I split that with my friend.
You gotta hold that because that's hard. It's hard to get rid of XRP off exchange.
Yeah, I mean it was taken directly out of his ledger, so.
So you just have a ledger there that you're using to load up if you find a seed phrase.
You don't even need a ledger to load up a seed phrase.
I suppose that's true. You use Sparrow.
You know what Trust Wallet is?
Yeah.
You know what Trust Wallet is?
Oh yeah.
Trust Wallet, Exodus, all those things you can just recover a seed phrase with. So I'll just paste it in there, click recover, bam.
Damn, bro. Wait, this guy was making this video. I'm a bit sus of him.
It's like the best job. I agree though, it is fucked up. You're kind of like
it's super fucked up, man.
Unsuspecting people into taking their money, but like I don't know, like if you can give up your seed phrase to someone over the phone like that, you don't deserve it. Like come on, bro. Like what?
You come from a rich family or a poor family?
Middle.
So you're like middle class kid.
Yeah, I grew up great. I didn't have a bad childhood. I loved my childhood. I always got shit.
And yet.
Like my first car was a Dodge Scatback that my parents bought for me.
My first car
and then
was a Plymouth Horizon with no heat or no air conditioning.
Really?
Yeah.
And then like I just like ever since I was little, like I've always wanted like Ferraris and all that nice stuff, and now I can get it. You know what I mean? Now it's like I have fun. It's kind of like I have no stress at all. It's like ultimate freedom. Like if I go to the store, like we went to a day.
What?
Me and a few friends. My friend bought a $40,000 Louis Vuitton jacket for no reason, just for fun. Didn't even wear it. We dropped like 200K at our day of drive.
And when are you? So when is enough for you? When are you done?
That's okay. So I hit something very, very big a few months ago. I'm not gonna say the amount, but I basically that was gonna be my out. I was gonna do that, and I was done. I was gonna live my life. I was just gonna invest. I was gonna do stocks, trade, because I know how to day trade and I enjoy it. It's really fun, and I'm a very I really enjoy finance. So that was kind of my goal, just live off that money and turn into more money. But unfortunately, my cut was
So you have a partner in this, or you did? So you get 4 million. So let's say you get 2 million this summer. What, next 2 million next summer, and then you're done?
Yeah. Well, honestly, if I make 2 mil this summer, then like I would hope by the end of the year that I have like 5 mil, because I'm still gonna work during this time. I'll just do it when I get back from school.
No college?
In the future, I am gonna go.
So interesting, man.
I'm not a dumb kid. Like I've always had all A's my whole life. Like I'm in all honors classes. I'm in all advanced placement classes. You know what I mean? So like either way, I think even like with or without this shit, I think that I will succeed in life no matter what. This is just kind of giving me a head start. Like I just have automatic ton of money to start off with, and then boom, I can create my
Oh shit, this is definitely an ad to do this.
So why do you guys pick names? Like you're the first one to call me who doesn't have 2 Bible names.
Well, people pick their own names. When I call Coinbases, I'm Eddie from Coinbase Consumer Apps Protection Line.
Okay.
But when I do Google's, I'm Daniel's Customer Care Line. Just because when we send out emails, because I can like directly send emails from Google with like case IDs and everything.
Yeah, using Java, you're spoofing headers.
It's not even spoofing. It's using Google Forms. It's actually like really simple, but a lot of people don't know how to do it. But yeah, in that email, like I have a pre-custom template and it says Daniel on it, so I just use that name.
Interesting. Do you have to buy the program from your friend?
Which one?
Yeah, the one that gives you the lists.
Oh, the one that gives me the list? No, because we're just 50-50ing them. Just splitting 50-50. Like, we'll get a bunch of good data, like a lot of rich investors, and then just run the bot to get active, you rate them up.
Where's this fucking source of like leads? That's crazy. Is he not buying from the dark web?
No, I still don't have 1K herpes. Herpes. What?
You'll pay Russians in crypto.
Yep, and they'll send us it.
Do they only accept Bitcoin?
They only accept crypto. It's not just Bitcoin, send whatever ETH.
So they'll take whatever you got.
Pretty much.
It's crazy.
Like the majority of the people that do what we do have around like 10 to 50K because they struggle getting good targets, getting good data. Because like getting good databases, like the one I'm calling you on now, that's very difficult. A lot of people just have garbage data, like public data, like people because they don't have enough money to pay for the good data.
And a good database is like 200K.
Yeah, so they just run like garbage databases and make like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. You know what I mean? Like small amounts here and there. But what we go after whales, like 500K plus. They're very doable. It's honestly not that difficult.
Of the people that hit 1, is it mostly old people?
No.
Really?
Honestly, no. The guy with 30K feet yesterday, he was 30. He was like 35.
Oh, poor guy.
I know. But like, how are you like? I don't know. It's because like the way, because we know how to speak to people. We know what like drives human psychology, greed and fear. You know what I mean? So either like convince the target they're gonna get something good, or that something bad's gonna happen if they don't comply. You know what I mean?
Look, I've talked to 3 of you so far. You guys are phenomenally good. I can't even tell you. Like I know what it is, so I just like to go as far as I can down the rabbit hole. But you guys are phenomenally good at that.
Yeah, like we do it like all day, every day. It's just like great. You just make a ton of money, and then we have fun at nighttime. We'll go out, we'll go do some fun shit, drive around cool cars, like renting massive mansion, Airbnb, and just have fun.
You hang out together, so you actually know each other in person now.
Oh yeah. We've all like been known each other since we were like literal children.
I just thought you met online, but you guys actually do live near each other and stuff.
Well, yeah, we all moved to like LA area because we started making so much fucking